If we ended up in the normal area, I'm gonna be so mad.
通信が切れた。いや、あいつに遮断されたな。
Looks like the communication was cut. Nah, I bet he terminated the connection. Upon confirming that the connection with Adolphe was terminated, Sheen put on his lab coat and stood up.
出るぞ、クルーン。クロード家の末っ子。
Let's go, Kurun, and you two, youngest Clyde.
予定地点からはまだ遠いが、どうにかしてあいつらを見つけ出し合流する。
There's still some distance from us, but we'll have to find them and bring them back ourselves.
はい。
Right.
執事はここに残り、通信が復旧するか試し続けろ。
Butler, you stay behind and check if the transmission can connect.
はいはい。もしロザリーの体を見つけたら、何が何でも取り戻してきてくれ。
Fine. If you find Rosalie down there, do whatever you can to bring her back.
断る。最優先はあの二人の確保だ。まかり間違ってもあいつに引き渡すわけにはいかない。
Our priority is to secure those two first. We can't afford them to be taken away by him.
まったく。遮断用の電波まで準備するとは用意周到なことだ。
Even prepared a way to block transmissions.
その生真面目さを普段の仕事に活かせばいいもの。
If only he actually spent that effort at work. Give me 1 sec. I'm getting a phone call. Okay. I somehow clicked on all the wrong windows. Sheen muttered his complaints. Eve sensed something odd about it.
シアンさん。
Sheen?
シアンさんは、カプシーヌ、オーティを追放してから何十年も会っていなかった。いえ、行方を知らなかったんですよね。
You haven't seen Capshin Orty since you kicked him out all those years ago. You don't even know where he went, right?
それがどうした？
What about him?
いや、会っていないならどうして、普段の仕事なんて頻繁に会っているような言い方をするのかなって。
You mentioned work just now. Sounds like some person that you used to see every day.
ああ。妙に会話が噛み合わないと思っていたら。
I was wondering why the conversation wasn't making sense.
お前たち、
Let me tell you
言って
this.
オーティは王族やそこの執事をそそのかした首謀者じゃないぞ。
Orty isn't the mastermind who inspired the royal family or the butler into
むし
action.
ろ執事と同じく還元に乗せられた希代のバカの一人だ。
Just like the butler, he's one of those naive idiots tempted by sweet words.
え？
Huh?
違うんですか？
It can't be him.
でもだってジャンはカプシーヌに恋人の遺体を奪われたんだよね。
But Jean's the one who took Capshin's fiance away, right?
ああ。でもそれを決めたのはカプシーヌじゃない。
Yeah, but Capshin was working on someone else's order. Dude, am I about to get proven that it's Dahat? Dahat is the king.
記憶の研究が完成に近づいた今。
No longer needed. Taking the person.
俺とカプシーヌの研究を支援していた支援者。 もう一人協力者がいるって話だろ。
I told you guys that there was someone supporting my and Capuchin's research, right?
そういえば、リュカ先生も、カプシーヌは支援者と名乗る人に逆らうことができないって。
Now that you mentioned it, Lucas also said something about Capuchin not being able to go against his supporter.
だからそれがカプシーヌと通じてる王族の誰かで、全てを仕組んだ首謀者じゃ。
But the real brain behind everything was a royal family using Capuchin.
俺は
That's
そう認識してた。
how I saw it
で
too.
も国王たちはカ
But
プシー
wasn't
ヌ
it
からの
Capuchin
提
who
案で
offered immortality?
あれ
Huh? Eves and the others were all confused. Seeing them with their heads spinning, Sheen breathed a heavy sigh.
どっちも違う。
You're all
間
wrong.
にもう一人、別人。支援者という一連の実験を計画した首謀者がいるんだ。
There's another person involved, the actual supporter pulling the strings behind the scenes. Told them to calm down and think for a
リ
moment.
ライバーになることを禁じられ、呪いで死にゆくしかなかったオーティが、なぜ生き延びることができたと思う？
Why do you think Orty was able to survive the curse of death when he was barred from becoming a
ご
reliver?
親切に奴を異なる姿のリライバーとして延命させてやった裏切り者が、俺の研究所にいたからだ。
It's because a traitor from the Institute went to the trouble of reviving him into a reliver with a different appearance. And that man's name is Dahat. Sheen mentioned that in his past studies, he was able to create relivers with different appearances. But after doing so only once, he sealed away the entire process. It was thought through the process that Orty was born as a different person. This supporter not only did that, but also provided the necessary supplies and equipment to him.
でもその場合、支援者とカプシーヌは最低でも1回は直接対面してるんですよね。
If that's the case, then it means that the supporter and Capuchin met at least once, right?
なのに一度も名前を出さないなんてさすがにおかしいんじゃ。
It's weird he never mentioned his name once before, not even
名
once.
前を出さないんじゃない。思い出せないんだ。
It's not, he doesn't say the name, it's that he can't.
え
Huh?
あの技術には脳の記憶媒体にバグを起こし、データの一部を破損させる副作用のようなものがある。
The technology causes a bug in the brain and corrupts a part of the memory data stored there. Using genes from another person during the memory transfer causes a mismatch and destroys a part of their memory. That was the reason it wasn't incorporated into the general liver process.
その破損された部分が支援者の名前や詳細そのものだったんだろう。だから奴は支援者の正体を語れないし、知りもしない。
I assume the memory of his supporter is corrupted, and that's why he doesn't know anything about his name or other
欠陥を
details.
あえて利用するとはさすがと言うべきか。なかなかどうして面白い発想だ。
I have to admit it was clever of him to utilize the bug to his benefit. What an interesting way of putting it to good use. Jean spoke in a disgruntled way, having been used by the supporter as well.
そこまでして姿を隠す支援者とやらはどこの誰で、目的は何なんだよ。
Why the hell
王
is
族
he
と同じ
bent
不
on
老不死
hiding
だ。
his identity? Does he want to live forever like the royal family too?
不老不死は王族を釣る建前だ。
That's just something he said to lure in the royal
アンク
family.
のような不死の存在の出現を前提としている計画など、運頼りにも程がある。
It's unreasonable to rely on sheer luck to set up a plan, especially when it requires an immortal existence like Ankou. That wasn't his true motive. The supporter's true motive was a miracle that could be attained without the need of immortality.
死者の完全なる蘇生。
To revive the dead in perfect form.
羊、お前と同じ目的だ。
The same thing you want, Butler. Sheen then tapped one of the devices with his fingers.
さて、ここまで来れば正体を暴くのは簡単だ。
With all that being said, it should be easy to deduce who this supporter
いる
is.
だろう？俺たちの共通の知り合いの中でただ一人。
Think very careful. There's one person we know who
この
fits
羊
that.
と同じ目的を堂々と語っていた存在が。
He would have spoken boldly about the same motives as the butler.
え、それ、
That means someone else who did not have a backup of the person most dear to him. Someone who spoke about wanting to revive her with her emotions and memories intact. Someone who boldly mentioned that he wanted to strengthen memory so that her emotion and memories won't be lost. And
条件を満たし、完璧な状態で蘇らせたその対象を
someone who now has the means to revive that very person into a perfect state. Hey, sleazy.
死神の呪いを解くことで普通の人間にしてやりたいと願っていたもの。
Who wishes to get rid of death? Man, how many times can you say the same thing? So you can revive them as a normal human. There was only one person who had the ability to hack into the system that Sheen developed, and his name was Dahat. And I've suspected Dahat this entire time, and I'm glad I was right because I had my doubts when he was in a jail cell. The smell of iron filled the air. Why you?
私たちを裏切った。
How dare you betray us?
ゼック、
Why?
お前は王族に復帰するために我らの願いを叶えたの
You
で
were
は
gonna return to royalty. You were going to make us. I heard groaning and wailing coming from those who were on the verge of death. The lights turned on to brighten the area. On the floor were torn limbs strewn throughout. I saw pulsating flesh masses that looked like multiple dolls were randomly patched together. Inside the eerily glowing tanks, bodies spewing blood that covered them in black were dying a slow death. Some were falling apart into pieces. However, within a few seconds, the bodies came back to life no matter how deformed their bodies became. Hideously, gruesomely, the bodies were screaming in pain beyond belief, ever dying, ever reviving. The royal family who had brought suffering upon us all were trapped inside. One of them saw us and reached his hand out for help, but as if being punished, his body turned to black soot and died. But a few seconds later, he was unwillingly revived. I could hear them all screaming for death from inside their tanks.
殺してくれ。
Look, Asia, you're getting your wish. Did you say kill me? In the center of the room, lit by the light coming from the tanks, a single figure stood elegantly.
嫌だなあ。冗談きつい。ずっとずっと。
Oh, come on
不老
now.
不死になりたくて仕方なかったんでしょ
You must be joking. Didn't you always say you wanted to live eternally?
やっと願いが叶ったんだから。もっともっと明るく可愛い笑顔で喜ばないと。
Your dreams have finally come true, so you should put on a bright and happy smile.
それともまだまだ不老不死になった実感が。
Or
Done.
maybe you want to fully experience what it means to live a immortal life. Look at him. He's so cute.
じゃあもっともっと
If that's the
殺
case,
して殺して
I'll
殺し
need
尽くして
to kill you over and over
苦しみ
again.
ながら死に絶えた記憶と感情を保持したまままた蘇らせてあげないとね。
I'll have you feel the pain that comes with dying and returning to life with your memories and emotions intact. Before the royal could let out a scream, he burst into nothing inside the tank. The person who was causing all this was beautiful and graceful. He turned around and bowed to us, his long hair and lab coat swaying.
僕の秘密の研究室へようこそ。第二の漂流者。
Welcome to my secret laboratory, Second Drifter
そし
and
て、リコリス・ノワージュの姫君。
the Licorice Noraji
母
princess.
様が死んだのと同じ。リコリスの花畑で生まれてきてくれてありがとう。
Thank you so very much for coming into this world in the licorice field where my dear mother passed away.
その力で、失ったはずの母様の遺伝子を救い上げてくれて。
Thank you so
ありがとう。
much for saving my mother's genes, which would have been lost without your powers.
その奇跡に感謝と敬意を表し、改めて本当の自己紹介を。
With gratitude and respect for the miracle, let me reintroduce
我が
myself.
名はリアム・レーブ・ポワール。
My name is Liam Revpoor.
こいつらに暗殺されたメイ君、クリスティーヌ・レーブ・ポワールが第一子にして、
I'm the first son of Christine Revpoor, the virtuous ruler who was assassinated by these maggots.
絶対不可の神の御業が一つ、死者の蘇生を実現し、
I have accomplished the divine miracle of resurrecting the
同時
dead.
に化け物だらけのこのアルペシエールを裁き滅ぼす。 最後
I
の王です。
I'm the one who will bring this monstrous company of Arpachel to justice as its last king. Look at you. Look, it's chapter 6. We're doing this. It's happening. But there's not usually very many options in 6. Dahat! Look, he's got his own thing now. It should say Liam, though.
「命とは本来、一人に対し一つしかない、儚くも美しい灯火。
Life was originally meant to be lived but once, as beautiful and fleeting as candlelight. My late mother, the Queen, Christine Revpoor, there were few people who remembered her name
神の
now.
長寿がもたらした奇跡にすがり、使い捨ての資源にしてはならない。
We must not cling to the miracle we were granted while wasting the gift it represents.
彼が救ってくれた命と時間に感謝し、呪いに屈さず、呪いに抗い、
We must appreciate the time we were given not to accept the curse but to fight
普
it.
通の人間としてのあり方と尊厳を、我々は死神から取り戻すべきだ。
At least one of our theories are right. No. 2 of my theories have been right so far. Two. She's the queen. I'm right. This is Mama's voice. Mama was the queen. Dahat is Mama's son. I mean, it hasn't been proven 100%. They haven't said it outright, but I'm positive. Like, the voice is the same. The voice is Mama's voice. It's gotta be. We must restore the dignity of normal human life. I bet chapter 6 is 3 annoying hours long. Look, I'm just impressed that I've gotten through 2 of these chapters, okay? We've already played 8 hours prior to today, and we're at almost 6 hours. So, you know what? That's impressive. We've done so much. We've made it so far. We've grown as people. We must restore the dignity of normal human life. We must reclaim what we lost to death. She worked around the clock to learn the truth behind death's curse and sought to return a normal way of life to her people. She was the only benevolent ruler within the Arpachel royal family, which had long been consumed by rot, and to me she was.
母様、僕、母様のあったかい手が大好きです。
Mother, I like your warm hands a
だ
lot.
から、ずっと握ってて。僕が眠った後も話しちゃダメですよ。
So always hold my hand, please, even after I fall asleep. Don't let go, okay?
わかったわ。今日は母様と一緒に手をつないで眠りましょう。
Why, of course. Shall I hold your hand while we're getting ready for bed?
ずいぶん大きくなったのに、まだまだ甘えん坊さんね。こんな調子で立派な王様になれるのかしら。
You've grown so much, but perhaps I should not dote on you so. I worry whether you will grow up to be a good king. How you do this. I will literally skip a lot of this no matter what. I already don't stand this chapter because it's for integrity. I skipped quite a bit in the last one in terms of how I do things. I'll be a great king. I'll be just like you, mother. I'll be the kind of strong and king who takes care of everyone's lives. She was the kindest mother in the world, even if she lost to time and had to become a reliver. She never lost the faith she had inside her heart. She continued investigating on her own to try and save the country from the curse. I, Liam Revpoor. As her son and the crown prince, I loved and respected her from the bottom of my heart, knowing how much she respected life. I would follow her whenever I could, learning what it meant to be a good ruler.
命を大事にしなきゃいけないというのもあるけれど、
Of course, we need to respect and take care of our
実は
lives.
ね、私が呪いを解きたい理由はもう一つあるの。
To be honest, there's one other reason why I wish to get rid of the curse.
あなたと大切な人とつないだ手と感情を失いたくないから。
I don't want to lose the feeling of holding your hand or the love I feel for you in my heart.
だからリライバーにも頼らずにこの体で長生きする方法を探してるの。他の人には内緒よ、リアム。
That's why I'm trying to find a way to live in this body without becoming a reliver. Will you keep it a secret, Liam? She told me about what kind of life we could live if we were normal humans. The bedtime story she told me filled my heart with excitement. I felt sad that my father passed away before I was born, but I believe that I was surrounded by loving family, like my grand uncle, who watched over her sacred mission. I wanted to grow up as soon as possible so I could assist my mother with her divine duty. I studied through the night, reflecting on the sanctity of life that she taught me. Okay, hang on. Here's another theory we have had in this story, which is Sheen and Mother are brother and sister. He just said great uncle. That's Sheen. When I was 5 years old, we were betrayed by the family I thought was good. My mother was assassinated. Nearly all of them were involved in the plan, including my grand uncle and my aunt, both of whom pretended to support her mission.
まったく恐ろしい女だ。下手に死神の怒りに触れなどして、呪いが悪化したらどうしてくれる？
What a horrible woman you are. What would you have done if you had gone on the wrong side of
次期
death?
国王として、レーブ・ポワールを危険に陥れる存在を。
As the next king, I cannot allow a threat to the Revor family to exist any longer.
逃げなさい、リアム。
Run, Liam.
私なら大丈夫だから。少しの間、あなたにお留守番をさせてしまうけれど。
I think after run, Liam, that's it. I don't think you need to keep going. It'll be okay. You'll have to be strong by yourself for a while.
帰ってきたらまた手をつないで一緒に眠ってあげる。
Once I come back, I'll hold your hand and tell you another bedtime story,
生
so...
きなさい。普通に生きることを諦めないで。
Live! Don't give up on a normal life. That's way too much.
ください、おじさま。
Please stop, grand uncle. Oh, I guess I was wrong with that part, but I still think they're related.
大切にしなきゃいけないものじゃなかったの？
Shouldn't we respect and cherish the one life everyone is given? My mother was shackled and cruelly tortured before my eyes. In the end, she was discarded in the field of Licorice Nyoriji. I should have been killed then
女王
too.
と王子が同時に死亡しては間違いなく国民から暗殺を疑われるでしょう。
The people will suspect the royal family if both the queen and prince are killed at the same time.
女王と対等な関係を築いていた シアン・ブロフィワーズと対立することだけは避けねばなりません。
Above all else, you must avoid making enemies with Sheen Brophy, who has built an equal relationship with the
で
Queen.
すからどうか
So please.
私の大切な友の子にあと1年生き延びる権利を。
Please grant another year to my dear friend's child. Please allow him to live. The civil official who served my mother, the head of the Clyde family, pleaded for mercy. I was given another year to live on the condition that I remained in prison like a criminal. During that time, no one came to save me. The civil officer who saved my life and the royal guard officer who swore allegiance to my mother both had to turn their backs on the Revenport family, leaving the castle as well as their positions. During the year I was given, I remember my mother's desperation for me to live and refusal to kill myself. My uncle tortured me as a pastime over and over and over again, all of which I endured. Dang, after he cut off the hand my dear mother used to hold, they decided to execute me as the son of the woman who put this country at risk.
まあ、処刑前日に命からがら逃げ出して、ご覧の通り生きているんですけど。
But lo and behold, I escaped with my life the day before my execution, and I'm still alive today. However, mother, I couldn't forget about my dear mother. Knowing that she perished before she could realize her dream, I wanted to bring her back. But if I were to do so, I knew she would be pleased if I revived her the way she always wanted. As a normal human, like the ones in the outside world who treated their lives with respect and dignity. I didn't have the time to wallow in despair, so I did everything I could. I ran away into the slums with my dismembered arm and restarted my life from the very bottom. I burned my face with as much fire as I could take in order to hide my identity. I stole, killed, and everything in between for the sake of survival. One day, a man from Chadis pitied my existence and took me in as a foster child. I lived my days there until I turned 15 years old. I cried and wept as I returned his kindness with a swift death. With the wealth I inherited, I became a reliver and restored my right arm and started my life anew as Dahat. After studying like crazy, I was welcomed into the institute as a genius, second only to Sheen. Even after becoming a researcher, I never stopped studying and continued to climb the ranks until I became deputy director. Finally, I was able to begin research into what I hoped would eventually bring my mother back to life. Of course, bringing someone back into a complete human form with a dream that I couldn't be achieved so easily. I love that all this exposition's happening. It's a lot, especially without their backup data. I did come up with a method, but it involved too many different areas of study, as well as requiring extensive time and resources.
そこで僕は支援者と名乗り、形や事情は違えど、命に執着する人材を集めに集め、研究を分担することにしました。
I then became a supporter, enlisting the brains of those obsessed with specific aspects of life to assist with my research. I also needed a base of operations, so I had the royal family build this facility for me to use. When I revealed my identity to the royal family, they immediately tried to kill me.
シアンさんの失脚と不老不死を餌にしたら、すぐ手のひらを返して協力してくれましたよ。
I tempted them with both immortality and Sheen's fall from power, and they quickly came to my side. The rest you already know. I wanted my loving mother back, body and soul, in order for me to bring her back to life as a normal human like she wanted.
とっても優秀な駒の皆さんと共に、日々、切磋琢磨し続けたわけです。
I spent my days working with talented pawns like you two, from whom I learned so much.
ああ、ちなみにリュカさんが生まれた後、彼を暗殺者候補としてカプシーヌに紹介したのも僕ですね。
Oh, and for the record, I'm the one who alerted Capuchin of Lucas so that he might train him as an assassin.
彼のお父さんは僕の母を護衛していたとっても優秀な近衛兵だったので、
His father was a super skilled royal guard officer who guarded my mother.
その息子さんもさぞかし強いんだろうなって。母を守れなかった意種返しも兼ねて。
I figured his son would be super strong too. Figured he'd owe me that much for not protecting my mother in the end.
いや、でもまさか本当に呪いまで解くことが可能になるなんて。
I never thought it was actually possible to break the curse.
お二人との出会いと将来的な犠牲に感謝ですね。
Guess I ought to thank you both for your sacrifices. Leaning his back on his experimental equipment, the young man spoke with a satisfied smile. He's not young, calm down. Your Majesty, King Liam.
ダハトのままでいいですよ。お二人は僕と同じ思想を持ってる大事で貴重なお友達ですから。
You can just call me Dahat. You two share the same goals as me, which makes you special friends. Liam, not Dahat, continued to smile the same friendly smile he always had. Dahat III, the first son of the great Queen Christine, Liam Revenpoor, was assassinated by the royal family. He was the supporter who provided assistance to Capuchin and Jean in their research efforts, and I called it. But now that we've found out who he really was, his familiar, ever-present smile took on another meaning that chilled me to my core.
お友達？都合のいい道具の間違いだろ。
Friends? More like we're your handy tools. Adolphe stepped forward to protect me.
あれだけ協力的だったのも、俺たちを利用するための演技だったわけか。
You were only acting like you were helping so that you could use us.
やだな。演技なんかじゃないですよ。僕は心からお二人を好ましく思ってます。
Oh, come on. I wasn't acting at all. I really do see you two as friends from the bottom of my heart.
けどたまたま本当に残念なことに偶然お二人が僕の願いを叶えるための材料たる条件を揃えていただけです。
But it just so happened that you two were what I needed to fulfill my dream. It was nothing but a coincidence.
同じ研究材料でもみっともなく死んだり蘇ったりしてる少年の腐った僕の親戚一同とは違います。
Even as test subjects, you'll be given better treatment than my rotten family whose fate will be to die and revive again and again. Dahat slapped the glass surface of the tank containing their lumps of flesh as if to bring to our attention the difference. In response to his showing of friendship, the only thing we could feel was increased vigilance.
おのれ、リアム。
How dare you, Liam?
そんなに母を殺した私たちが憎いというの。
You despise us so much just for killing your mom? Whoa. A woman on the floor covered in blood somehow crawled and grabbed Dahat's ankle. Dahat looked down at her and blinked a few times.
いや、別にそこまでじゃん。
No, not really.
復讐心はあるにはありますが、優先順位的には3番目ぐらいですね。
I do have a desire for revenge, but it's about third on my list of priorities.
僕は他にも成し遂げなければならないことがあるので。
I have way more important things to accomplish before then. Huh?
っていうか、母様と似た声で呼ばないでくれます？
Can you not speak like my mother? It's
虫図が走るんで。
irritating beyond belief. Dahat spoke coldly and kicked off the princess's hand like it was dirt on his shoe. Adolphe and I were both surprised by his response. If you're not doing this out of revenge, why are you doing this?
見ての通り、実験のためですの。あとは強いて言えば、責務
As you can see, it's an experimentation. I guess it's also because it's my duty. Duty?
お二人はレーブ・ポワル家が国を支配するため、あえて呪いを解かず放置していることは知っていますよね。
You both know that the Revenport family purposely ignored the curse in order to maintain power, right?
でも、実は彼らが呪いに触れたがらない理由がもう一つあっ
But
たり
truth
する
be
んですよ。
told, there is one other reason why they don't really want to touch the curse. The Hot gleefully took out a small book from his
ノア
clothes.
ジュ家の手記で呪いの正体に気づいた後ね、僕、たまたま王族の男しか入れないもう一つの秘密の書庫を見つけたんです。
After learning the truth about the Noriji family diary, I found an archive accessible only to the men of the royal family.
そこに記された記録によれば、なんと
According to the records I found there, drum roll please.
このアルペシェールの土壌に死神の呪い、その原因である毒素を撒いたのは
The source of death's curse that spread toxins throughout Arpachel
他でもない我らレーブ・ポワール家だったのです。
was caused by none other than the Revenport family. What? The Hot happily began reading the content of the book in his hand as if reading us a fairy tale. It's time to read again. Hundreds of years ago, before this country was possessed by death and even before this land was given the name of Arpachel, a great war took place that engulfed the world, and the island of Arpachel was targeted by one such aggressor of that war. But the small island with fewer than 10,000 inhabitants had no real means of defending their homeland. It was then that the ruling Revenport family created an invisible wall that would close off the country from the outside world. Dun dun dun. They went into developing biological weaponry, one that would release a unique toxin that only affected humans around the country borders to protect from invasions. But the development was a complete failure. The toxin was more virulent than expected and quickly spread across the country itself. The soil was so polluted that those who were exposed to the toxin suffered a mutation of their genes. The Hot closed the book with a hearty "the end" to finish off the story.
そうか。
I see. Adolphe had broken into a cold sweat.
万が一にもその真実を知られたら、王家の権威は落ち、国民からの反発も免れない。
If that information went public, the royal family would be overthrown by the people and lose their power.
最悪、反乱からの王家滅亡もあり得る。
The entire royal family would be killed. While we didn't have a large population, there were enough who would take up arms and overthrow the presiding power if needed. So they created a rumor that the toxins tainted the soil were the curse of death. Curse of Death Part 3. Hang on, I need to take a sip of my drinky drink. Hundreds of years ago, the Revenport family developed biological weaponry to protect the country's borders from being invaded by the outside world. This resulted in the soil being contaminated by toxins that eventually mutated the people's genes. And they spent years feeding that to the people until it became common knowledge.
人ならざる者。それ
No,
も
no, no, no.
神
They
の仕業だ
printed
と
the
言うな。
lie until it
誰
became
も
the
文
truth.
句のつけようがねえからな。
Makes sense since people are less likely to complain about an act of nature.
ですです。それでもなお真実に迫ろうとする者が現れれば、その度、殺し尽くしてきたっぽいですね。
Right, right. Still, some have tried to uncover the truth and they were all assassinated by the royal family. So Queen Christine also fell victim to them. That's horrible. She was just doing her best to save the people.
ですよね。ひどいですよね。私欲のためにたくさんの人を殺した責任
Oh,
は
God.
ちゃんと
Really
取らない
horrible,
と。
right? They need to take responsibility for killing so many people because of their greed. He said his little cute voice, surrounded by
なので、
murder.
真実を隠そうとした王族全員、一斉に粛清してみました。
Which is why I decided to go away with every last roll who took part in hiding the truth.
死神が裁いてくれないの
He's
な
got
ら
a new facial
正
expression.
当な国王として
It's terrifying.
僕が裁いてあげるべきでしょ。
If death wasn't going to judge them, isn't it my duty as the rightful king to bring them to justice? The hot bearings changed and the air seemed to shift around us.
なるほど。話だけ聞けば、確かにこいつらの自業自得だな。
I see. From what we've heard so far, it's true that they deserve this.
だが、ここまでする必要はあったのか？
But did you really need to go this far? Adolphe said that it wasn't a matter of right and wrong.
お前の目的は、バックアップを取り損ねた母親の完全なる復活。
Your objective is to revive your mother back to her original form as a normal human despite not having her backup.
記憶のデータに関しては、ジャンが行っていた研究で人工的に作り出せるとしても、
Even if Jean conducted experiments and came up with data to create artificial
記憶
memories.
に適合する肉体がなければ意味がない。
Is it me? You need a body that works with the memory you create.
カプシーヌの研究を使い、ゼロから作るとしても、ベースになる素材ぐらいは必要だろう。
But it's me. Of course, you can probably recreate your mother's body from scratch using Capuchin's research data, but
クリスティーヌ女王の血縁である、こいつらの遺伝子という、な。
you need someone from Christine's bloodline and to use their genes.
わお、その通り。もしやちゃっかり生きてたシアンさんに教えてもらいました？
Wow, you're absolutely right. I bet Sheen told you everything since he's probably still alive and well.
それとも、僕と同じ目的を持つジャンさんから教えてもらった感じです？
Or maybe Jean told you since we both of us have the same objective. He then joked that Lucas was supposed to be the teacher of the group. The Hot began to chuckle at this idea.
あなたの言う通り、試しはしましたよ。
Like you
でも、
said, I tried it out, but
どうも母様には、覚醒遺伝、先祖返りのようなものが起きているらしくて。
it seems that my mother possesses an atavism from one of her ancestors that's not present in any of her living family members. A state when a distant ancestor's trait resurfaces in an individual after generations of being lost. Throw one.
同じ血縁者でも、ここにいる皆さんや僕では、その特殊な遺伝形質の代わりにはなれないんです。
So even though we're all part of the same bloodline, none of us here can replicate that particular genetic trait.
失われた女王本人の遺伝子でなければ成立しないってことか。
Which means you can't actually bring her back without her actual genes.
その通り。だから本来この計画は、
Precisely, which is why this plan had its risks.
呪いを解く方法と両立して、母様の遺伝子を発見できなければ、凍結する可能性すらあったんです。
I needed to find a way to get rid of the curse and find my dear mother's genes, or everything would come to a
でも
standstill.
母様の遺体は、獣にでも食われたのか、いくら探しても見つからなくて、正直、僕も諦めかけてたんですよね。
I searched everywhere for my mother's body, thinking maybe some animal ate her, but no luck. I was this close to giving up.
でも、
But, ooh, it's that creepy face. Yay. Suddenly, Dahat's eyes widened and sparkled as he set his eyes upon me. Thank you. My knee has been crisscrossed for a few hours. It hates me now. It's me. Tahat waved his arms, and as if by some trick, the book he just read transformed into another book with a lycris drawn upon it.
墓荒らしを
Look
し
at
て
him.
ま
He
で
learned
手に入れさ
magic.
せたイブさんことノアジュ家の始祖第一の漂流者の記録
This here is the book that was stolen from the Norji family's grave that was written by Eve's ancestor, the
ここに記
Drifter.
されているリコリスの性質と全く同じ能力を持つあなたが僕の目の前に現れたことで
Things.
状況が変わった
Sorry, you sounded done. I'm sorry, Dahat. Things suddenly changed when you appeared in front of me with the exact same powers, recorded in the book about the lycrises. Me? Dahat laughed and said it would be he would summarize. Thank you.
あなたのアレロパシー能力が吸収するのは何も毒素だけじゃない
Your physical trait of allopathy can absorb toxins and more. I thought I was unique and special. Are you telling me I'm copying someone now?
その通り。そしてあなたは、あの黒き花園で生まれ落ちたリ
You're
コ
born
リ
a
スと
field
同
of
じ
flowers.
土壌の毒素やその他の成分を宿すブローム
Allopathy. I don't need this. I remember the allopathy. It's not even the first time we've talked about
大
it.
地に染み込んだ他のあらゆる成分も対象に含んでる
It seems your
例えば
body is capable
そ
of
うですね。
absorbing a variety of compounds from the soil. For example,
あなたのその能力を利用すれば我ら
その通りだ。あの忌まわしい女の死体を捨てた
think that our savior would be born in the same place where we disposed of that abominable woman. I remember that too.
母様が死に際にあの花畑に流した大量の血液の成分
You
とか
may have also absorbed components from my mother's blood that drenched the lycris field, perhaps. It can't be. I just keep having these visions that I have a son. That can't be related to you. I'm just weird like
そう
this.
隠し書庫への道が開いたのもただの偶然や故障ではなく必然
It could. Your ability to unlock that secret archive wasn't a coincidence or a malfunction.
あのシステムは正しく部屋の主母様の遺伝子に反応したんだ
The system simply responded to the genes it had on file. In other words, my mother's genes. Which meant that I wasn't only related to the lycrises, but also... You're telling me that I'm carrying the queen's genes even though we're not related by blood?
そんなデタラメなことが本当にあり得るのか
You can't seriously believe in nonsense like that.
あなたの友人のご先祖様が記した記録ですよ信用してあげてくださいよアドルフさん
But it's all according to what's recorded in your friend's ancestor's diary. Give him some credit, Adolphe. He took one step. The hot stepped into the pool of blood in front of him. He took another step, knowing what he was now after he slowly moved back. If there was even a trace of the queen's genes in me, then...
それ以上こいつに近づいてみろたとえお前でも容赦しない
Come any closer and I won't let you off easy, even if it is you.
釣れないな呪いを解く聖女にして女王復活のためのベースになれるんですよ光栄なことじゃないです
She'll become a real saint who lifted the curse and brought the queen back to life. Isn't that a great honor? So you're going to use us to get rid of the curse? She's like, I'm a sucker for anyone who says they're going to get rid of the curse. He explained his plan after reviving Queen Christine. He would enhance my allopathy through genetics modifications, creating clones, and then bury me in the ground to absorb the toxins. Classic. That happened in Eve's story too. He then planned on using Adolphe's normal human cells as an antidote to the curse and encourage growth of reliver cells. Bahat merely explained his plan, which sounded like those of a mad scientist. No, it worked. I saw it happen. You can be a scientist covered in a room of blood where your relatives are getting literally torn to pieces in capsules and then rebound so they can die again and again and remember the pain and not be crazy. I felt a bead of cold sweat roll down my cheek. He now only saw me as a required sacrifice to resurrect the queen. If he captured me, the only thing left in my future would be testing and experiments that would turn me into another person. As Sahat approached us, we slowly moved back one step at a time, preparing to run at any moment. A shadow appeared from above. Lee, what happened? Adolphe forcefully pulled on my arm and pulled me away from the spot. From above, a giant blade came crashing down, destroying the laboratory flooring. We somehow avoided the strike. Unable to bear the impact and the sudden tug on my arm, I accidentally let go of the capsule with Ankou's head inside. We tried to go after the capsule, rolling away. This sounds so cartoonish right now. From us, but the killer with the halberd in hand stood in our way. Lucas?
オリジナルと偽物どっちだ
Is that him or is it one of his fakes? Making matters worse, the capsule found its way to...
よいしょ。うわ、首だけなのに意外と重い。
There you go. Well, you're pretty heavy even if you're just a head. Sahat picked up the capsule that rolled to his feet as he stood behind Barreau. Return Ankou. You don't really care about his immortality thing, do you?
いやいや、そういうわけにはいきません。この人が貴重な検体であることには変わりませんからね。
I cannot do that. After all, it doesn't change the fact that he's a very rare
そ
specimen.
れと個人的に、アドルフさんにはこれ以上、ひどい実験をしたくないんで。
Besides, I personally don't want to conduct any more horrible experiments on
彼を
Adolphe.
代わりにすることで、見逃してあげてもいいですよ。
You know, I can let you go free if you leave him to me.
冥界から来た存在が人間である俺の代わりになるわけねえだろ
Like someone from Hades could replace a normal human like me. He's right. He can't only regenerate because he's taking the form of a human.
冥界？あれ？もしかして何もご存じない感じです？
Hades? Don't tell me you two don't know yet.
二人の遺伝子を比較したら面白いことになってたんで、てっきり生き別れの何かだと。
I compared your genes for fun and let's just say the results were interesting. It became Adolphe's turn to look confused by Dahat's odd response.
まあいっか。僕の目的には関係ないでしょうしね。
Oh well. Oh wait, are they was I right? Wait. Is Ankou and Adolphe the same person? Is that what he meant by it was interesting? Not like it changes my objective or
とにか
anything.
く、彼はちゃんとあなたの代わりとして機能するんです。
In any case, just believe me when I say that he's a suitable replacement for you.
だから、残る研究素材、リコリスの聖女様を僕にください。お兄さん。
Dahat, are you asking me to marry you suddenly? All I ask now is for her older brother's blessing. I humbly ask for the Lycris' saint's hand. Hearing his proposal, literally,
調子に乗るなよクソガキ
this is as far as you go, you damn brat. Will his mom show up already? I heard something snap inside him.
え？
Huh?
何を統治者気取りして自分を正当化してんだ
He's only been a ruler for like 5 minutes. Give him a second. Using your position as a ruler to justify doing whatever you
矢
want.
面に立たず他者に手を汚させた時点でお前もそこの王族たちと同罪だろうが
Scheming in secret while having others do the dirty work for you makes you no different from the royal
被
family.
害者なら何をしても許されると思ったか
Just because you were a victim, now you think you can victimize others? Adolphe expressed his anger without taking a breath.
こっちはリライバー技術と呪いの剣だけでもついていくのが精一杯だってのに
We're fed up with this godforsaken reliver technology and the curse. Says the one person who can't get the curse and doesn't need to become a reliver. Okay.
お前が計画して起こした犯罪や研究は価値だとか善悪以前に何もかもが恐ろしくておぞましいんだよ。
We've had it with your plans and all your disgusting crimes you've committed. I don't care what your intentions are.
これ以上命をいじる意味のわかんねえ技術で俺とこいつを振り回すな。
You are not dragging us into these stupid experiments that prove you have no respect for life at all. Adolphe? He wasn't trying to convince him to go about it another way. He also wasn't focusing on the fact that Dahat betrayed him. Adolphe was simply criticizing the hypocrisy presented in Dahat's own belief system. Dahat was initially taken aback. Needs to work on his evil laugh. It's okay. The moment he finally understood what he was told, his shoulders began to shake. Oh, that's better. That's more accurate. Yeah. You really are funny. He began to laugh like a madman, but he wasn't showing us any malice or hatred towards Adolphe.
そうだ。その言葉をずっと私は聞きたかった。
But you're right, that's what I wanted to hear all
お
along.
前のそのいかなる死も正当化しない心がこの国の民に欲しかった。
This like the Omen music playing in the background. I wish the people of this country had your same attitude and mindset towards life and death. He looked at him with pure respect.
命を限りあるものとして尊び、理不尽な死や生の操作を恐れることのできる素晴らしき人間性。
Humanity is at its peak when people respect each other's lives and look beyond the fear of death that drives them mad.
それが私が母から教わった心。そして蘇らせる母に与えたいもの。
Your beliefs are the beliefs of my mother and what I want her to regain when she revives. He spread his arms wide and raised his
アドル
voice.
フ、お前こそがやはりこの国で唯一の普通の人間で。
Adolphe, you are indeed the one true normal human in this country.
私こそがこの国で最も狂った人間なのだろう。
And in this country, I am the most insane.
ああ、心の底から羨ましい。
I'm so envious.
私も誰かに教わることなく、生まれながらにそんな心を抱いてみたかった。
If I'd been born like you, I wouldn't need to be taught what you've just shown us. Oh man, Adolphe's got a headache now.
気が変わった。母の素材も必要だが、アドルフ、私はもっとお前と普通について問答してみたい。
I've changed my mind. My mother's genes are important, but I want to talk to you more about what normal means, Adolphe.
彼女と共に足の一本でも切り落として逃げられなくしてでも。
Even if I have to cut off your legs and hers so that neither of you escape. I gasped at the threat he made so easily. Dahat's words were interrupted by a pulse echoing throughout the laboratory. The only ones here were the royal family and the rest of us facing each other. Dahat looked around, surprised by the unexpected sound, when suddenly, with a burst, the capsule Dahat held in his hand expanded from the inside and swelled into a large mass of flesh. Ankou! Just as Dahat's eyes widened, Ankou's upper torso completely regenerated.
やったな。本格的に化け物じゃないですか。
Ugh, you really are a monster.
何、心まで化け物になり果てた君には負けるさ。
Now. Your wicked heart makes you even more of a monster.
あの男ばかりを警戒していたものだから油断していたよ。
I was only ever watchful of him, so you caught me off guard.
まさか君のような前にはいなかった傑物が生まれてくるとは。
I never expected someone like you to gain such prominence when you did not exist before. Completely awake, Ankou's mass of flesh slowly wrapped around a hot, small neck. I need a picture, but before he could choke him, Barreau swiftly moved to save his master, slicing Ankou's flesh away. Ankou's body flew into the air, and before it could land, fully regenerated back into form. Adolphe and I rushed over to him, surprised to see him standing without a scratch. Ankou, I'm glad you're back to your old self and fully clothed. Honestly, that's impressive. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to celebrate our reunion.
ああ、これはダメだね。
This is no good.
おそらく写しみ、偽物だろうが、彼には勝てない。彼女を連れて逃げることを勧める。
I assume he's merely a clone, but I'm unable to defeat him. I suggest you take her and make your escape.
言われなくてもそのつもりだ。というか、そんなことができるなら、もっと早く起きろ、寝ぼすけ。
You don't have to tell me, but if you could regenerate, you shouldn't have had her carry your lazy ass. Adolphe stomped on a puddle of blood between us and Barreau, blocking his vision with a spray of red. In that moment, Ankou took my hand and held it
すま
tightly.
なかったね、姫君。私のために随分な苦労をかけてしまったようだ。
I'm very sorry, dear princess. It seems you have gone through much trouble for me.
この手を決して離さないように。今度は私が君を助け導こう。
I will not let go of your hand. This time, I will guide you to safety. Okay. I don't know if I sounded confident. As Adolphe led the way, Ankou and I followed right behind him. I couldn't run very quickly because of the water dragging me down.
焦る必要はない姫君。地上に出れなくても、奴らを負けさえすればいい。
Do not fret, dear princess. Even if we do not reach the surface, escaping them will suffice. Okay, Barreau's fast. But Lucas, his clone is on Dahat's side, so they'll catch up to us eventually.
こうなったら、二手に分かれるか。
In this case, we should split up.
一人がおとりになって追っ手を引きつけ、残る一人がこいつを抱えて逃げる。
One of us will act as bait, and the other will carry her to make a run for
そ
it.
れしかないね。君に彼女を任せるのは尺だが、ここは私がおとりになろう。
I suppose if we must, while I loathe the thought of leaving her to you, I shall act as bait. Ooh. A choice in the final act. What could possibly go wrong? Our last save was 2 hours ago. That's... But Ankou, we finally were able to escape together.
大丈夫だ、姫君。また遅れを取って君を心配させるようなことはしない。
Do not worry, dear princess. I will not fail and worry you again like before.
この男も少しは成長したようだからね。しばらく預ける分には。
It does seem he has matured now. Having him look after you should be... Are we inside a giant transformer, guys? The entire passage began to rumble.
なんだ
What the?
幽霊以外にも何か遠くから聞こえて。
I hear something in the distance beyond the rumbling. I'm
おい
dead. You
今す
can't
ぐそいつに
die.
捕まれ大量の水が流れ込んでくるぞ
Leah, grab hold of him now. Water's going to come crashing through any minute. Okay. I went pale at the sudden warning and quickly reached out to Adolphe. Before I could grasp his hand, Adolphe grabbed my arm and pulled me into his arms so that I wouldn't be washed away. Far From afar, I could hear a heavy roar that I could never imagine was coming from water. We wouldn't be able to escape it, but as long as we were holding on to each other, we wouldn't be separated. Or so I thought. As a shadow swiftly descended upon us, I felt Adolphe's hand leave me. It had been swept away. Huh? Standing between us was Barreau, whose halberd cut cleanly through Adolphe's wrist. Do you need CPR? Aw, see, caring. Above us, Adolphe's dismembered hand flew through the air. We can reattach that.
Oi! Nani o houketeiru? Hayaku soitsu o!
What are you standing around for? Hurry up and get Leah. Woo! Barreau took me under his arm and leapt incredibly high. Wait, what? He grabbed one of the cords hanging from the ceiling. Adolphe's hand fell into the water when suddenly a torrent of muddy water came crashing through to sweep the two of them away. I can't be saved. My soul is gone now. No. It's fine. It's fine. We just have to go to death's door. We'll get it. We'll get it. The man-made disaster swallowed them whole and carried them off in an instant. I need a picture of you in this guy's arms. Adolphe, Ankou. I reached down from the ceiling, but it was no use. Adolphe, struggling to keep his head above the murky water, shouted with all his might. Leah! Why? Why? Why indeed? Why are you... Is this a bad ending? Am I getting a bad ending? I mean, they're all bad endings at the end of this. Why can't I protect you at all? That seems you need to think about yourself a little bit right now. I mean, why did Barreau save me? There's so many questions.
ああ、二人一緒に流れちゃうとは。まあでも、彼女がいるなら、
Aw, you got a message pinned? Nice.
取り戻しに来てくれるよね。
Look at them being washed away. Well, I'm sure they'll find their way back as long as she's with me.
でも、
I'm dying here. I know, you keep saying it, but I'm
やっ
worried.
ぱり
Like,
いいな、彼。
isn't it nice?
あの無力っぷりが、
The way
い
he
か
can't
にも
do anything.
普通の人間
I
って
really
感じ。
feel like they took a normal expression on him and just like made quibbly lines on his eyes to make him look a little more deranged. They could have done a little bit better with his deranged face. He's such a normal human. Oh, God. That's all she wanted to be.
エク
And
ソシストとは悪魔を払う行為そのものを指すと同時に
an exorcism drives away demons and evil spirits, but what the hell am I learning right
遠
now?
い異国では誓いや言命を表す言葉が元になっているそうよ。
The world itself originated in a faraway country to refer to the administration of an oath. How many times this game killed me? I would have to watch a lot of hours of a stream to find out how many times you said you've died. I recalled such knowledge from a friend who was familiar with the language of the outside world. Need to start a counter how many times Asia has died. It was a word that perfectly matched my mission and my beliefs. This time, finally this time, I would build a new place where I could work to save the people by purging death from this
死神
country.
の呪いから大事なものを守りたいと願う同志は私のもとに集うがいい。
Those who wish to protect their families and friends, come and join me in my work. I'm taking a guess, probably 20 times. At least. At least. At first, only a few answered my call, but the numbers slowly grew as I worked hard spreading the news, finding those who agreed with me. Eventually, the group I gathered became an organization that sought a future made of normal humans.
この人たちとならきっと呪いにも打ち勝つことができるはず。
I'm sure my members and I will find a way to get rid of the curse. I believe it from the bottom of my heart. But to use the words of that lout, I apparently didn't have an eye for
あなた
people.
の考え方は時代遅れなんですよ。
Your way of thinking is far too outdated.
わざわざ能力に劣る普通の人間に戻りたがる愚か者がこの国のどこにいると言うんです？
My soul left and came back every time I see Sheen and Ankou. Well, Anku's finally kind of was back in the story for a minute there. Sheen should be back soon. They went looking for us. Do you seriously think the people of this country are foolish enough to become normal humans lacking in every way? The organization I built was quickly stolen along with the lives of those who agreed with me. Soon the group became a cult that would do nothing but denounce Relivers completely. Classic. Again. The man who reconstructed me after finding me washed up on the shore expressed his disappointment. Orthodox means won't do you good, so you need to change your approach. You may not have any talent as a scientist, but you excel at leading others. Or so he said. I understood it very well. I lacked the power and position of my former self, and had become a helpless existence. Still, no matter what... Show mama. I know who's talking. I know who's talking. This was for the sake of my children and child and my country. My
普
bad.
通の人間としてのあり方をこの手で掴みたかったのよ。
I want to find a way to bring about a normal human life with my own hands. That was my dream and my wish. What was that? I must have been unconscious for some time. Did you have that? Was your vision? You're having visions of his mother. A breeze blew across my face and I woke to the smell of iron in the laboratory. But it's way cleaner. You guys did great. Look, all that's left is the chair. The chair's got a lot of tools around it covered in blood. Lucas's clone, Barreau, brought me back to the laboratory where the blood on the floor and walls were wiped clean. In the center of the room was the one who called himself the rightful king. He is, though. He's not wrong. The Hot. Barreau lowered me to the floor and then moved quietly to the door to prevent me from escaping. He didn't speak at all and stood motionless like a puppet. It was hard to imagine that the face under that hood was that of my teacher.
あ、おかえりなさい。女の子を招待するには狭くて暗い場所ですが。
Welcome back. This place is too dark and cramped to invite a girl to,
どう
but...
ぞ好きな場所でおくつろぎを。しばらく手を出す予定はありませんから。
In this game, can I burn everything the only time I will be a villain? I mean, in Eve's story, we had that happen. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. Don't worry, I don't have any plans for you just yet. The Hot must have caused the torrent by releasing a reservoir of water into the underground passage. Even though I glared at him, he spoke to me casually like a friend. Where did that current take Adolphe and Ankou? The Hot promptly responded with, the ocean.
排水経路は決まってるので、障害物とかに引っかかってなければ、今頃無傷で放り投げられてる頃かと。
The water follows a set drainage path, so as long as they didn't get caught on anything, they should be tossed out relatively safely. I see. I sighed with relief as it sounded like they wouldn't be pushed into some dangerous location. Adolphe can't swim, but I'm sure he'll be fine with Ankou around. I hope. All I could do was pray to heaven that they were safe. The young man continued to speak as he moved about while working the equipment. I was supposed to be his enemy, so I was puzzled as to why he was so unguarded around me when I wasn't even restrained. Can I ask what you're doing?
ああ、やっぱり気になります？実はこの装置も僕にとってはなかなかの力作でして。
Got your attention, did I? Not to brag, but this device is a masterpiece that I made myself. Perhaps happy that I was inquisitive, Dahat turned around and spoke with cheerful smile as if a flower had bloomed. The situation made me feel awkward, since his smile made him look no different from before, just a young and innocent boy.
で、ここをこうして、最後にこの機能をポチッと発動させると。
You see, I simply do this, and then I press this, and press the button.
アルペシェール国民を一人残らず殺すための仕掛けが発動するんです。
Oh! Oh, that's not good. Voila! The device I prepared to kill every last person in Arpachel is activated. Huh?
言ったでしょ？僕は化け物だらけの国を滅ぼすものだって。
Like I said earlier, this monstrous country will be brought to justice. Suddenly, a thundering sound that heralded the end could be heard through our Arpachel, roaring from the heart of the country. Okay, this is taking a turn.
What?
Whoa! The shock was first felt at the plaza in front of the Institute, which had still not settled down from the previous chaos. Deep underground, the earth itself shifted, causing a ripple to surface from amongst that almost knocked Hugo and the corpse to the ground. Almost, but they kept their feeding.
おいおい、ただでさえ混乱してるのに勘弁してくれよ。
Hey, hey, come on, we still gotta get the crowd to settle down. An earthquake should do that.
これ、あれか？地震？この国じゃめったに起こらないってのに。
But wasn't that an earthquake? I haven't felt one in a while.
結構強かったし、研究所が崩壊しないといいけど。
Like 5 years or so. It felt pretty strong. Sure hope the Institute doesn't come crashing down.
だな。こっちはまだアドルフたちの状況もつかめてねえんだ。これ以上の面倒事はごめん。
Yeah, we still have to figure out what's going on with Dahat. Not Dahat. Who's Dahat? With Adolphe and the others. We can't be bothered with some other. As Hugo and the corpse talked with each other, the sound of something dry cracking echoed through the area. A few meters ahead of them, near the entrance of the Institute, the ground suddenly collapsed with a roar. Each of them looked on in shock as a number of civilians fell down into a gaping hole.
おい、冗談だろ。
You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, show me the hole. I want to see the hole. They looked into the big hole spread out in front of them, supporting each other so they didn't fall. Show me the hole. They couldn't see the bottom. Not only was it extremely deep, but the fall must have killed most of them. They could vaguely hear the sounds of people groaning for help.
生存者がいる。誰か詰め所から長くて丈夫な縄持ってこい。
At the base? You guys don't live near here. That's so far away. What are you talking about? We got survivors. Someone get the heaviest, sturdiest rope we have at the back of the base.
この深さじゃ届かねえだろ。
We don't have one that'll go down that far.
だよな。悪い。俺今かなり動転してるわ。
Sorry, I don't have my head on straight. He then went deep into thought until sweat appeared on his head.
警備兵を探して呼んでこい。
Someone go get the
あい
guards.
つら全員王族どもに解雇されて暇持て余してんだろ。使えそうな道具のありかとか知ってんじゃねえか。
The guards don't care. Just gonna say it. They don't care, Hugo. Without the royal family, they must be hanging around with nothing to do. Ask them if they've got anything we can use. The corpse members nodded at Hugo's orders and quickly took action when...
その必要はありませんよ。自警団の皆さん。
That won't be necessary, valiant members of the
今から
corpse.
3秒後に生存者はみんないなくなりますから。
3 seconds from now, there'll be no survivors to rescue.
なんだと？
The hell? A screen of light appeared in the sky. The image was filled with static, but the sound of a boy's voice boomed across
そ
the
れでは
plaza.
皆さんご一緒に。3、2、1。
My thing's acting. Hang on, I gotta fix this. I can't see what you just said. In this game, can I burn? Oh, no, that wasn't it. In the. Okay, it was just the laughing. It got broken on my screen, and everything I could see was just that part. Now then, all together. 3, 2, 1. 0. A moment of silence. Soon from the newly made chasm into which the people fell, the thick, musty smell of iron blended with the pungent smell of medicine rose from the gaping hole. Hugo immediately became nauseated and covered his nose and mouth at once. He couldn't hear the sound of groaning anymore. Oh, it's glitching. We got a problem if it's glitching. The static on the image disappeared and was replaced by the image of a waterway filled with red blood. In that river, everything you say must be saved. It's the depression in your words. A mass of bodies floated along, their expressions frozen in agony. It was clear that they were the same bodies from the crowd that were in front of the corpse earlier. Some fainted from the sight, while others looked away from the horrendous image.
なんだよ。
What
ありゃ。
the hell? It's
まるで
like
死神の呪いの
the final
Not
stages
Shoujo.
of death's curse. Little did Hugo know that the image she was seeing was being displayed across all of Arpachel. Are we feeling the heart? Is this a game? The Kide family basement laboratory was no exception. All devices had been hacked to show this horrific image. Before they could head out to save Adolphe, and they hadn't even left. Tell me this happened at the same time? Liars. Before they could head out to save Adolphe and Oh, they broke this. Cirrus is the name of the character. I changed her to Leah. I'm like, who is that? Sheen and the others saw it and froze. Just sitting with some popcorn and just watching me burn every character. There's one good character in all of this, right? We all agree. It's the little girl, Nadia, who's too innocent to know any better. Each one of them stared with a frown. The image changed yet again. A transition from the tragedy that just occurred to a young man in a lab coat. The young king of Arpachel that no one knew addressed his subjects for the first
ごき
time.
げんよう。アルペシェールの愛すべき国民諸君。
Good day, beloved citizens of Arpachel.
私はクリスティーヌ女王の第一子リアム・レーブポワール。
I am Liam Revpoor, first son of the late Queen Christine.
このアルペシェールを治める本来の王位継承者として
I am the heir to the throne and the rightful ruler of Arpachel. I'm saving some main characters and one side character.
私は私欲にて民を虐げる戦王に鉄槌を暮らしに戻ってきた。
I have returned to punish the previous king who abused the people for his own greed. At the sudden appearance of the self-proclaimed king, The sudden declaration of their former king's punishment confused the people. A recording was then played of the royal family's explanation to Leah, and in the moment, the people were enraged by the crimes of the royal family and welcomed the emergence of the new young king who condemned them. The people quickly united on that front. They immediately believed that the new king would revive Reliver's technology and become their new savior. The people cheered him on as if completely forgetting about the deaths from a moment ago. The king heard the roar of happiness. This is weird because it feels like the glitches aren't happening in sync with my screen over here. It's almost creepy. A gentle smile that would entrance any soul who laid eyes upon him. How long we've been on chapter 6 mentally burning this game. We've only been here for like, I don't know, half your life? I last saved at 1729, which is 5:29, which was the start of chapter 6. So 30 minutes. See, time is just going slower for you. Like I'd save you bastards. That was all that was needed to plunge them into the depths of despair. The people stretched out their arms towards the image of Dahat as if to appeal to his sense of mercy. The reason is I hate you all, and I don't think any of you are worthy of being saved in the slightest. It's a very slow time for me. After hearing this announcement, what does everyone think? I'm sure some are mad that the royal family deceived everyone, and some might be kind enough to say my revenge is justified. The glitches are driving me crazy too. It's how you know it's not the right ending. Dahat looked down for a moment. All of you are to blame for this. He quickly looked up, showing the audience how his expression suddenly changed. My mother said that we should uncover the truth behind the curse and live as normal humans who appreciate the life. Did it. How many of you long-time relivers actually remember what my mother said? Dahat gently smiled and said that probably none of them remembered. Yet again, his expression changed as he was a different person. Voice got deeper. Dahat, did you just get older? My mother sought only the happiness of the people and worked so hard to try and make that happen. After the queen's death was made public, the people did cause a stir for a moment, but within a few months, they had all but forgotten about her existence and her goal. Dahat, can you kill the people already and give us the bad ending? I'm numb. I don't blame you. I mean, people dying in this country is an everyday occurrence, right? He went on to say that while the people were initially surprised, they probably figured the queen would return as a reliver, which was probably why everyone gave a little thought to her memory as they spent their idle days in wait. He also mentioned the possibility that most weren't interested in Revapor family to remember them all. Dahat, no village monologue. This is his second or third monologue. What saddens me more than the forgotten memory of my mother is that even the values she preached were forgotten as well.
そして情けない。
Truly pathetic. The new king looked beyond the screen with scornful
本
eyes.
当に昔からこの国の人間の少年は変わらない。
In hundreds of years, the people of this country haven't changed at
感
all.
銘を黙って受け入れ、繰り返される生を当たり前のように享受し、
All you do is accept your short lives, repeating them over and over again as if it's normal. Silently screaming.
だがいざ命が脅かされれば、他者に責任と犠牲を強いる。その生き汚さ。
Once your lives are threatened, you try to force your responsibilities onto others so that you can sacrifice their lives instead.
なんて
Truly
望ましい。
despicable. Dahat's tone of voice and the way of speech completely changed to Liam's once
リア
again.
ム・レーブ・ポワールの名のもと
As,
に、今ここに宣言しよう。
as Liam Revpoor, I will pass
死
judgment.
に堕落したお前たちを私はアルペシェール国民として認めない。救わない。
I will not recognize those who have been corrupted by death as citizens of Arpachel. You will not be saved.
私がこれから率いる国の未来にお前らのような異常者たちは一切不要。
The future of the country under my rule has no need for any more of your kind.
死を受け入れる者も死に甘える者も
To those who accept death, those who welcome
死
it,
神の代行者として今宵誰一人残さず一斉に処分する。
this is the death yet to come that Ankou was talking about. As a messenger of death, I will exterminate every last one of you tonight, once and for all.
これはお前たち国民への宣戦布告。いや、処刑宣告だ。
This is my declaration of war to all citizens. No, a declaration of your execution. At least he told everybody. That's nice. Liam then announced that the destruction of the plaza was his doing and once again showed the tragedy flowing underground.
崩落した先にあるこの水路に流れる水はリコリス・ノワージュから命がけで抽出した短命の呪いの元凶。
The waterway you see here flows with water infused with the toxins extracted from the Lycris norigi.
染色体を汚染する毒素を大量に含み効果を倍増させた薬液だ。それが今この国の地下全体に張り巡らされている。
This chemical solution doubles the effect of the toxins that contaminate the chromosomes and is spreading out underneath the
そこ
country.
に落下すれば当然一瞬にして染色体が汚染され
Falling
命が尽きることにな
Into
る。
this water will immediately contaminate a person's chromosomes and cause death.
今宵深夜0時になった瞬間
Tonight, when the clock strikes midnight,
国中に仕込んだ爆弾を起動させお前たちを私手製の冥界のおでへと叩き落とす。
I will set off the explosives throughout the country and plunge you all into the Hades of my own creation. Yay!
これから再興する新たな国には私が作り出した普通の人間だけがいればいい。
The new country I will rebuild will be inhabited only by normal humans that I will create.
私の即位をもって偽りの永遠の命がはびこる時代
From this
の
moment
終
onward,
焉を告げる。
during my reign as king, I will bring about the end of the era of false immortality.
抗う意志がある者だけが もはや替えの利かぬ命をかけて。
Only those who wish to fight your destiny may come and challenge me with what little remains of your life. And he's like, peace out. We're on this scene for 20 minutes or more. And it's your favorite one. Dahat's monologuing. He's taking a moment. He's getting revenge. He's mourning his mom. He's doing what it takes for him to feel better. In a secluded area of Arpachel, which would soon collapse into itself, a single woman watched with deadly silence as the new king's bold announcement. That's right.
なあマム、今の放送なんかやばくないか？
Say, Mother, did he just say what I think he said? Milo, you don't even have a face, okay?
チビたちも不安がってるしよ。前の時みたいに俺がアドルフたちをこっそり見つけ出してきてやろうか。
The kids are all scared now. Do you want to go sneak out and look for, like, Adolphe?
ダメよ。これ以上あなたを私の事情に巻き込めない。
No, I can't involve others in my affairs any longer.
あなたに何かあったら、亡きバランド公に顔向けができないわ。
If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to apologize enough to the late Monsieur Balland.
遠慮しないで頼れよ。
As a villain, I'm not talking at all. I will do it so quickly. Well, it's also like calling out your moves. Like, you don't let them know what's happening. Explain it in the, I don't know, the 60-page whatever you write. You don't have to worry about
事
that.
情はよくわかんねえけど、死んだ父さんからはあんたを支えろって
What was
ずっ
that?
と言われてたんだから。
I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, clip note. I'm not sure what's going on now, but my dad told me pretty much every day to support you. Cliff notes. No. The thing that Psycho's right. And they're like, here's the letter. The manifesto. Yeah, you could write it in your manifesto. You don't have to do that. You can just have a manifesto. Everything's good. It's all there. I'm not sure what's going on now, but my dad told me pretty much every day to support you. Salome looked Milo in the eyes and gave a gentle
ありが
smile.
とう、ミロ。でも、本当にいいのよ。
Thank you, Milo, but really, I'm fine.
いい加減、私も。この優しい箱庭に隠れていないで。
I have been hiding in this little garden long enough. Yeah, your son is going on a
表舞
rampage.
台に戻らないといけないわね。
It's time for me to take my true place. She disrobes and changes. Before she fell victim to her own madness, she would need to see the one who had fallen to madness before her. Salome had an important message for the young king. Ooh, I wonder what it is. Is it that your hair looks just like your dad's? Because, like, I don't know how you gave that kid that hair color. I couldn't say a single word as I watched the events that played out before me. After finishing his ruthless speech, Dahat turned off the image with a sweet smile.
ああ、すっきりした。ずっとこれが言いたくて、うずうずしてたんですよね。
I feel so much better now. Boy, I've really wanted to get that off my chest for so long.
お試し崩落の瞬間、ちゃんと見てました？
Did you see how the place crumbled during my test run?
被害者の大半は今まであなたを迫害し、最後は城に突き出したクーネの人たちですからね。
Most of the victims were people of Koen who kept blaming you and shoved you into the
鬱憤が晴
castle.
れて、だいぶすっきりしたんじゃ。
Don't you feel better now that they got what they... Of course not. You've gone insane.
狂ってる。か。ま、否定はしませんよ。
Insane? Well, I can't deny that.
ですがこれは、王族としてのけじめでもあるんです。
Still, this is my duty as the head of the royal family. The Hot took a few steps forwards and sat on the nearby chair. Duty? He directed me with his eyes to take a seat.
少しお茶を飲みながら話しましょうか。この議題は 落ち着いた状態で問答すべきことです。
Look at him. He's trying to create an environment. This is lovely. Why don't we chat over some tea? After all, this should be discussed in a calm state. I don't think I know anybody who talks as much as people in Otomi games. The hawk got 2 cups and began to pour tea into them so that he could quench his thirst after his speech. Unable to bring myself to drink the tea, I simply looked at the reddish surface reflected on my face.
さて、もうお察しかと思いますが、アルペシエル国民の撲滅こそが、僕のもう一つの目的です。理由。
Imagine if she's like, oh, sorry, I wasn't listening to you earlier. As you know by now, my other objective is to kill the people of Arpachel. Do you know why? Is it because they didn't care about the queen's teachings and didn't respect life? The hot snapped his fingers and said I was close.
正解は、世界のためです。
The answer is for the world. For the world? Was he playing with me? But the hot was looking at me in all
アルペシエル
seriousness.
は外界から遮断されてるから、あなたもピンとこないかもしれませんが。
Arpachel has been isolated from the outside world for hundreds and hundreds of years, so I don't blame you for not noticing it.
この国の価値観と技術は、世界全体から見れば、本当に危険なんですよ。
Our country's view on life and our technology is extremely dangerous to the rest of the world. Technology? You mean Reliver technology? Hiccups. Oh no. The hot nodded in response and a screen of a light appeared between us.
何も僕だって、リライバー技術を全否定してるわけじゃないんです。むしろ反対というか。
I'm not against Reliver technology at all. On the contrary, it's the complete opposite.
シアンさんはこの技術を呪いへ抵抗する時間を稼ぐために作り上げた。
Sheen developed the technology in order to buy more time for people to fight the curse.
素晴らしい英断だと思います。彼のその判断がなければ、
I think he
こ
made
の
a
国は
wise
とっくの昔
decision.
に滅んでいたでしょう。
If he hadn't done so, this country could have been finished long ago.
なので僕はシアンさんを心から尊敬していますし、国を治める者として感謝もしてる。
Which is why I fully respect Sheen from the bottom of my heart. As ruler of this country, I appreciate what he did.
でも、繰り返し飽きるほどに言いますが、リライバー技術は神の御業と呼べるほどの本当にすごい発明なんです。
I know I keep repeating myself, but Reliver technology really was an amazing invention, like a miracle from
な
God.
のにそれを生活の一部として受け入れちゃってる。閉鎖的でヤバヤバな国民性との組み合わせが最悪なんですよ。
Having the people accept it as part of the everyday life, coupled with our reclusive mentality, is the worst combination. I was starting to understand where he was going with
いいです
this.
か？アドルフさんみたいに生命の創造、禁忌と怖がる人がいないって結構深刻なんですよ。
We're in a grave situation now where no one but Adolphe really fears the process of reviving as they should. He told me to think about it for a second and then the screen changed. Hey! This looks familiar a little bit in places.
もし遠い未来、鎖国が解除されたり、死の海域の脅威が消えることで、それらの情報が外に流出してしまったら、
If we end our isolation in the future, or if the currents settle down and news of our technology leaks
リ
outside,
ライバー技術が全世界の倫理観を壊し、命を使い捨てとすることが常識になってしまうかもしれないんです。
this is POV. What happens after Asia gets a chance to just burn everything because she's so tired of this game. Reliver technology will destroy the rest of the world. Most will choose to revive into endless lives while devaluing life
シアン
itself.
さんが最も嫌うリライバーの軍事運用だって行われるかも。
Worse, people may incorporate Reliver technology into their military operations, an idea that Sheen detests. But I couldn't say that wasn't a possibility. In reality, nearly all of us had accepted Reliver technology as part of our lives, but we couldn't live without it.
もしこれが他国で突然ポンと生み出された技術なら、相応の判断が下され、近畿の技術として忌避、封印されるでしょう。
If this technology had been created in another country, perhaps it would have been judged accordingly and sealed away.
老いない体を繰り返すことで永遠に生きられますなんて銘打っても、試そうとする人はほとんど現れません。
Deep down, would anyone really be satisfied with repeating the same life over and over again out of fear of death? Yeah, but Tahat, you're missing a golden opportunity. In other countries, maybe the body doesn't rot and die 23 later. They could live forever in one Reliver body.
普
Am I
通の
missing
人
your
間
point?
はアドルフさんのように未知のものを自分で試したくないという防衛本能が働きますから。
Adolphe is an example of a normal human who knows instinctively that certain things must be viewed with caution. In contrast, the people of this
他人に
country,
気軽におすすめできるほど死ぬこととリライバー技術に慣れてしまった。
the people here recommend dying as an
大量の
option.
前例があるだけで近畿の技術への畏怖や
But
抵
people
抗
have
感
seen and
は
experienced life
一
beyond
気に
death
減ってしまいます。
and neither take
技
either
術
one
が外に
seriously.
出たが最後、うちの国民の誰かが言い出すでしょうね。
Taking our sample set and exploiting it, that the rest of the world, I'm sure you can imagine the rest. Soon, everyone might become like us. Tahat turned off the screen, satisfied that I understood the gravity of the situation.
本来レーブ・ポワール王家はそれを律し教育しなければならないところを役割を放棄するどころか悪化させた。
The Revpor family was supposed to lead the people properly, but they did that the opposite and made matters worse.
だから誰かがその責任を取らなければならない。
Which is why someone has to assume their
世
responsibilities.
界を歪ませかねない倫理観を持つ人間たちを世界に解き放たれる前に処分することで
Our citizens must be killed before any of them find their way out and corrupt the rest of the world.
母の復活がダハトの念願ならば、これはリアムとしての使命。
As Tahat, I want to revive my mother. As Liam, I want to fulfill my duties. Tahat, I think you talk more than Camille and Orty.
僕
I
が
already
大事
talked for a long time.
普通に生まれ変わった国で、普通に生まれ変わった母には幸せになってほしいものですね。
I want my mother to live happily as a normal human in a country where I've also been reborn as a normal human. He added that he was still motivated by past grudges, then gulped down the remaining tea in his cup. The weight of Tahat's words made me quiet. I knew that so much of what he was doing was wrong, but the person most concerned about the fate of this country was the same one sitting in front of me. I can't agree with your plan. Among your sacrifices are many of those dear to me. If I was going to be a sacrifice, I wanted it to be to protect them. My intention had not changed until now.
それは僕も残念ですよ。あなたの知り合いには結構まともな価値観の人が多いですから。
I'm not happy about it either. A lot of your friends share the same thoughts and sentiments as me. But Tahat continued, saying that he didn't have the time to be selective. The fact that Adolphe found his way here meant one thing. The ocean, which had prevented him from entering, wasn't as perilous as before. Perilous. There we go. Whatever threats remained on the legend of Death's curse were here must also be disappearing from the memory of other countries. In other words, there might be a third or fourth drifter, one who could survive the journey back to the other world.
なのでまあ、そこは目をつぶっていただくしかないでしょうね。もしくは。
So you see, I'm just gonna have to ask that you and everyone else just accept what's coming.
命がけでかかってこいと喧嘩を売ったので、それを買う人がいれば、もしかするかもしれませんが。
Of course, I did try to provoke the public to come and fight me, so who knows what might happen. The Hot seemed rather pleased despite what he was saying. I think Adolphe and the others will come. He was the leader of the corps, so he wouldn't allow the murder of innocent citizens without a fight. More than that, especially since I'm here, it wasn't being pompous, but a simple truth. I could no longer deny the feelings he had for me all these years, 2 years, which were why I could be sure about what I said.
期待して待ってますよ。これ以上の議論はお互いに無駄でしょうし。
23-year-old fell in love with a 16-year-old, and that just seems icky to
のん
me.
びり待ちましょうか。
I'll be waiting in anticipation. Arguing won't get us anywhere, so until someone comes, shall we just relax and wait? The Hot then clapped his hands together as if he just remembered
すみ
something.
ません。選別する時間はないと言いましたが、ちょっと例外がありまして。
Is it Nadia? I forgive you. Let's do this. We're fine. I'm sorry I said earlier that I didn't have time to be selective, but there is an
あ
exception.
なたに合わせたい人がいるんです。時間までは退屈でしょうし、話し相手になってあげてくださいな。
There's someone I'd like you to see. I'm sure it'll be boring to just wait, so why don't you two have a chat? The Hot snapped his fingers and from a door at the far end of the laboratory. A Royal Guard soldier appeared, who was probably one of his mindless genetic dolls and was pushing a single wheelchair. On the wheelchair was a certain figure sitting anxiously.
どうしてあなたがダハト君のお家に？
Leah, what are you doing in Dahat's house? Girl, what are you doing in Dahat's? I denied those feelings. No. Nadia. The figure was a delicate, sickly girl who, like Queen Christine, sought to live life as a normal human. But her genes are so bad. After being sentenced to death by Liam Brevapore, sorry, Dahat, I'm gonna burn everything, including you. Oh no. You're becoming very volatile. The people of Arpichel had become more unstable than ever. Some were in their homes, begging for Liam's forgiveness. Others were invading the Institute to reach the castle and kill him. A very few were resorting to building makeshift rafts across the ocean. This is why you shouldn't have warned them. I was thinking this. In their final hours, they were finally showing their determination to fight against death. Aw, look, they're coming together.
いざという時の合流場所を、この隠れ家に決めておいてよかったですね。
I'm so glad we made the call to set up a place where we should meet in an emergency.
ああ、俺たちがここに向かう途中で、海に放り出された二人を見つけなかったら、どうなってたことか。
Yeah, who knows what would have happened if we didn't find those two chucked out into the ocean.
アドルフが泳げないのは知ってたけど、
Mathis, I
まさ
miss
かアン
you.
クーまで同じだとは。
They're all sick now. I knew Adolphe didn't know how to swim, but I never expected Ankou to be the same. Wink, 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 wink. They're the
大
same
の大人
person.
二人が無様に溺れている姿はなかなか見ものだったな。
I have to admit, it was quite spectacular watching two grown adults flailing about together and so miserably.
あんたは高みの見物を決め込んでたか
You hate
ら
this game.
そんなことが言えるんだよ。
You're only saying that because you didn't
溺
go
れ
in the
た大
water
人を助
yourself.
けるのってかなり体力使うんだぞ。
Do you realize how draining it is to rescue drowning adults? The campfire lit in the cave was surrounded by people, most of whom were drenched in seawater. Sitting a bit away from the group was Ankou, who already introduced himself and shared the information he knew. Under normal circumstances, Mathis would be asking him questions out of curiosity, but he too was quiet. It bothered the others that the two recently rescued men were silent, but
リアム・レーブ・ポワール。この国に残った最後の王族か。
he wasn't the last
Masaka
remaining
Dahato ga.
member of the royal family until like 20 minutes ago. So that's a bit dramatic, Eves, even for you. Liam Revpoor, I never expected Dahat to be the last remaining member of the royal
狂
family.
気の沙汰としか思えねえ計画だが、まあ、この国に抱く不満は、
It's a
俺もな
crazy
んとなくわかる
plan.
わ。
I can kind of understand his frustration with the country.
僕たち、呪いとリライバー技術について、
We should have
も
given
っと
more
早
thought
く考えるべき
to the
だ
curse
っ
and
たのかも
reliver
しれません。
technology.
今更後悔しても遅
Too
いですけ
late
ど。
to regret, though. This is gonna
ダ
turn
ハトは
into
あんたの部下だったんだろ？全く正体に気づかなかったのか？
Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, he wants to kill everybody and then create a bunch of new people to live, but he doesn't want that technology to be shared, so the only way he could do that is to hide the technology he uses to make the people. You're gonna hate this game if they're the same person? Oh, they're the same person. I've been saying that this whole time. And I've been right about like 4 of my 20 guesses so far. The Hot worked under you, right? You had no idea who he was?
俺への敵意や悪意があれば即座に気づいた。
If he had had bad intentions toward me, I would have noticed immediately.
だがあいつが敵として認識しているのはあくまでこの国そのものだからな。
But his enemy in his mind was the country, not me. Look, he still doesn't button his shirt right, even after all this time.
放置したら一人の例外もなく殺されるっていうなら、まあ、乗り込むしか選択肢はねえよな。
Well, if we're all gonna bite the dust if we don't do anything, we may as well go in after him, huh?
彼女の身もいつ危険にさらされるかわからないし、すぐにでも助けてあげないと。
I'm worried that Leah's in grave danger. We need to save her as soon as possible.
ね、アドルフ。
Right, Adolphe? Right, buddy?
アドルフさん？
He's got a headache. He's fine.
アドルフ？どうしたの？どこか痛むの？
Adolphe, what's the matter? Are you hurt
い
anywhere?
や、悪い。少し考え事をしていた。
No, sorry. I was just thinking. He looked at his hands that were without a scratch. Adolphe was shaking his head in disbelief as if his mind was elsewhere. Though still unsure about his response, they continued.
ダハトに売
I
られ
got
た
a
喧嘩
headache
を
too,
買う上で、
Adolphe. That's
俺
so...
たちにはクリアすべき3つの課題がある。
There are 3 things we need to have clear before we barge in and pick a fight with the Hut. First was how to get through the maze-like underground passage to Hot's laboratory. I found it accidentally 3 times now. You guys just have to wander. Second was to prepare a fighting team to face his combat specialized genetic puppets.
そして地下通路内に流れる毒素入りの薬液を無効化する方法だ。
Third, we need to neutralize the toxins in the waterway of the underground passage.
まずその3つ目を解決しないと、1つ目も2つ目も話し合う意味ないよな。
Sounds like the third matter should be dealt with if we even want a shot at the first and second.
呪いが効かないアドルフと、人じゃないアンクーはともかく、
Apart from Adolphe, who isn't affected by the curse, and Ankou, who isn't
変
human,
異遺伝子を持ってる俺たちは、薬液に足を浸した瞬間、冥界行きだからね。
the rest of us with mutated genes will end up in Hades as soon as we step into the toxic
ジャ
water.
ンが通った時は、まだ毒素が流されていなかったんでしょうね。
I guess the toxins hadn't been added when Jean waded through it before.
毒って分かってんなら、それを無効化する特効薬とか作れたりしねえのか？あんた天才なんだろ？
But if we know it's poisonous, there's got to be some way to counteract it. You're a genius, right? Were you?
毒素への抗体もないのに無茶を言うな。
Genius or not, it's impossible without antibodies.
その件については、私の力で何とかなるだろう。
If that's what we need, perhaps I can help. That's why I eat the flowers every day. Ankou, who had his back against the wall, quietly raised his hand.
お？なんだ。死の番人の力で死んだそばから魂を肉体に戻してくれるとか？
Can the Watchman of Death revive us each time we die down there?
そんな手間のかかる儀式などする必要はないさ。
If you tell them they ought to drink your blood, I need a CG. It's something far easier than
後
that.
々、私の力を込めた霊薬を君たち全員分用意しよう。
That's close enough. I will provide each of you an elixir infused with my
それ
power.
を飲めば呪いの進行をある程度防ぐことができる。
Drink it and it will slow the effects of the curse.
本当かよ。すげえ何でもありなんだな。死の番人。
I'm just saying, like, his blood is antibodies. That's how you can drink antibodies. And me and the people from Last of Us are both confused about this, but I think that should work. Seriously, hot damn, you really can do anything, Watchman of Death. Yuz was so close. I was.
言っておくが、完璧には不可能だよ。現世にいる以上、私の力は落ちているからね。
What if I read a comic a long time ago, and at the very end of it, it turns out you're playing a video game? That was the comic. What if at the very end of this, we find out we're playing a video game, and that's why some of his stuff is redacted? Let me warn you that there is no such things as perfection. My powers are not fully manifested in this world.
その毒素とやらが私の力を上回れば、たちまち命の危機に瀕することには変わりない。
Should the toxins be stronger than my powers, then drinking the elixir will do you no good.
それでも構わないのなら。
If you are all willing to take the risk, then...
十分です。水路内で自由に行動できるだけで、状況が全く違いますから。
That should do. Being able to move through the waterways more than we can ask for now. Sheen, you're being
どう
quiet.
したんだい？シアン・ブロフィワーズ。私に何か言いたいことでも？
What seems to be the problem, Sheen? Is there something you wish to
いや
say?
特に何も。では霊薬とやらの完成を俺も楽しみに
He
してい
just
る
wants
ぞ。
to do
死の
research on
番
it.
人。
He doesn't even want to drink it. Not really. Well, we'll be looking forward to this elixir of yours, Watchman of Death. Which now left the two other issues.
通路の構造は俺が把握する。
Oh, you're right. You're
組み
two
込まれている
husbands
装
at
置をハッ
once.
キングすれば設計データの一つでも見つかるだろうからな。
I'll figure out the structure of the passage. I should be able to find the blueprints by hacking into the devices down there.
各自通信機は携帯しておけ。それと、クロード家の二人にも付き合ってもらうぞ。
Each of you will need a transmitter, and the Clyde family will be coming with me.
あ、はい。護衛としてでしょうか。精一杯頑張ります。
Okay, you mean as bodyguards, right? We'll do our best.
仕方ないな。その代わり、きっちりロザリーの居場所も探してくれよ。
Boy, we're all gonna die, Camille. Calm down. No other choice. In exchange, you better find where Rosalie is.
じゃあ、あとは、戦力の問題？
So what? Just leave the battle?
アンクーが作る霊薬の量に限りがあるなら、自警団の投入はできねえな。
If there's a limit on how many elixirs Ankou can make, we won't be able to get the corpse to join
と
us.
すると、少数精鋭での突入か。覚悟はしてたが、きついな。
Meaning it'll have to be a small group of our best. I expected that, but what a pain.
でも、それは向こうも一緒じゃない？
I already forgot, where is Lucas? Lucas was last seen coughing up blood, and convulsing. And that's the last time he's been seen. To dance! But isn't he in a similar situation to
ダハ
us?
トが用意してるというか、 カプチーノから奪った遺伝子人形だって、そう数は多くないんでしょ？
Dahot can only have so many of Capuchin's genetic puppets on his team, right? Eve spoke with a perplexed expression, remembering the mad scientist who quickly disappeared from the plaza at the institute.
でも、その数少ない遺伝子人形が模しているのって。
But the genetic puppets he has are cloned from Barreau.
リュカ先生なんだよな。最悪だわ。もう二度と戦いたくねえと思ってたのに。
That Barreau guy, or actually Lucas. This is the worst. I thought I'd never have to face him
せめて
again.
こっちにオリジナルがついてくれりゃな。
Well, you might have called Lucas into the fray. If only the real Lucas was on our side.
その先生さんは
But
今どこにいるん
Gene's
だよ。
asking the question you asked. Where is Lucas right now?
未だ行方知れずだ。オーティに再度操られているか、そのあたりでのたれ死んでいるか。
He's still missing. He's probably under Orti's control again, or maybe he dropped dead somewhere. Gene, go away.
不
Don't
吉
talk
な
to
ことは
Camille like
言わない
that.
方が、
He's just a man in love.
きっとどこかで体を休めてるんですよ。
That's not a nice thing to say. I'm sure he's just in hiding somewhere while he recuperates.
彼は正気にさえ戻ればこちらの味方なのだったね。ならば念のため彼の分の霊薬も用意しておこう。
If he regains his sanity, he will be an ally. In that case, I will prepare an elixir for him as well. Though imperfect, they managed to find solutions for their 3 issues. They then began hastily putting together an attack plan. I mean, you have until midnight. What time is it? There was a few known ways of getting into the underground passage. The Clyde family's basement, the Institute, the large drain in the ocean, where Adolphe and Ankou washed out, which they're close to. But the drain outlet was in the middle of the cliffside, too high to scale from the ocean and not close enough to descend from the top.
なら国立研究所とクロード家の屋敷から二手に分かれて突入するか。
Then we should split into 2 groups, one coming in through the Institute and the other through the mansion.
どっちからのルートがダハトの研究室に近いんだろうな。
I wonder which way is closer to Dahot's laboratory.
ダハトさんは国立研究所での生活を中心にしていましたし、
Dahot's life pretty much revolved around the
暗
Institute.
躍中の移動の手間を考えると、やっぱり研究所からのルートじゃないでしょうか。
Considering the time and effort needed to act undercover, I think it would be quicker through the Institute.
俺も同意見だ。
I agree.
じゃあ俺たちとシアン様は勝手知ったる自分の屋敷の地下から入ろうか。
Well, I know the basement like the back of my hand, so I'll lead Sheen down from there.
目的はロザリーと地図の作成だし、3人だけでいいだろう。
He just said we're worried about Rosalie later. It's a corpse, my guy. Our goal would be creating a map and finding Rosalie, so the 3 of us should suffice.
ダハトへと続く研究所からのルートには敵が多く配置されてそうだね。
The closer route to Dahot through the Institute is probably going to be heavily guarded, which meant they would need more people. They came up with a plan to have decoys distract the enemies so that the rest could defeat Dahot and rescue Leah. Nearly everyone in the group agreed that with Eve's suggestion.
よし、それじゃあ俺とイブがか乱担当で。
Alright, then Eves and I will act as bait and grab their attention.
ダハトの打倒と彼女の救助は呪いが効かねえアドルフとアンクーが。
As for facing Dahot and saving Leah, we'll have Adolphe and Ankou head down since the curse won't work on.
いや、
No.
俺がか乱に当たる。代わりにあいつの救助は。
I'll be the bait, the one who should go and save
イ
Leah
ブに任せたい。
is you, Eves.
俺？
Me? Everyone turned their attention to Eves when his name came up. I want to burn her body right in front of Jean in the salvation ending If he wants her, he needs to follow her to heaven. Parentheses hell. It's a lot of passion for one guy. Everyone turned their attention to Eves. Though the others were confused, Adolphe didn't explain further and got up to leave.
ちょっと待ってよ、アドルフ。どうしていきなり俺が。
Hold on there, Adolphe. Why me? Eves hurriedly grabbed Adolphe by the arm to try and stop him.
嫌なら無理強いはしねえよ。俺以外のやつなら誰でも。
Okay, I've already mentioned time travel like 20 times. Because the game did it first. He was experimented on. Oh my god, this is like the Flash. Hang on. He was experimented on. And that experimentation is what turns him into Ankou. And he's currently turning into Ankou right now. And that's why he's so right now. Because he's changing. He had no wounds after he came out of the tunnel. Oh my god, I'm probably right. Alright. It is revenge for Mathis. It is the fitting ending for Jean. I mean, that's the mean ending for everybody. If you don't want to do it, I won't force you. Anyone will do as long as it isn't me.
違うよ。嫌とかじゃなくて。
I'm not saying I don't want to, but
俺は彼女を迎えに行くのはアドルフの役目だと思ってたんだ。
I think you should be the one that goes and saves her, Adolphe.
ずっと君は彼女のことを守ってきたんだろ。なら今回だって。
See, he's really upset because the last time we tried to save her, she got taken away right out of his arms and he cried like unnaturally, actually, if I'm being honest. You've always been the one protecting her, right? So you should. I can't. Huh?
俺じゃ
Not me.
どうあがいてもあいつを守れねえから。お前らに頼んでるんだよ。
I'm asking you guys to go and save her because I can't protect her no matter what I do. Adolphe forced his arms out of Eve's hands.
悪い。
Dramatically. Sorry.
配置の話し合いはこれで終わりだな。外で頭を冷やしてくる。
Adpole, you're having issues right now? He's been having issues for a little while, honestly. We're done with our roles, right? I'm going out for some air.
アドルフ。
Adolphe?
やれやれ。
My oh my. Adolphe left the hideout, rubbing the wrist where his hand should have been severed by Barreau. I totally forgot that he had his hand cut off. Get your shit together. He literally did. He's got his decap. His hand was gone. It's on his body again. I totally hate this chapter. It's the last chapter. It's gonna be okay. After this, we'll be fine. As they continued their conversations, the sun set beyond the horizon. Soon night fell, and time continued to tick closer to Dahat's planned attack. Long-ass chapter. All the chapters have been at least 3 hours. We will be fine. See? That's a lovely announcement. Soon night fell. Dear God. The field. You can buy this game too, by the way. It's on the Nintendo eShop, just saying. The field of Lycris Norigis. I looked at the distant ocean from the field I visited with Leah and Laurent. Who the hell is Laurent? Oh, the horse. Oh, God. Why are you lying to me? We'll question who is fine. It's everybody. We're like a symbiote now. We're all together. We're all connected. Yeah, the horse. It took me. I totally forgot. When you have the horse for one chapter, it's easy to forget. I wasn't even sure how long it had been since that day. I forgot what my homeland looked like. I still hadn't fully accepted this country's approach to life and relivers, but just as I thought I had finally gotten used to living here, now Dahat was working to destroy what had become my second home.
女王の教え。 普通の人間としてのあり方。
The queen's teachings were on living like a normal human.
意味がわからん。
I don't get it.
ダーハとは
Where's your mom?
俺みたいなどこにでもい
Guys,
る
where's your
人間
mom?
のどこに焦がれるって言うんだ。
I miss her. I miss her so much. I'm not even sure what the hot sees in a normal person like me. Oh my god, are you... Boy, you're special. Don't feel bad. Are you feeling like a normal person for a change? Oh, look at me.
惚れた女もろくに守れない。役立たずの。
Dude, I have played so many routes. Don't worry. So many people have not been able to protect her. I'm totally useless and I can't even protect the girl I fell in love with. All this time, I had tried over and over and over again to protect her body and soul.
いつもいつもどうして俺はあいつの盾になる機会すら与えられねえんだ。
Why is it that I'm never able to be her shield?
所詮よそ者の俺はあいつの人生から弾かれる。
So what if I'm an outsider? Am I not allowed to get involved in her life? Or perhaps...
あいつの嘆きを無視して自己保身に走ってきた報いがこれか。
This is my karma for being too focused on self-preservation when I should have acted on her calls for help. If so, then it all made sense. Being Zahat's test was less painful than this. Remember, he was being tortured physically. I could still feel it. The pain from when my hand on Leah was looped off. Look at that. This is the face of a woman who knows that he's never going to have a right hand again. Plot twist. The pain of how powerless I was and the pain of knowing it was our fate to always be pulled away from each other. Each pain formed the invisible shackle around my wrist.
Adolphe.
Oh my goodness, we don't do flashbacks, so we don't need that. It's fine.
贅沢な悩みだな。
You're an idiot to wish for that? Oh, I guess. Oh, I've been born in a different country? Okay, that's fine. I was feeling more and more enraged.
普通なんていらねえよ。
I don't want it. Well, you're not normal here. Instead of living a long, peaceful life,
あいつと共に荒れる。特別が欲しかった。
I'd rather be special so I can be with Leah.
アドルフ、ここにいたんだ。
There you are, Adolphe. Hi, Eves. I've missed you. Comes running towards me out of breath.
ヒューゴとマティスが心配してたよ。
Hugo and Mathis are worried about you.
悪い。
Sorry. I looked away from Eves with my second apology.
謝罪よりも説明が欲しいかな。
Instead of an apology, how about an
どうし
explanation?
ていきなり彼女のことを俺に託そうとしたの？剣の腕はアドルフの方が上だよね。
Why are you suddenly leaving her to me? Your skills at sword fighting are better than mine.
剣の腕なんて
Skill doesn't matter.
あいつの危機に震えなければ何の意味もない。
It's meaningless if I can't even use my sword when she's in danger. There was another thought I had been holding back for a while now.
やっぱりあいつにはお前のような奴が一番ふさ
Give me
わしい
one
んだ
more
ろうな。
flashback. There's gonna be more. I've been thinking she'd just a guy like you instead. You know who else said that to Eves? Ankou.
え？
Huh? It was jealousy. Jealousy? Eves joined the corpse a few years ago. I found out that he was the kid who was burned in the fire, sorry. But it turned out he didn't have any grudges against Leah. I realized then that he was probably the person destined to be with Leah. I agree. They were made for each other. I was convinced of it and relieved at the same time. As expected, Eves became friends with Leah. He ran to her side at the first sight of danger and protected her no matter what. He never once called her death, regardless of the injuries he sustained as a result of her presence. He was a really good guy, through and through. Like the kind of hero you would read about in a story. Mathis wrote that story, by the way.
何もかも俺とは大違いだ。
You're totally different from me.
おまけにお前はリコリス・ノワージュの守護者だろ。
Wait. Pause. I screenshot so much of this guy. Hang on. I gotta figure out where he's at. No. Is it like a similar pose, but like mirror? Are they mirrors? His hands up, his hands down. It's the other side. I don't know. And you're the guardian of the Lycris Norigi, right?
なら、リコリスの化身と呼ばれるあいつを守れるのは、お前以外に。
Since she's an incarnation of the Lycrises, you're the only one who can protect her. He was the one. Just as I was about to ask him to take care of her.
怖いよ、アドルフ。
You're freaking me out, Adolphe.
アンクーといい。なんで二人揃って俺のことそんなに英雄視してるの？
Both you and Ankou, why do you see me as some kind of hero? Yves looked seriously unnerved. Huh?
いやいや、だってさ、物語の英雄のような存在って言われても。
You have to stop. I'm not some hero from a story.
そう見えるように振る舞ってるんだから、当たり前じゃないか。
I know I act like one, but it's not for noble reasons. Huh?
アドルフだって知ってるよね。俺が優しさの見返りに愛を求める傲慢な性格だってこと。
You already know, Adolphe. I'm a selfish guy who wants love in return for my kindness.
お酒を飲んでる時とか、それを前提にいつも外面だけはいいとか俺に冗談だって言うのに。
Whenever we're drinking, you always joke that my real mask is how sweet I act with everyone.
まさか今更その話を持ち出されるとは思わなかったよ。
And now you're saying you actually see me as some kind of hero? He was right. Now that he
こ
mentioned
いつ
it.
がただのお人よしじゃないのは嫌というほどよく知っていたのに。
I've known this guy long enough to know that he's not just soft-hearted do-gooder. That doesn't mean he's not a do-gooder. Yves wasn't a person blessed by fate or gifted with talent. He had gone through countless trials and struggles to survive just to live the life he had now. His physical and mental strength came from his determination to overcome every obstacle in his path. How in the world did I forget that? It's because your brain is turning into Ankou's. It was like my thoughts were being invaded by someone who looked up to Yves.
リコリスの件だって完全な偶然。まあ、捉え方によっては確かに運命だと言えるかもしれないけど。
It's fate. You two belong together. I'm saying it here. You're not even my favorite route. You were just made for her. The Lycris thing just was a complete coincidence too. I guess it depends on how you see things. It could have been fate.
それを決定づけるのって結局は最終的な関係次第じゃない？
But isn't fate something we don't fully see until we're looking back at the end? Yves continued in a serious
俺が彼
tone.
女との縁を運命だって嬉しそうに口にしたら、アドルフはそうだなって気持ちよく同意できる？
If I came to you at the start and said that my relationship with her was fate, would you have agreed with me at that?
以前なら。
The old me might have. Since the old me saw Leah as my unrequited first
じゃ
love.
あ今は
You and Lucas both. How about now? We're getting a CG. We're just getting a screen transition. What's happening? Not the CG I want. He's like, Skides. When he asked me that,
リに
of course
決まって
not. I felt like my face was on fire. Barely. That's hardly a blush. Oh, he closed his eye. That's more dramatic. Apart from Sheen and Hugo, I was supposed to be the oldest human. What the heck was I thinking? Are you talking about in your group of people? Because you are definitely at 25, not the oldest. It was time that I was honest with my feelings.
俺はあいつから告白の返事が聞きたい。
We're at the end of the world, right? The world's about to end. I get it. You're like, I want her to answer my confession. Save her fucking ass. I want her to hear my reply to my confession, and not just any reply. Oh, now you're demanding replies that are in favor. I get it. Oh, look, her facial expressions change in this perspective. I'm not reading it because it's a flashback, even if it's showing the pro tag as if she's the middle screen.
聞くならありがとうの方がいい。
If I could choose... If I could choose what she'd say, I'd want her to tell me thank you. It didn't matter how many years it took. Once the curse of death was gone, I wanted her to thank me as a normal girl.
悪い。宣言撤回していいか、イブ。
Sorry, can I take back what I said, Eves?
やっぱりあいつのことは俺が迎えに行く。
I'll go and get her Leah myself after all. The feeling I had towards her had grown. I couldn't just watch her from afar anymore. I wanted to reach out to her with love.
了解。
Got it.
そうそう。アドルフは俺と彼女の関係を運命だって言ってたけどさ。
Oh, before I forget, you said that fate brought me and her together, right?
俺から見れば、アドルフの方がよっぽどだと思うよ。
But if you ask me, I think fate brought you and her together.
俺とあいつには特別な縁なんて何もないぞ。
We don't have a special connection between us.
何もないからこそ。ゼロの確率から彼女と出会い、恋に落ちる運命を引き寄せたのがすごいんじゃないか。
You are an drifter from the outside world that doesn't die when you're prolonged standing next to her. And you don't think that's fate? Okay. That may be true, but that's not why it's amazing that fate brought you two together to fall in love with each other from scratch. That did make sense. Did it? I don't think it did. If I was being pushed away from her life as some sort of outsider. Then I would just need to pull Leah into my life instead. Leah's fate was to be with Eves or someone else. I would do whatever I could to fight that fate for the rest of my life.
待ってろ。
Wait for me, Leah. I won't be going there to stop Tahat.
告白の返事を聞くためだけにお前を救いに行く。
I'm going to save you in order to hear your reply to my confession. It's all about me. I couldn't make up a reason like I was doing this for the country. I really was just some normal guy who has a crush on a girl who's being taken hostage because her genos match the dead mom of the main antagonist. Classic love story. After making my decision, I decided to stay out a little while longer. Eves headed back into the hideout to let the others know about the change of plans. Just as he disappeared inside, a certain someone I didn't really get along with approached me.
めめし
Myself.
く悩んでいるところをイブの言葉に救われたようだね。
It seems that Eves has saved you from your pathetic, meandering mind.
もうあいつのことをリコリスの守護者とは呼ばねえのか？
You're not calling him the guardian of the Lycris anymore?
気分が変わったんだ。
Things have changed. With a simple response, Ankou moved to stand by my side. The Lycra swayed in the wind as if to welcome the new guest.
それで
And I tried to get him to talk as I kept my eyes on the Lycris.
この国の呪いの正体もあいつの性質の理由も判明したわけだが。
We now know what the curse is and what the unique trait that Leah was born with, but
約束通りあいつを今からでも普通の人間にはしないのか？
can't you just turn her into a normal human like you promised?
お前がその契約を果たせばリコリスの能力も消える。ダハとも身柄を解放するはずだ。
Tahat's not holding her hostage for that reason. If you fulfill the contract, her Lycris power should disappear, so Dahat would probably free her.
それは
You see.
まあ無理だろうな。
You can't, right?
アンク、お前はただ長生きで死にづらいだけの
You've lived this long, immortal life, but
死の番人でも何でもない人間だろ。
you're no watchman of death. You're human, aren't you? Look, here's the posing hand gesture that I was trying to see if it matched. They're doing it. They're both doing it. We looked at each other as a gust sent Lycris petals into the air.
どうしてわかったんだい？
How long have you known this?
シアンの指摘がきっかけだ。
Since Sheen brought up his question.
再確認だ、小娘。お前の正体はリコリス・ノワージュの性質を持つ
Was
科学
significantly
的に
proven
証
to
明
be death.
であれば。
同郷、あるいは魂の同胞なんて名乗ったのか。
You said you two were kindred souls, so I assume you're alike.
シアンはとうに気づいてそう言おうとしたんだろうな。
Sheen must have known your identity and was trying to say you were human. Via's powers as death came from a trait her body acquired at birth. It had nothing to do with Hades.
なるほどね。
I see.
ただ、その時は妙に引っかかる程度の認識だった。だがダハトの前でお前が初めて肉体を再生させる姿が
It was just something that I felt odd back then. But when I saw you regenerate your body in front of
あまり
Dahat,
にも凄まじかったからな。絶対に神秘的な存在じゃねえなと。
it was too gruesome to be the mystical work of a divine being. Oh, I'm so sorry that literally generating a body from nothing but a head is gross to you.
悪かったね。再生する姿が見にくくて。
This is wild to watch, so I usually just get the synopsis after. Have I been misinforming you, though? And the answer is no. This game is crazy. I apologize for regenerating so gruesomely.
私とて好きでこんな肉体になったわけではないのだが。
It's not as though I wanted to have a body like this.
ついでにもう一つ聞いていいか。
While we're at it, can I ask you another question? Oh, wait a second. I'm not going to assume.
まだ何かあるのかい？私の正体が分かったのならもういいだろう。
No. No, I don't know. Another one? You know my identity now, so what else is there to ask?
夜、姿を消すとき、不思議な術で煙やリコリスの花吹雪に紛れて消えると、あいつから聞いてたんだが。
Are you gonna make him show his magic tricks? You're so freaking rude. She told me that when you disappeared at night, you used some strange smoke or a blizzard of Lycris petals, but...
具体的にはどうやってたんだ？実は術でも何でもないんだろ。
You're looking wild, Adolphe. Those are some wild eyes. How the hell do you do it exactly? It's not some magical power, is it? Oh man, imagine this guy. He's been building up this like, I'm magical and I'm fancy. Look at this. And you're like, hey, how do you do those tricks in front of that girl that you have a crush on to make yourself look cooler? At my comment, Ankou became visibly agitated. A few seconds passed in silence as I waited for his reply.
隠れてたんだよ。
Damn it.
煙や風を巻き起こす特殊な爆薬を使い、視界を塞いだ後に、近くの建物や影に隠れていたんだよ。
I used special explosives to cause a burst of smoke in air to block her view, then I'd hide behind whatever I could find.
どうだ？これで満足か？
There! Are you satisfied now?
お前、そこまでして。
You really did all that? I was somewhat taken aback that he would go to such lengths to portray himself as the watchman of death.
そこまでしなければならない理由がこっちにはあったんだ。
Shut up. I've got my own reason for doing what I did.
死の番人などと名乗り演じることに、私がどれだけの仕打ちを抱いていたか。
What? I loved you as death. Don't do this to me. You can't imagine how embarrassing it was acting like the Watchman of Death. A human with the power of regeneration, he uses a special explosive when he needs to find a place to hide.
お前には永遠に理解できないだろうな。
It's something you'll never be able to understand.
悪い。踏み込みすぎた。
Sorry, I went too far. I was just trying to get back at him, but it seemed I struck a nerve. But now that he admitted everything, I had a feeling that there were similar weird stories behind all the strange phenomenons he caused.
彼女を騙していたことについては糾弾しないのかい？
Aren't you going to keep pestering me about how I deceived her?
お前のあいつを思う気持ちだけは嫌でも本物だと理解できるからな。
No. I would keep thinking maybe he's the drifter now, but how did he get cursed with regeneration? That seems strange. Not really. Even though I don't like it, I could tell your feelings for Leah were real.
普通の女に戻すというのも何かしらの方法があっての提案だったんだろう。
I'm guessing you actually do have a way of turning her into a normal girl like you said, right? Yeah.
ならいい。
Then it's fine.
ただし、身分を偽っていたことはあいつに謝れ。魂が同胞、死神だってことを本気で信じて気落ちしてたからな。
I thought so too, Ankou. You better apologize to her for faking your identity. You even got her thinking she was actually Death and you were her partner.
ああ、わかっているよ。
Yeah, I know.
君も彼女に伝えたいことがあるのなら、一句たりとも取りこぼさないよう気をつけたまえ。
Why are you giving him such a warning? Guy that also has a brown ribbon in his hair and he's got a brown ribbon on his wrist. And what else? Oh, they both have blue earrings. Weird, right? And you both have like reddish black outfits. Let me tell you that if you have something to say to her, make sure not to leave out a single word.
私のように後悔を抱えてからでは遅いのだから。
You don't want to miss the opportunity and end up living with regret like me. And so we finally came to an accord with one another before the final battle. Dun 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 dun. And she's got that same blue necklace on her neck, by the way. The time was 10:12 p.m. We have less than 2 hours to complete this battle. As Liam Revenport's mass execution ticked closer and closer, let me say, okay, ...
兄様は無事？兄様は今どこにいるの？
Leah, is my brother safe? Where is he? Nadia was next to me, clinging to my clothes as she desperately asked for her brother's whereabouts. This chapter is effing long. It's only been 2 hours. You're just dramatic. Actually, it hasn't even been 2 hours. It has been 2 hours. I'm done. It's Nadia. You love Nadia. Nadia must have already heard from Dahat what Lucas had done. I couldn't possibly tell her what I heard from Capuchin. There was no way. Lucas went into hiding to recover. We don't know where exactly, but what are you doing here, Nadia? Dahat responded to my question instead of the young girl in front of me.
シアンさんの殺害未遂の直後ぐらいからリュカさんを従わせる人質として連れてきたんですよ。
Not even Nadia can save my soul right now. I'm so sorry. After the attempt on Sheen's life, I brought her here with me as a hostage to keep Lucas cooperative. Hostage? Wait a minute. So then Lucas pleaded to have Nadia returned. It was from here? How dare you? Do you know how much Lucas suffered trying to save Nadia?
そんなに怒らないでくださいよ。確かに彼女の命をちらつかせて、リュカさんに命令を下してましたけど。
Come on, don't be angry. It's true that I gave orders to Lucas by threatening her life,
そ
but
の、人質以外の目的もちゃんとあったというか。
Ankou and Sheen can't save my soul too. We'll get Sheen's good ending, maybe. I don't know how bad it could be, but he's gonna be saved. You see, there's another reason I took her hostage. He looked embarrassed as he glanced over at Nadia again
ど
and
うして
again.
もナディアだけは処刑するのが嫌で、安全な場所に避難させておきたかったんです。
I don't want Nadia to get involved with those other people, so I brought her here so that she could be safe.
ナディアによからぬことを考えていたカプシーヌへの牽制をしておく必要もありましたし。
I also had to punish Capuchin too for the disgusting plans he had for her. Come to think of it, you said before that Nadia had the same view on life as the queen.
ええ。あれからどうもナディアには弱いんですよね。ナディア自身は僕と友人なんて
He's got a
もう嫌かもしれ
weakness.
ませんけど。
Ever since then, I've developed a weakness for Nadia, even though I'm sure she doesn't want to be my friend anymore.
ダハト君。
Aha!
憎んでいいんですよ、ナディア。僕は君のお兄さんを殺人鬼に仕立て上げた。
It's okay if you
すべ
hate
て
me,
の勉
Nadia.
強です。
I'm the one who turned your brother into a mass murderer.
この戦争が終わったらいくらでも罵倒を聞きます。ただ、
This war's over.
最高があるから命だけはあげられません。
Whatever abuse you give me, but I can't give you my life because I need to rebuild this country. Valid, I guess. The Hot directed the soldier with his eyes to lead her back into the safety of the room where she came from.
さて、処刑の時刻も近づいてきた頃ですし、
The time for the execution is
そ
near.
ろそろ誰か来るかな。通路全体をリアルタイムで監視できるよう
Shipping
にしてお
Nadia
か
and
ないと。
Dahat. The problem is, Dahat is 76 years old, and Nadia is 12. However, he's in a body of a 15-year-old. I wonder who's going to show up. I better get the passage ready so I can see who's coming in real time. He was going to prepare for the invaders so that he could greet them with force. How very Bella and Edward of them. Honestly, Sheen and her character is also very Bella and Edward because Sheen is 83 years old and main character is 18 years old and they fall in love too. He was going to prepare for the invaders so that he could greet them with force. The Hot stood from his seat and merely hummed a tune as he walked in front of the device. He flung off his lab coat as if to state that he was no longer a researcher but a king. You seem to be enjoying the idea that someone might come to stop you.
そりゃまあ僕も狭いとはいえ一国の王ですし、
I'm still a king, however small the country
戦
is.
争の一つでもしておいた方が箔がつくと思ったんですよね。
I figure it's highly time I get some warring experience under my belt to give me some pedigree. The Hot tapped on the stone slat with his fingers, opening screens of light around the room. Where's Mom? I want Mom back. I miss her. As the country continued to rumble from its impending doom, Adolphe and the others rushed into the underground passage to stop the new king from carrying out his mass execution. As one does.
ようこそ私が作った城へ。一つ賭けをしようか。
Welcome to my castle. Why don't we make a bet with the
Adolphe.
second drifter, Adolphe? Having drunk their elixirs, well, my bad. They made their way through the passage that the king was now calling his castle.
出たな。今日。
It's the Mad King! Hey! I could compare this to Game of Thrones. Adolphe raised his head at the voice booming through the
君
tunnel.
たちは0時の処刑を止めるべく私の元へ向かってるのだろ
You're coming for me to stop the midnight execution, right?
だがせっかくここに囚われの姫君がいるというのに何もせずぼーっとさせているのも忍びない
But what good is it to keep the princess twiddling her thumbs while she's waiting for her rescuer?
彼女には0時の処刑発動に合わせ本来の予定通り呪いの解除と母を蘇らせるための素材となっている
I will personally sacrifice her at midnight in order to lift the curse and revive my mother while everyone else is executed.
果たしてそれまでに君たちは私を打倒し彼女を奪還することができるかな
Let's see if you'll be able to overthrow me and recapture her by then. After hearing the mad proclamation, Adolphe realized that he didn't have much time left. You didn't have much time left to begin with. You entered this tunnel with 2
お前の
hours.
実験を止めればいいだけの話だろ
That's not a bet. All I have to do is get there and stop you.
本気で死者の蘇生ができるという自信があるんだね
So you're really confident that you can bring your mother back from the dead?
シアンにはできなくても私にはできるしてみせ
Even if Sheen couldn't do it, I can. I'll make it happen.
あの頃の母私を愛してくれた母この国で唯一の本物の人間として
I will
蘇らせ
revive
てみせる
the mother who loved me as the only true human in this country. The Hot then tapped his device in order to address the country once more.
母の死を悲劇の一言で片付けたこの国王族国民私は断じて認めない
I will not forgive this country, the royal family, or the citizens for easily dismissing my mother's death as a
国
tragedy.
あっての民民あっての王族ならばそのすべて母の復活の礎として捧げてくれる
A nation is its people. The people make the royal family. Every last one of you will be sacrifices for my mother's resurrection.
儚き命を生きる尊さから目を覚まし理不尽に抗うこともしなかった堕落こそこの国に救う最大の呪いである
The greatest curse that consumes this land was the indifference of those who would not fight the threat against humanity.
それでも私が間違っているというのだ正してみせろアドルフ
The only human in this country is Adolphe. If you think I'm wrong, try and stop me. His proclamation of war was the last announcement before Dahat switched it off. Hearing the challenge issued to him, everyone turned their attention to Adolphe.
ご指名だぞアドルフ
He wants you, Adolphe.
熱烈だね
He's a passionate guy.
君の悪いことを言うな俺はあいつ一筋だ
Stop trying to gross me out. I'm only going there for her.
お前も随分素直になったよな
You've become pretty honest, haven't you? Adolphe and Ankou were trying to avoid wasting their stamina as there was no telling what could happen. As expected, the Royal Guard clones were stationed across the way, but Yves and Hugo managed to cut them down quickly.
それにしてもアンクーの霊薬はすごいね本当に呪いが効かないんだ
He's blushing. Is it alcohol? I have to admit, Ankou's elixir really is something. It really is nullifying the curse.
ああ死の番人様々だななあうちにこの霊薬を下ろす気はねえか
Kudos to the Watchmen of Death. Are you planning on selling these?
死の番人はもうやめてくれアンクーでいい
Stop calling me Watchman of Death. Just call me Ankou. Ankou sent a stern glare at Adolphe, who was doing his best to hold back laughter.
それより道順はこれで合っているのかな
That aside, are you sure this is the correct direction?
もう少し待ってそろそろ向こうから突入したシアンさんから連絡が入るはず
Just a second. We should be getting a call from Sheen and the others from the other route. As if on cue, again, a voice came through the transmitter. Is it Sheen?
聞こえるか第二の漂流者とその他。
Can you hear me, second drifter crew?
今からハッキングした設計データに基づき、お前たちの現在位置を確認しつつ誘導する。
I hacked into this system, so I'll guide you based on the current
1回の案内につ
location.
き一度しか言わんからな。聞き逃した場合は自己責任で朽ち果てろ。
I only saw each direction once. If you miss any of them, you will all die.
そこは間違えても助けてやるとか頼もしいこと言う場面じゃねえの？
Can't you say something reassuring like you'll get us back on track if we get lost? Sheen disregarded Hugo's complaints and began to analyze the blueprint data, but
ほう、さすがに硬いな。俺の組んだ防犯プログラムをさらに改良したが。だ。
oh, quite secure, I see. It looks like Dahat modified the security system I engineered. Sheen only had a compact terminal to use that was connected to the system.
ダメだな。まっとうに勝負したところで処理速度で完全に敗北する。
It's no use. My terminal doesn't have the power needed to overwrite his programs.
諦めるのが早いって。あんたがどうにかしないとロザリーがどこにいるかわからないんだぞ。
Aren't you giving up too soon? You have to do something or I'll never see Rosalie again.
イブさんたちも冷薬が切れた状態でさまよったら死んでしまいます。
Eves and the other will die if they're still in there when the elixir wears off. Did he tell
わ
us
め
how
く
long
な。
this should
ク
work?
ロードその1とその2。この程度の問題想定内だ。対抗策も用意している。
Stop shouting Clyde 1 and Clyde 2. I already have a backup plan for this
何
situation.
も同じ舞台で戦ってやる義理などどこにもないからな。
After all, there's no need for me to face him at a disadvantage.
クロードその2。例の本とお前の家に伝わる翻訳書は持ってきているな。
Clyde 2, you have the translation book and the other one with you, right?
はい。シアンさんに言われて急いで屋敷から持ってきました。
Yes, I retrieved mine from home as soon as you told me to get it.
こっちがアンクーさんとイーブさんが見つけた漂流者の本の原本で。
This one here is the Drifter's original book that Ankou and Eves found, and the book was hidden in Eves' clothes on the day when Lucas killed and captured Ankou.
こっちが僕の家に伝わる翻訳書になります。
This one here is the translation manual that was passed down through the family.
この原本に書かれている漂流者の故郷の文字、訳せるな。
We're in a tunnel, sir. Is now the right time? I expect you to be able to use that to decipher the Drifter's book.
ああ、はい。少しぐらいならなんとか。翻訳書に載っていましたし。
A little bit, I guess. The characters are in the translation manual.
難しいけど面白いですよね。同じ国の言語なのにいろんな種類や読み方があって。
It's difficult, but it's interesting. It keeps using the same characters, but there's so many ways they can be read.
そうか、すべて訳せるか。さすがは本の虫の家系、実に優秀だな。
I see, so you can translate everything. I knew I could count on the family of bookworms.
違う。僕、少しって。
No, wait, I only said a little?
ならクロードその1も当然この文字を訳せるわけだな。
Very well, then have Clyde 1 help you translate the rest.
いや、最低限の教育は受けたけど、俺は別にそこまで本好きじゃないし。
You were the heir. You were supposed to take over this family. How dare you? You were too busy with prostitutes. I'm only educated up to a point. I'm not huge on reading.
できるんだな。よし。
So you can. Good.
こんなこともあろうかと小型端末をあと2つ用意しておいた。お前たちに特別に貸してやる。
I thought that would be the case. I've prepared 2 portable terminals. I'll give you special permission to borrow them.
聞けよ、人の話。なあ、俺、すげえ嫌な予感がするんだけど。
Listen when people talk. Jeez, I have a bad feeling about this.
これを使って僕たちは
So what should we do
何
with
をすれば。
these? I'm curious. The curious homunculus asked with a growing sense of unease, at which point Sheen responded with a smile like a demon. What?
それでは今から
What I want from you now is...
この本の内容をすべて訳し、記されている文字のあらゆる意味と文法も添えて、絶えず俺の端末に送れ。
To translate everything inside that book with notes on technical definitions and use, and send them all to me in real time.
ノルマは1秒につき3文字または1単語以上。1秒の休憩も一瞬の瞬きも許さん。
I want
本
at
の
least
主の家系の意地を見せてみろ。
one word translated per second with no resting in between. Show me what you were made of, bookworms. Dear God. The device was connected to the intricate passage stretching across Arpichel. Its security was built by Dahat, the former direct report of Sheen Brophy. Now he was known as Liam Revapor. However, Dahat was busy managing not only the system, but also the series of bombs to be detonated at midnight. The personnel he entrusted with guarding the data he developed was hiding in a distant location. Interesting.
おのれ、ダート。私を追放したあの半端者が。
I figured you'd have this reaction when you
死者の
found
集体
out.
だったとは。
Damn you, Dahat. The kid who exiled me from the Institute was my supporter all along.
しかも、処刑とはなんだ。あんなめちゃくちゃな計画、私は何も聞いていないぞ。
You splice people's genes together and create abominations. I don't know if you can speak for this. He's gonna execute everyone. I'd never heard of such a mad plan in my life. Lycra's princess, along with Nadia and his collection, were all taken hostage. As such, Capuchin had no other choice but to follow Dahat's orders. As Dahat expected, a certain someone had been attempting to crack his system. A process where a person illegally destroys or modifies digital systems. But the program that Dahat developed was built in a way that it made it easy for Capuchin to prevent the breach.
リュカを捨てたのは失敗だった。奴さえいれば、拠点に赴いて、ナディアたちを奪還できたものを。
It was my fault for getting rid of Lucas. If only I had him, I could go in and retrieve both Nadia and my collection. He bit his lip with frustration as he continued to think of a way to get back at Dahat when suddenly there was another attempt to crack into the system from the same terminal. Dismayed that his opponent would not give up, Capuchin deployed the defense program to stop them. What?
なんだこのめちゃくちゃな言語。見たことも聞いたこともないぞ。
What is this nonsensical language? I've never seen it before. Could it be?
同じシステムプログラムでは処理速度で負けるから。
Using the same program is futile since the speed is faster on my side,
全
but
く違う言語でシステムそのものをゼロから新たに開発している。
they've actually developed a new system from scratch using a different language. Without any way to stop the breach, he could only watch as data was extracted and he was kicked out of the system. There was only one person who was able to accomplish such a feat. Sheen Brophy. Yeah. Knew it.
なんだ、組んだのはダハトでも操ってるのは別人。三流のようだな。
What a letdown. Dahat may have created the system, but the person moderating it is a third-rate programmer. He didn't know who it was, but he didn't care.
この国の王はあいつでも、この国の技術の王は俺だけだ。
You may be the king of this country, but I'm the king of technology.
さあ、ひざまずけ。
Now kneel before me. The systems sector managed by Dahat was divided from the rest, so Sheen's new program could take control of it, but he was able to locate where the third-rate programmer was. Sheen took over the devices they were moderating and caused a portion of them to explode using his program.
こんなものか。
That was easy. This programmer had likely been reduced to ashes from the explosion.
終わった。
It's over.
バッカじゃねえの？漂流者の故郷の文字。
Curse the stupid language from the Drifter's homeland. There were 3 types of characters, and each were read differently, with some characters processing multiple meanings. Sheen's head was about to explode from the overload as he yelled in frustration at Sheen's unreasonable demands.
シアンさん、ロザリーさんの遺体の保管場所はわかりましたか？
Have you discovered where they're keeping Rosalie's body?
今送る。
I'll send it now.
少し遠いですね。早く迎えに行ってあげよう。じゃん。
It's pretty far away. Let's go and get it, Jean.
はあ？お前も来るのか？
You're coming too?
うん。一人で行ってもカプセルが重くて運べないと思うから。
I think you'll need help carrying her capsule in.
女の人がずっとこんな場所に一人でいたなんて。
She's dead, guys.
寂しいだろうな。
Y'all are both in some weird denial here. That's a corpse. She's not lonely. I just thought it must be lonely for a girl to be left alone like this for so long.
それにロザリーさんは僕が生まれるきっかけになった人だからなおさら助けたい。
Rosalie's the very reason I was born, so I want to help her too.
無事に取り返せたら暖かいところ連れて行ってあげたいね。
Once we find her, let's take her someplace warm. It's a little cold in here. As he listened to those words, the image of his beloved Rosalie sleeping in a cold capsule flashed through Jean's mind. He had spent so much time thinking about reviving his beloved with the same memories and appearance of her past. But after Capuchin took her away, he finally realized how important it was that he would be near Rosalie herself, as she currently was. And now this artificially made patchwork ragdoll of a young brother voiced concerns about how lonely and cold Rosalie must be, with a thoughtfulness for her that even Jean hadn't considered before, which is why he was frustrated and...
なんでいきなり叩くの？
Why did you hit me?
俺のロザリーのことを知ったような顔して語るな。出来損ないのホムンクルス。
Don't talk about Rosalie like you knew her, you failed homunculus.
俺のロザリーはな、この程度のことでメソメソ泣いたりしない。
Can I
世界で一
burn her
番
body
芯
right
の
in front of
強い
Jean?
女なんだよ。
It would be warmer. My Rosalie is the strongest woman in the world and would never cry over something like this. At the same time, he was proud of him.
ほら、行くぞ。迎えに行く道すがら、ロザリーがどれだけいい女だったか徹底的に教えてやる。
Let's go. I'll tell you everything you need to know so that you can really understand how amazing Rosalie is. Okay, I forgive you for murdering dozens of prostitutes now. That's what it sounds like to me. An artificially created life, a simple test subject that was created to bring someone else back to life. I hate this game. Why would you hate this game? I think you're not giving it the right... Like, look, forgiveness. His life and his memories he thought were his own. His affection for his brother and his hatred for losing him. Every piece of Mathis was a patchwork of memories that were cobbled together from other people. He learned this startling truth recently and was coming to terms with his own existence. That night, after learning the truth, he shut himself away in his room and cried.
愛しい子。泣くのは大切なお友達を助けてからにしなさい。
Is this mother? What is my mother doing here? Sweetheart, you should save your tears for after you rescue your dear
頑
friend.
張って。今のあなたならきっと一人で歩ける。
You totally... This is the truest route. I don't know what you mean. Do your best. I'm sure you can walk on your own
だって
now.
あなたは
After all,
人一倍強気な私と人一倍前向きな彼の
oh wait, is he hearing not Camille? Gosh. I will never accept this trash route. First off, whoa. It's the honest route. Everyone gets a little bit of time. You are strong as I am and as determined as he is, our dear. He heard a voice in his mind gently encouraging him and seemed to feel an existence embracing him from behind. Honest trash route. Which was why Mathis was able to stand up despite his sorrow and walk on his own 2 feet. Sheen was now alone and was beginning his final steps in ensuring that the program he hacked into would never be breached.
つまらん。ダハトが相手であれば少しは手応えがあったという。
You're saying some terrible things, you know, Sheen. The game's not over, even if you're showing your bare chest almost. This is boring. I was expecting more of a fight from Dahat.
俺が
I wonder.
呪いへ無意識に逃げの手を打っていなければ、お前のたどる末路も少しは変わったか。
In a different route, you do think about this more. Perhaps my future might have been different if I hadn't subconsciously tried to escape the curse. According to a certain killer, I had a feeling that you'd pin that message. Oh, which one? I can't see the pin. Honest trash route. That's not enticing. No one's gonna stay around for that. According to a certain killer.
俺とお前が組めばどんな奇跡だろうが起こせたらしいからな。
Working with Dahat might have led to a miracles beyond imagination. That aside,
ダハトがあの女の息子。確かに比べてみればよく似ている。
Dahat, that woman's son, I suppose I do see the resemblance.
こ
It's
の
the
厄介
eyes,
なすれ
right?
違い。どうしたものか。
It's gonna be a pain trying to fix them. But you do plan on fixing them. Oh no. A number of figures surrounded Sheen as he turned his back to the stone slab. They were hollow, genetic puppets from which the emotion of fear had been removed. Sheen wasn't very emotional himself, yet he didn't feel much affinity for them. Instead of bracing himself for battle, Sheen simply massaged his shoulders as he left the area. Suddenly, the clones began their siege, coming to him all at once.
だがそれとこれとは別問題だ。
But that's a different
俺の
story.
研究所を乗っ取ったお前には仕置きをしなければ気が済まんのでな。
I need to teach you a lesson for taking over my research facility. He turned around and with a bold voice no different from the young kings proclaimed,
リアム・レーブ・ポワール。本来お前に仕えるはずだった中堅で、その目論見を潰してやろ
う。Some webtoon already pissed me off, and now this red is pissing me off even more. You have a list of like over 100 Otomi stories. You can find... There's gotta be one. Liam Revpor, I will turn your loyal dogs against you and crush your plans. He tossed into the air a vial filled with an elixir he received from the Watchman of Death. It disappeared in midair, and in the next moment, a large cape spread across the air. From behind descended the greatest weapon to guard him. Wait, what
う。
the
薬は
hell?
すべて抜けたな。契約通り、今からお前の主人は俺だ。
The drug's effects have worn off. I assume, as per our agreement, I am now your master.
俺の研究を邪魔するうぞうむぞうをことごとくなぎ払え。
Go and annihilate those grunts that are trying to get in the way of my research.
この命令を聞くのなら、俺はダハと抜きでもお前の妹に奇跡を起こしてやる。
I'll erase my memories of this route. What are you, the Men in Black? When did that happen? Obey my command and I'll perform a miracle on your young sister without the need for Dahat. Hearing the command, the killer responded by tightening his grip on his weapon.
悪魔と呼んでいた男に付き従う時が来るとは。
It's happening now. Ah, Shri, see, this is literally why Adolphe doesn't know who Ankou is. See, you erased your memory and now you're making the same mistake. Maybe you've already watched this story a few times, thought it was going to be different this time, watched it again, erased your memory. You're in a cycle now. I will write a note to myself. This isn't Memento. You can't get out of this. To think I would ever decide to serve the man I once called a demon. I suppose this is another trial given to me by God. Lucas, you talk too slow. No, this is because of the path I chose. Not by relying on God. This time I have brought my fate into my own hands. I would never let go of this opportunity. You don't even know. My eyes see clearly now. These are like the Thanos rings in these books. I will wield the powers handed down from the east to deliver those I must protect to salvation. Wink, 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 wink. Now, step forward to accept death. Let us begin. How many Barreau clones is he fighting? That's... Follow the instructions from Sheen. They continued through the hordes of clones. Yves and Hugo cut away at the mindless genetic copies of the Royal Guard and the Institute's security forces. Adolphe sewed through the opening and continued through the passage. How would you know? We're making good progress. Not like you're doing anything. We can't let our guard down. I smell something fishy from how weak our enemies are so far. If this is the right way, he should be showing up soon. Yeah. His words became reality. Is it Barreau? One of the clones on their familiar teacher leapt out of the corner and struck Adolphe.
Adolphe!
Adolphe! He was able to somehow block the attack, but... Get away from him. He's just gonna chase after me. Damn it, my shoulder. Either his shoulder would give or his bones would break. Another note to myself, burn the game or don't buy it. What? You can't say that. That's so mean. You get cards when you buy it. I showed them on my first stream. Look how cute these are. You won't get these if you don't buy it. Then what? Then you won't have these cute cards. And then you can burn the cards. Either his shoulder would give or his bones would break. I will burn Adolphe and Lucas. That's so mean. Adolphe is doing his best right now. But neither happened, as his powerful kick struck the Barreau clone from the side and knocked him against the wall. The clone crashed against it and slowly collapsed to the floor. Thank goodness, I'm so glad he's lighter than I thought. Adolphe got a hard name for me to spell. I know. You're a lifesaver. No problem at all, but I think it's too early to be thanking me. It looks like another one's coming for us. I wonder how many are waiting for us. This again, it goes back to, I don't know, like the dogs in Stranger Things Season 2. Like, all of a sudden there's a bunch of Barreaus. They describe Barreau as killing, like, bunches of people with no effort whatsoever. I don't care if these guys are trained. He killed tons of royal guards in, like, a sweep motion. These clones are just as strong, and somehow they're holding their own every single time. We got our hands full with just one, so now we're gonna be able to handle two.
挟まれたら終わりだ。なんとかして巻くぞ。
It's over if they corner us. We need to get going. Looks correct to me. Yeah, totally. Everybody almost died when we fought one. Now we have two. We're gonna make it. Everyone agreed that they needed to escape. They were being dragged by the water beneath, while Barreau quickly leapt from wall to wall as he approached them, because he's a spider monkey. Eves stepped forward to take the first strike from the assailant. He looked back, knowing that the blow would be coming in a few seconds. He then stopped in his tracks and in a moment turned around and headed back the other way. Eves? Eves quickly ran between Adolphe and Ankou, who were looking on in surprise.
運命、頑張って引き寄せてきなよ。
Go and get fate on your side.
アンクーも好きな人に求婚する前に死んじゃダメだよ。
You too, Ankou. You better not die before you ask your beloved's hands in marriage. Oh, he gave a bold smile to urge the two of them to go ahead. Sensing Eve's determination as he ran past them, two of them nodded and ran to the laboratory while praying for their friend's safety. Lucas Clone was like, oh my. Using his momentum, Eves quickly struck Barreau with all his might. Barreau knocked Eves into the air, where he flipped a few times before landing in the water. When he managed to get back to his feet, he felt someone's back flat against his.
あれ、アドルフたちと一緒に行かなくてよかったの？
I thought you were going to go back with Adolphe and Ankou. Is this Hugo? Hugo would
相棒を
never.
残していくわけねえだろ。お前が
Yeah.
いつもみたいに無茶しないよ。俺
I'm
が見張
not
ってねえと
leaving
な。
my partner. Wink, 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 wink. After all, it's my job to make sure you don't do anything stupid.
そっか。
I see.
何ニヤニヤしてんだよ。
What are you smiling about?
いや、ほら、
Be
最近
careful,
俺たち
Hugo.
別行動が多かったから、
Don't look at him too
一
intensely.
緒
Your
に
heart
戦う
might
のも久しぶ
explode.
りだなって。
Just been working separately for a while. It feels nice to fight alongside you
う
again.
ん。やっぱり君が背中を守ってくれると、温かくて安心する。
I feel happy and reassured when you've got my back like
やっ
this.
ぱり俺には、ヒューゴがいないとダメだな。
The hot and Nadia? I don't know if they need fan art. That seems like a cursed image. Guess I really will be lonely without you, Hugo. Okay. You smiled innocently as if they weren't in any danger at all. Hugo suddenly fell to his knees as an intense pain surged through his chest. I was joking that his heart would break and he would die.
どうしたの、ヒューゴ？まさかアンクーの霊薬の効果が。
What's wrong, Hugo? Did Ankou's elixir wear off?
いや、そうじゃなくて。
No, that's not it.
マジか。この痛み、もしかしなくても、あ
Oh
れ
my god.
だよな。
Hugo confirmed in love with Eves. Damn it, this pain does it. Don't tell me. It has to be bad.
ああ、やっぱそうか。そういうことなのか。
Gonna die like MC's parents. I knew it, so that's what it is.
これから俺にどうしろってんだ。普通じゃねえだろ、こんなの。
The hell am I supposed to do? Now's not the time for this. He's not even
Hugo.
backed up, bro.
本当に大丈夫？
Sure. Oh wait, I think most of the machines are broken anyways. You're sure you're all right?
大丈夫じゃねえが。大丈夫だよ。死にたくねえし、とっとと終わらせて。
Hugo's
シ
like,
アン
I'm
さんに見て
gonna
もらうわ。
blindfold myself. I'm not all right, but I am all right. I don't want to die, so let's hurry and get this over with. I'll get Sheen to check me out.
この騒ぎのせいで、クルーンも休業状態になって長いしよ。
We've kept Karoon closed for a good while since we started this,
早く
but
戻って、いい加減営業再開と行こうぜ。相棒
it's about time we get to the shop back up and running, partner.
よくわからないけど、了解。後のことは考えずに全力でやろう。
Not sure what just happened, but let's go. We can take care of the rest once we get through this partner. Yves raised his voice, knowing that Dahat was probably watching them now. He was set on making sure the friendship between his ancestor and the immortal death didn't come to an end.
俺は始まりの漂流者の末裔イブ・ノワージュ。
Why is his hand blue? Has he been wearing a glove this whole time and I don't know? Why is there a glove on one hand? I'm Yves Noraji, descendant of the drifter who started it
ニコリ
all.
ス・ノワージュの最後の守護者としてリアム・レーブ・ポワール陛下に宣戦布告を申し上げる。
As the last guardian of the Lycoris Norigi, I declare war on His Majesty Liam Revapor.
あなたにいかなる理由や信念があろうと
Whatever your motivations, whatever your beliefs.
誰に知られずとも
Looks like
け
his
なげに
hand's
この
fading
国
out.
を救い続けてきた。
The shirt to hand are the same color. Ah, I see what you're saying. The sleeve isn't as bright. Ah, weird. They've done some weird shading in this sometimes. I cannot let you trample upon the black lycris that have been saving this
思い出
country.
の黒き彼岸の花を惨劇のために利用することは断じて許さない。
I will not forgive you for misusing the black flowers of my memories for the sake of tragedy. Word. As if in response to his declaration, more clones with superhuman genes appeared to lay siege against Yves and Hugo. Did they die? Are they dead? Oh, hey, we got another angle in this room. No, they just zoomed in closer. I was forced inside an hourglass-shaped device without any explanation from Dahat. I wasn't sure. Oh, ooh, it's the liquid's gonna. It's fine. Midnight's gonna come. I wasn't sure whether it was out of courtesy or spite, but moving images of everyone taking action against this country's demise was displayed around me. Once the clock struck midnight, the country as we knew it, as well as our lives, would come to an end. I can't imagine Queen Christine wanting to deliver people to salvation like this. Suddenly, a certain thought came to mind. Dahat. I called out to Dahat, who was making the final adjustments to exact and genetically modify the traits I shared with the Lycris. Ever since I got to meet you and Ankou and everyone else, I've been having this strange dream as if I'm living in a different person's life. I know it sounds strange, but could my dream be memories from Queen Christine's genes? He's like, what? I hadn't seen Dahat this flustered since before he revealed his identity. He then began to speak slowly as if trying to recall the memories he shared with his mother in the
間
past.
違いなくそれは僕の母の記憶ですね。
I'm sure those dreams do come from my mother's memories. I thought so. I tried to get even more information. She wasn't really how she looked. What? She wasn't really how she looked. I guess you can say she kept up appearances as needed. I didn't know the queen could look and act so differently when she was focused on being a mother. The hatred she felt towards the curse causing people's suffering was especially
なん
intense.
と言いますか。優しいけど誤解されやすい人だったんです。性格もちょっと極端というか。
How can I say this? She was kind-hearted but easily misunderstood. Her personality did reach some extremes at times.
何かに夢中になったり真剣になると、口調や表情が冷酷な雰囲気に表変するので、二重人格だって疑われたり。
You mean like you, Dahat / I forgot it, Liam? People suspected she had a split personality disorder because of the way she changed so drastically when she was focused or serious. He also said that she was overly
お
protective.
城から脱走して外に遊びに行ったりしたら、部屋から1週間は出してもらえなかったんですよ。
I once escaped the castle to go out and play, but when she caught me, she locked me in my room for a full week.
あと、間も悪かったな。
She wasn't the lucky type
良
either.
かれと思ってやったことが、 性格も相まって空回りして、何か悪事を企んでると誤解されたり。
She would do things thinking they were for the best, but things would go sideways and be misinterpreted as being evil. I wonder whether Dahat modified his own memory bank. He spoke about his mother with sincere happiness and the kind of love that should have gone missing when he became a reliver. Dahat, the queen you described, sounds like a very kind and noble person. Somehow I don't know that she would agree with what you're planning. I think if she knew about it, it would make her very unhappy. Knowing that, do you still want to revive the Queen Christine with the same personality and
会いたいで
memories?
すよ。今すぐにでも。
Of course I do, as soon as possible.
僕、あの人が殺されてしまった時は子供だったから。苦しむ母様に何も言ってあげることができなくて。
She was murdered when I was still a kid, so there wasn't much I could do for her back then when she was going through it all. That was why he wanted to talk to her
あ
again.
の時は助けられなくてごめんなさい。
I wanted to tell her that I was sorry that I wasn't able to help her at all.
今度こそ僕が母様を守るから、一緒に普通になったこの国を支えてほしい。
This time I'll protect her and ask her to help me support this country once it becomes normal. No matter how much she hated him for what he had done, even if she disowned him and said he was no longer her child, he would accept that as part of the normal human emotion she had always wanted to keep. Dahat spoke in a quiet voice. I see. The mad king in front of me was planning a massacre, yet I couldn't blame him for how much he loved his
そういう
mother.
あなたは僕に蘇らせたい理由を聞くなら、生きたい理由を聞いてもいいですよね。
What about you? If you're going to ask me why I want to revive her, can I ask you why you want to live? Well, I stopped for a moment. It made no sense for me to hide my feelings in front of this young man. The reason why I'm not just killing myself to thwart your plans isn't necessarily because I want to live. It's because I want to see Adolphe. I want to see him and tell him my answer to his confession. Oh, good, you two are on the same page then. The very thought was the only thing keeping me alive. I was indecisive in general, but that was the strongest desire in my heart. I can't do that if I die, which is why I'm cooperating with your orders. At first, Dahat seemed astonished by my comment, but he quickly followed it with a chuckle.
いいですね。僕もあなたがお返事する光景、見てみたいです。
Nice, I'd love to see you give your reply too. It was a laughter that came from innocence and curiosity. But the smirk quickly disappeared when he heard a dull sound from the screen monitors monitoring the passages. I quickly looked forward. I quickly looked towards the... No, this is wrong. Okay, I quickly looked towards the two CEs fighting and taking down the genetic puppets, and the original Lucas mowing down his own clones elsewhere. Lucas! Thank goodness he's alive. I was sure he was heading here to save Nadia, as I no longer saw any madness in his eyes.
ああ、せっかく用意した部隊やシステムを次々破ってくれちゃって。
Ah, there goes all the soldiers and systems
や
I
っぱり
prepared.
練習と実践は違うな。研究所の部隊式で少しは勉強できたと思うんだけど。
I guess practice can only go so far, and here I thought I knew a little after leading the Institute's forces.
相手が規格外すぎるっていうのもあるんですけど。
I have an excuse since I'm facing opponents well above the norm. The 4 books left behind by the Drifter. 4 normal humans inherited each one. Dahat must not have expected them to all come together to prevent the country's collapse. How do you know that?
皆さんだけでもなかなか手強いのに、ここでリュカさんを出してくるのはずるいですよね。
It's not fair for Lucas to jump in when the rest are already formidable on their own. I didn't respond, though it sounded like he was trying to get me to agree. If you think you're going to lose, may I suggest that you give up and surrender?
いいえ、まだまだ勝負はこれからです。
No. As they say, the battle's just begun.
相手が強すぎるって言うなら、 動けないほど衰弱させちゃえばいいわけですから。
If they're too strong, then I'll just need to weaken them to the point that they can't move. Huh? Suddenly, Dahat began to move his hands across the largest screen in front of him. The screen of light displayed ominous words that all indicated danger. It was as if the system he was controlling was trying to give him fair warning about whether or not he wished to continue. But the king disregarded the warning and gave a simple response to the screen.
無論、
Of course. The king ignored it and pounded the screen with his
これは
fist.
戦争。勝つためなら、手段は選んでいられない。
This is war and I will win by any means necessary.
あちらが命を賭しているのなら、こちらも全力で迎え撃つのが礼儀というもの。
They're risking their lives to come here, so it's only proper that I face them with everything I have. The last sound of warnings faded away. An image of a lycris appeared. Next, a small map of the underground passage appeared, and the lycris's image snapped at the stem, seeping liquid. The screen of light made it easy to tell what the simple image was depicting: a snapping lycris, liquid from its stem. When he said he was going to weaken them, he meant, stop!
もう遅い。
Too late.
追加した毒素の濃度は3倍。果たして何人呪いから生き残れるかな？
I tripled the level of the toxins. I wonder how many will actually survive the curse. The representative of death was determined to reap the lives of the intruders. He raised his sharpened scythe high into the air. Slowly, the intensity of the drug in the water at Eve's feet strengthened. In the next moment, the passage turned into a death trap for both enemies and allies. That's normal. That's normal. What the hell? Oh no, don't fall in the water. It's worse. It's worse in there.
苦しい。息ができない。
I can't breathe.
冷薬が切れたのか。いや、これは。
Sorry, I couldn't understand. Gene, say that again. The elixir wore off? No, this is.
また毒素を水路に流し込んだか。この短期間でどれだけのリコリスを採取したんだ、あいつは。
He added more toxins to the water. I'm surprised he was able to gather so many lycrises.
俺は肺を強化しているからまだ余裕があるが。
That's right, he's got the strengthened lungs. I can still bear this because my lungs are strengthened, but...
寿命が迫っているこいつはまずいな。今この瞬間に死んでもおかしくない。
He was already on the cusp of death to begin with. I wouldn't be surprised if he died any minute now. Sheen quickly carried Lucas, who was about to fall into toxic water, then took out his transmitter.
聞こえるか？全員撤退しろ。
Can you hear me? Everyone evacuate
今
now.
各現在位置から最も近い出口を見つけてやるから、どうにか自力でたどり着け。
I'll find the closest exit located near each of you, so do what you can to make your escape.
ああ、いや。俺としたことが指示を間違えた。
No, wait, disregard what I said.
全員は撤退しなくていい。
Not everyone needs to escape.
ダハトとの決着は、奴がご出身の宿敵に任せる。
I will leave Dahat's nemesis to handle things.
だそうだよ。ただの脇役から随分と出世したじゃないか。
You heard him. Sounds like you've come a long way from a supporting role. Adolphe continued on his way, saying that he didn't care.
だが、何にせよ、ダハトとの激突は避けられないだろうな。
Well, this means that there's no way we can avoid fighting Dahat anymore.
あいつが説得に応じて、計画をやめる首相な姿なんて、かけらも想像できねえ。
I can't imagine he's willing to stop and be talked at what he's doing at this point.
同感だ。いや、むしろ油断していたらこちらが説得されるだろう。
I agree. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to persuade you into joining his side
彼
somehow.
は正真正銘王の器だ。それも言葉に長けたね。
He's got a way with words just like a true king.
やっていることは狂気そのものだというのに、彼を糾弾する声は妙に少ないだろう。
Despite how insane his plans are, don't you think it's strange how the public didn't denounce him? They're too busy getting prepared to die.
そういえば。
Now that you mention it. They voiced their disagreement somehow, but many of them were asking for forgiveness. Only those who wanted to stop his plan had actually entered the passage.
人の心を揺さぶり、引きつける力があるんだよ、彼には。
He has a power to sway people and draw them to his
別の国
side.
の王として生まれていたら、間違いなく歴史に名を残す名君か暴君になっていただろうね。
If he had been born somewhere else, he would have either gone down in history as a great king or a tyrant.
そんな男があんなにも普通にこだわるとは、なんとも皮肉な話だな。
It's ironic that a guy like him would be so obsessed with normalcy. As they spoke, Ankou picked up a weapon from one of the fallen clones that had died from the toxins.
ここから先は別行動といこ
We should separate
う。
here.
あの強王は、ろくな戦闘手段や能力を持っていないが、
The insane king isn't a threat when it comes to battle, but
何かしら策や切り札は用意しているだろう。なのでしばらく身を隠し、君が苦戦する場合は隙をついて手助けに入る。
he probably has something up his sleeve, so if I'll go into hiding, if things don't go as planned, I'll jump in to help.
異論はないが、どこに潜むつもりだ。研究室の入り口は一つしかないぞ。
That's fine, but where do you plan on hiding? There's only one way into the laboratory.
無論、君と一緒に。
With you, of course.
は
ぁ? Ankou whispered a plan into Adolphe's ear with a suspicious smile.
お前、正気か？
Have you lost your mind?
正気などとっくの昔に失っている。だからこその作戦だ。
I lost my mind a long time ago. Cause he's the Cheshire Cat! Which is why I suggest this.
だが。
But
何？君がうまくやれば私が体を張る必要はなくなる。せいぜい楽をさせておくれよ。
if you can handle the situation yourself, all the better. Do your very best so that I don't have to get it. Got it? Sorry. He paused for a moment to think. But with no other idea, Adolphe quietly nodded and accepted Ankou's plan.
ちょうどだ。お前が来る頃には何も
And
かも
see,
終
when he
わらせてお
smiles
いて
like
や
that,
る。
his eyes look like Ankou's a little bit. His mouth's a little bit high, though. I'll do my best to end it quickly so that I won't need your help. The time was 11:32. You guys are taking your time. Minutes away from execution, as the rest made a hasty escape from the muddy waters of Hades up to the surface, a single soul made it to the laboratory in time. The entrance to the laboratory was guarded, but the clone in royal guard armor was slain and his head tossed into the center of the room. Did I mention that I truly hate this game? I don't think you have. I don't believe you have said that before. The person who stepped in after it was Adolphe?
無事か?
Are you okay? Yeah, at least for now. Adolphe breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that I wasn't injured inside the capsule. He roughly dried the sweat from his forehead.
お望み通り来てやったぞ。ダート!
I'm here like you wanted, Dahat.
有言実行お見事。この国では普通の人間こそが最強なんだと。
Huh, did you? I didn't mention it. Really? Hold on for a second. Right on time. Excellent. Seeing you here makes me realize that a normal person is the strongest in this country. I hate this game. Is that an uwu face? That's adorable. It's very small for me. Dahat, standing at the center of the room, clapped his hand to welcome him.
普通とうるさい。お前はそれしか言えねえのか。
It's just like, I hate this game. Shut up about all the normal crap. Is that all you can say?
俺のこの体も性格もマムやそいつと一緒に暮らしながら自分で作り上げたもんだ。
Yeah, talk about mother more. Maybe he'll recognize it's his mom. I'm the one who made myself what I am along with her and mother.
それを外界の人間だからの一言で片付けるんじゃねえよ。腹が立つ。
Don't dismiss me, don't dismiss it all as something from the outside world. It pisses me off.
言っておくが、俺はお前の信念や使命や願望なんて心底どうでもいい。
Let me tell you something. I don't give a damn about your beliefs, your mission, or your desires. Sorry, you two, but you will hear my complaints until we get to the salvation endings, and maybe even more after that. You don't know. You already established that just because you're saved doesn't mean it's a good ending.
ついでに言うと、このアルペシェールもな。
I don't care about Arpachel. Huh? Adolphe sighed.
お前を死神と責め立てるこの国と国民を何度恨み、大切な奴ら以外は滅んでしまえと思ったか。
When everyone called you death, there were countless times that I wished everyone would disappear except for those I cared about.
もし人質に取られたのがお前じゃなくて他の心ない住人たちだったら、
If you weren't taken hostage and it was one of those heartless citizens,
大切な奴らだけを連れて一か八か海に出ることも真剣に考えたかもしれねえ。
I would have seriously considered going out into the ocean and taking only those I wanted to
では
save.
なぜ私を止めようとする？
So then why are you trying to stop me?
そいつ惚れた女を取り返すために決まってる
Ooh,
だ
he said it! To save Leah, the girl I love. Isn't that obvious?
告白の返事もまだ聞けてない。
I still haven't gotten her reply. Oh, I'm blush. I have time to blush in this situation.
やっぱりそこが理由か。さすがに予想通りというか、普通すぎてつまらないというか。
So that's your reason, huh? It's what's as expected, but it's so normal that it's kind of disappointing.
けど告白済みなら返事だけはこの場で聞けばいいじゃないか。なんて。
Well, if you've already confessed your love, then just go ahead and reply now, will you?
聞けるわけないだろうが。
Of course I won't, not right now.
幼馴染、それも兄貴分が異性として意識されるまでにかかる
Oh, oof, that's a
膨大
weird
な時間を
sentence.
なめるなよ。
As her childhood friend and foster brother, and the fact that I'm 7 years older than her and admitted that I started developing feelings for her 2 years ago when I was 23 and she was 16, gonna give her a chance to, how long it'll take her to see me as a man.
え？
Huh?
俺の見立てだと、あと5年は確実にかかる。
That's fair. You know what? That's fair, doll. 5 more years from now, you'll be 30. She'll be 23. That's still bad. But you know what? Not as bad. From the looks of it, I'm guessing I need another 5 years.
だからその前に死なれたり、別人に仕立て上げられたら困るんだ。
I don't want her to die or be made into someone else before that happens.
だからお前を止める。それ以上の理由はないから聞くな。
That's why I'm
Yeah.
going to stop you. There's no other reason, so don't ask. Got it?
あ、はい。恋愛感情を舐めてすみませんでした。
I see. Sorry for making light of your love affair. Oh, this could be bad. This could be so bad. Don't know. Hey, look, I'm in a tube. How cute. Oh my goodness. I think I've seen this picture before. Where are you staring, though? You guys aren't even making eye contact right now. Adolphe disregarded Dahat's apology and walked right up to the capsule. How am I breathing in this?
今の会話、全部聞いてたな。聞いていなかったら、もう一度言う。
You heard what I said. You didn't miss a word, right? I'll say it again if I need to. I heard you. Your voice is really clear, Adolphe. But I didn't expect to hear you say that in a situation like this. I was surprised.
俺も自分がこんな場で
I'm not
こんなこ
breathing
とを
right
言える
now.
男だとは
Oh, goodness.
思わなかっ
Look how cute this CG is. Just admire the adorable CG. How fresh. Never thought I'd be the type to say that at a time like
告
this.
白を忘れろなんて言って
Oh, wait, I
悪かった
get it. He's not up against the glass. They're like a ways away, so this is accurate. Okay. I'm sorry I told you to forget about my confession. Even though I do got asthma. Same.
全言撤回する
I take it
俺は
back, Leah. Ooh. Adolphe clenched his fist, then took a deep breath. He then spoke boldly to death, whose very existence killed others.
お前が好きだ
I love you. That was I like you, but that's fine. A straightforward confession.
だからもう優しい兄ではいてやれない
Which is why I can't act like a kind older brother to you
男
anymore.
としてお前を愛したい
Oh, I hate that sentence. I want to love you as a
女と
man.
してお前に愛してほしい
I continue not to like these words. I want to love you as a woman. I want you to love me as a woman. Sorry, I said that wrong. Adolphe. Oh, God. I despise you. He's just a man in love. After a lifetime of doing everything for others. This was the first time Adolphe said something selfish. It was an expression of his greed. Adolphe was using this greed to keep me bound like a curse so that I wouldn't choose death.
ずっと探していた俺の温かな死に場所は
I've been looking a long time for a warm place where I can die.
呪いと23の年月を超えた先にある
Beyond the curse, beyond 23 years.
数十年後共に添い遂げたお前の隣以外考えられない
For decades to come, there is no one else I want to spend my life with but you.
シワだらけになった俺を見とる俺だけの死神であってくれ
You mean like Ankou, who's gray? Please be my goddess of death, Leah. Be with me when I'm old and gray until I take my last breath. What he said was like a dream to the people of this country, including myself, the promise of a normal life that no one but Adolphe could live. I felt the strength of his sincere wish. Hold on, I need to look up my husbando so I can calm down. I want to live. I want to live and respond to your confession. I want to live as a normal woman even if it takes years. It wasn't my despair or my sins, but a wish that formed into a teardrop rolled down my cheek and But there's no teardrops in bubbles full of liquids. I love this route so much. Why it looks like you're holding a knife though. Suddenly, a roar heralded the country's collapse because we weren't even paying attention.
いつか返事を聞くためにもお前を殺そうとしているダハトを止めないとな
I wish she was green, like she's in the tube, like her color was just green. I need to stop Dahat from killing you or I'll never hear you
お前
reply.
の分も殴ってくるからここで見てろ
I'm not holding a knife at all. Oh, okay. My bad. My apologies. I'll make sure he gets what's coming to him. So you just watch. Okay. I guess. I have no choice. I'm in an hourglass. Adolphe's expression went stern, and he turned to Dahat, who had been watching his confession.
素敵な告白だった。
Yep, that was beautiful, all right. Dahat witnessed the second confession without interrupting Adolphe, and was still looking on with admiration.
私も今まで恋をしたことなんてないけれど、
You know, I've never fallen in love like that
い
before.
つか愛する女性が見つかったら、君のような告白をしてみたい。
But if I ever fall in love with a woman, I want my confession to be like yours. As he gave his heartfelt praise, someone came to stand beside him. Barreau's like, excuse me. How long had he been there? Lucas, no, it looked like one of the modified clones. But there was something off about him. The man gripping his halberd and the air became tense.
龍華先生の偽物じゃないな。今度はどこから素材を持ってきた?
That isn't a copy of Lucas, is it? Who did you create him from this time?
あなたもよく知ってる人ですよ。
He's someone you know very well.
僕の母を守れず、責任も取らずに城下に下り、自警団なんかを率いて民を守ってる気になっていた。腕力だけが取り柄の
Who says
元
that I
子
love
ね。
this route? Who? You, all the time, over and over again. That's all I ever hear. After failing to protect my mother, he left the royal guard without taking responsibility and became the brutish leader of the corps. It can't be.
先代?
Boss? That's Lucas and Nadia's father? Are you sure? I'm positive. Adolphe's eyes suddenly opened wide, probably not expecting his former leader to be Lucas's father.
彼の実力は他でもないあなたがよーく知っていますね。
I don't think I need to go into detail about how strong he is, right?
この遺伝子人形に対抗できるのはおそらくリュカさんだけ。でも頼みの彼は毒素によって死にかけている。
I think Lucas is the only one who can take on this genetically modified puppet, but he's about to die from the toxins. The Hot told Adolphe that he couldn't do anything to stop him now. Adolphe responded by drawing his
残
sword.
念です。僕は本当にあなたのことをいい友人だと思って
Too
いた。
bad. I really did see you as a good friend.
最後の最後まで理解し合えず、一方的に痛めつけることになるなんて。
It hurts that we couldn't reach an understanding and that I'll end up just bringing you pain in the end.
この後に及んで悪ふざけか。
Adpol, prove your love for MC. Beat your mentor, whoever, Lucas and Nadia's father. That's the mentor. You're right. You did it. See? You have been listening. You really do care about this route. Stop joking around, will you?
調子に乗るなよ、クソガキ。この人形を倒したら、次は散々あいつを苦しめたお前の番だ。
You need to learn some manners, brat. After I beat your puppet into the ground, you'll be
見
next.
た目が幼いからって、加減してもらえると思うなよ。
Don't think I'm gonna go easy on you just because you look young. He's not young enough to date Nadia.
わあ、怖い。そういう大口は勝利してから叩くものですよ、アドルフさん。
Wow, scary. But you should save your bragging for after you beat me, Adolphe. Yeah, no premature celebrations. I don't remember anything that happened in this route. That's because it's not over yet. Silly, you're fine. Everything's fine. We've been streaming for 9 hours. Okay, and it's been beautiful the whole time. A single swing. That was all my former teacher needed to destroy the center of the room. It's supposed to be like buff. You're using Lucas's image, but he doesn't look like Lucas. He looks like a bear. They compare him to a bear. My only option was to dodge, knowing that just one injury would lead to my death. Have him hit Dahat. Ooh, this is like a boss battle in a video game. You, like, stand in front of Dahat and then you dive before he hits, and then he hits a Dahat instead. I got it. Did that just... like... it was Lucas's outline and then it was his outline. His strike from above crashed through the floor just as I took a step back to avoid it. The puppet sent a kick to my face. I'm back from my hunt for food at the gas station. Lovely. His heel grazed my chin, making my head spin. A sweeping kick to my legs followed, but I recognized it from training with him and managed to avoid it instinctively.
扱う武器と体格こそ違うが、この動きは確かに先代。
His size and the weapon he's using are different, but he moves just like the boss. I always thought he was superhuman, but it made sense now that I knew he used to guard the queen. It also explains why his son Lucas was so powerful, meaning I have no chance against this puppet with my current skills. All I could do now was focus on avoiding the flurry of blows that could lead to my death.
落ち着け。落ち着け。
Calm down.
ダートの挑発に乗るな。この男にまともな勝負で勝てる存在は一人しかいない。
I can't let Dahat get the better of me. There's only one guy who can actually stand a chance against this guy, and I knew it wasn't me. Nothing but a miracle would allow me to defeat him. I couldn't entertain the idea of a dramatic victory. I needed to hold back from acting recklessly.
実験器具を盾にすれば少しは躊躇するか。
Maybe I can use the equipment as a shield. I slipped through the crowd of tanks, but my assailant wove through them with precision and brought down his weapon hard.
二度と戦いたくなかった。
I thought I'd never have to fight him again. The attack grazed my arm and blood appeared on top of my fresh cut. The wound itself wasn't deep, and it healed.
それ以上装置の近くで戦うな。
Don't come
向
any
こうから
closer
出
for
てくるのを
now.
中央で待て。
Wait for him to come out. Okay. The puppet moved back to the center of the room. Rather than giving his command as part of the battle strategy, it was more like Dahat didn't want his equipment to be destroyed. I slowly took a few breaths as I hid behind the tanks. To come up with a way to win, I couldn't lose. I needed to do what I could to save her. But I looked at my unharmed right wrist. I didn't want to resort to this out of the courtesy towards the person who only wanted to be human. But at this rate, I was going to lose. If I lost, Leah would die. There was no room here for courtesy.
許せとは言わない。
I won't ask you for forgiveness. I firmed my grip on the sword that I couldn't use during all of the running. Adolphe, I still hate you. Something wearing Adolphe's clothes blocked the sight of the puppet. There was distance between him and Adolphe, still hiding among the tanks. It was impossible for Adolphe to close the distance in such a short time. How could his sword and arm be here? Before trying to understand the situation, the puppet instinctively reacted by slashing the incoming object. It was a slice in two, dropping something onto the floor. Adolphe?
腕だけ
His arm? It was my right arm and his revived left arm. I closed in as their vision was blocked and put my weight into my next move. I gripped my sword with both hands, I guess, and thrusted it into the puppet's stomach. The puppet groaned from the injury but didn't fall. Instead, he raised his halberd high into the air for his next attack. But the halberd didn't come down. Another sword appeared from behind him and struck him in the throat. It was the man who pretended to be the head of the royal guard, tossed into the center of the laboratory. He gripped the sword as his body continued to regenerate and pushed it through the puppet's neck. We both drew our swords out of his body, causing it to sway back and forth. The puppet who fought with someone else's strength slowly collapsed into a pool of its own blood. That sounds terrible.
"結局私の力が必要だったね。 もっと精進したまえよ。
It seems you needed my powers. After all, you should be more diligent in your training.
お前は隙ができるまで生首のまま寝てただけだろ。
All you did was act like a decapitated head and wait for the right moment. Adolphe! Ankou! Adolphe and Ankou each raised a hand and struck them together as I called their names. Look at them. High five! The hot. But soon afterwards, Adolphe pointed the tip of his sword at the throat of the dumbfounded Dahat. Ankou came to the capsule I was in so that he could get me out. Ankou, what happened with Adolphe's arm earlier? I thought Adolphe's right hand had been cut off just before he was carried away by the water in the underground passage. But when I saw him return with his hand intact, I thought it was just my imagination. I couldn't understand what happened.
彼はカプシーヌが行った実験で私の細胞を移植され適合したようだからね。
It seems that my cells were transferred to his body during Capuchin's experiment.
私とまではいかないが、
Adolphe, I
多
still
少
hate
の
you.
欠損ぐらいなら再生することが可能になったようだ。
He doesn't have the same regenerative abilities that I do, but he is able to recover from smaller injuries now. I can't believe it. That meant that Adolphe had some level of mortality similar to Ankou.
ふざけるな!
Damn it! Hearing Ankou's explanation, Dahat took a step closer to the tip of the sword as he shouted with rage.
裏切ったな、アドルフ! この国でお前だけは
How dare you betray me, Adolphe? You were the only one in this country, too!
傷を死を軽々しく扱わない男だと僕は信じていたのに
A human who understood gravity of being injured, of dying. I believed in you.
惚れた女の命がかかってる以上、手段なんか選ぶわけねえだろ。
Since the life of the girl I'm in love with was at stake, I had no other choice.
それと、文句ならあいつの細胞を俺に移植したカプシーヌに言え。
Capuchin was the one who messed with my genes, so go complain to him instead.
勝負はついたんだ。早くあいつを解放しろ。
We're done now, so release Leah.
アドルフ、彼が解放を装い、妙な動きをしたらすぐに首をはねるのだよ。
Adolphe, make sure you sever his head the moment he behaves at all suspiciously. Adolphe tightened his grip on his sword and responded with an affirmation. He probably gave up on trying to find a way out of the situation. Dahat reluctantly began to navigate through the screen that appeared in front of me. In the next moment, I could hear the air blowing out of the capsule. I carefully pushed against the capsule from inside. Suddenly, the capsule let out a sound like glass shattering, and it dissipated into the rain of light. Leah? Ankou somehow grabbed me just before I tumbled to the floor. Ankou! Thank you for coming to save me. I'm sorry you had to go through so much pain again just to save me.
君が謝る必要はない。今回は私よりも体を張った男がいることだしね。
There's no need to apologize. After all, there's another man who has done more this time around. Ankou and I headed towards Adolphe, who still had his sword raised. Adolphe, are you hurt?
もう治った。お前も楽じゃないな。肉体が再生するとき、それなりに痛む。
It's already healed. Man, you don't have it easy, do you? It hurts to regenerate body parts like that.
内臓を再生する痛みに比べれば、四肢ぐらい大したことないだろう。
Compared to the pain of regenerating internal organs, limbs are nothing. The Hot was leaning against one of the tanks with the floating screen as the two of them continued their unusual conversation. His expression didn't show a hint of anger or displayed either.
ああ、母様の遺伝子も取られちゃったし、この戦争は僕の完全敗北。
Now that my mother's genes have been taken away from me, this war is a total loss.
ああ、悔しい。肉体再生はほんとずるいと思います。
No fair. Being able to regenerate gave you too much of an advantage. I only noticed now that the screen showed that it was now midnight. The time for the planned mass execution had arrived, but I didn't feel the ground shaking or the sound of people wailing.
自分から爆破を止めたのか?
You turned off the detonation sequence.
というか、彼女を閉じ込めてたあのカプセルと爆破起動システムをリンクさせてたんですよ。
Actually, the detonation system was linked directly to the capsule she was in, so there you go.
約束は約束ですからね。彼女を救出したら処刑が止まるようにしてたんです。
A promise is a promise. Since you saved her, the execution process was terminated. Adolphe put away his sword after determining that it was no longer needed. The hut.
おめでとうございます。あなたのお兄さんではなく、あなたに惚れた男の勝利です。
Congratulations, Leah. Your brother, no, the man who fell in love with you has won.
煮るなり焼くなりご自由に。うちの親戚みたいに息汚くあがくことはしませんよ。
Feel free to do what you want with me. I won't put up a fight like my disgusting relatives. Please don't say that. There's a difference between being selfish and wanting to live life to the fullest. I don't want to take revenge on you or have you die.
同じく。
Same here.
私は彼女の意見が最優先だ。
Her wish is my command.
僕、あなた方に対して結構な仕打ちをしたと思いますけど。
But I did some horrible stuff to you folks, you know? What I said to him wasn't out of kindness or pity, but rather, the crimes you've committed are too great for me to judge on my own. Your punishment will be up to others to decide.
お前が変死事件を起こすことで、こいつが自死しかけた件についてはまだ許してねえが。
I still haven't forgiven you for the series of deaths that nearly drove Leah to suicide.
頭に拳3発。が妥当な落としどころか。もし間に合わずにこいつが死んでたら、迷わず殺してたけどな。
3 knuckles to the head will do for now. Just know I would have killed you immediately if I came here and found her dead. I do think you should be judged in a court of law, but now that the royal family who used to pass judgment is gone except for you, should he be detained and trialed here? I looked at Adolphe and Ankou to silently ask for their opinion. The corpse was made up of civilians, so I wondered if they might represent the people.
ひとまず、シアンに預けたらどうだ?
How about we hand him over to Sheen for the time being?
いざとなれば、あいつが王族の代わりにダードを裁くはずだ。公私を挟まないやつだからな。
He can come up with a fair punishment in the royal family's place. He's the impartial, objective type. I suppose. We decided to contact him and the others to make sure they were safe. Adolphe took out his transmitter from his pocket. The hot didn't give any indication on escaping even as he turned his attention away from him. All he did was gaze blankly at the screen of light floating around him. His mysterious colored eyes widened as far as they could go. What are you looking?
交際認証って知ってます?
Do you know what iris recognition is?
二人とも伏せろ!
Duck, both of you. The execution had began. The sound of the ground collapsing and the screams of people being swallowed by the sludge of Hades resounded from afar.
爪が甘いですね。王の首を取るまで終わらないのが本気の戦争ですよ。
This was way too easy. The war isn't over until you behead the king. I hit the wrong button. Why you?
ダハト、てめえ!
Damn you, Dahat. You know who has the same eyes? That was close. The hot ducked low and somehow slipped past Adolphe as he tried to knock him onto the floor. As the shock caused me to stagger a few steps away from Ankou, I saw Dahat heading straight towards me. He pulled out a knife hidden in his clothes and reached out to claim his hostage. Dahat!
こうなる前に早く僕をさばいてしまえばよかったんですよ。
should have passed judgment on me if you wanted to avoid
さ
this.
こちらに。僕はまだ呪いの解除も、母の蘇生も諦めていな。
Now come along. I still haven't given up hope on getting rid of the curse and reviving my mother.
では、優しいこの子たちに代わり、
Very
私
well.
があなたを裁きましょう。
Three knuckles to the head, a shake in my head. Look who's here! Very well. I will pass judgment on behalf of those gentle souls.
それがあなたをずっと迷子にしていた愚かな女王の最後の務めです。
It's my final duty as a foolish queen after having left you alone for so long.
あ
The white arrow that was stabbed into Hot's heart was from behind, was painted red with his blood. The knife fell from his hand onto the floor. A few seconds later, Dahat fell to his knees. Mother,
いいえ、違うわ。
you are mistaken.
この声。
That voice.
私の本当の名はクリス。
My real name is
クリスティーヌ・レーブ・ポワール。
Christine Ravenpour.
かつてアルペシェールを治めていた死に損ないの愚かな女王として。
I am the foolish queen who once ruled Arpachel who missed her opportunity to die.
リアム・レーブ・ポワール。多くの婿の民を手にかけ、国を滅ぼそうとしたあなたを。
Liam Revpour, you have killed many innocent souls and orchestrated the demise of this
女王
country.
として、私が裁きます。
As such, I will judge you as its queen. It was around 60 years ago. The one who saved me after I was thrown into the Lycris field was the partner who worked alongside me to fight the curse, the ally I regarded as an equal, Sheen Brophy.
ほう。しばらく姿を見かけないと思ったらこんなところに捨てられていたが。
I haven't seen you in some time. I see you managed to get yourself tossed out here.
それだけの傷で生きているとは大した生命力。いや、生への執念だ。
That you are still living despite those wounds is proof of your strength. No, your desire to live. The man spoke without any concern for me as I lay there awaiting my death.
これから待ち受ける困難や理不尽を覚悟した上で、まだ生きたいと望むのなら。
If you are determined to continue knowing the hardship you will endure from this point forward, I will save you. He bestowed a miracle with the greatest of ease. It seemed my uncle and the other relatives who planned my assassination had deleted my backup data. But hidden in a laboratory that Sheen had secretly built, I wandered between life and death. I was able to hold on to life, but now as a reliver with a different appearance to deceive the royal family. Oh. I went into hiding in Cohen, but I still couldn't give up on my mission to lift the curse. Believing there were others with the same ideas, I established the Society of Exorcists, but the group I established was taken over by a man with ulterior motives for his own satisfaction and worse. Those who agreed with me were killed, and I was thrown into the ocean past the Lycris field.
またか。
Again. As sad as it may sound, I was once again saved by Sheen, who revived me with the backup he had stored for me. So we was right with a lot of theories. We were. I mean, they're not siblings. That was the one thing we were wrong about. Because I remember him saying his sister said something. They haven't said that yet. It could still be true. He revived me with a backup he stored for me. Around a decade later, seeing how unlucky I was, Sheen made a suggestion that I distance myself from the curse. Instead, I would establish an orphanage and raise children to be introduced to Sheen and assist with his work. The sister's got the same voice too. She did, right? I'm not wrong, but they're not saying like he's like a king of any kind. Half sister. Though such a long-term plan was intimidating since the results could not be guaranteed despite my sustained efforts, I repeatedly revived as Reliver to extend my life and continue doing what I could without fail. Everything I did, all of it, was to overthrow the rotten royal family and realize the dream I had envisioned with my son. As I continued to play the part of a mother, I soon found those feelings becoming real. I discovered Adolphe and Leah, both of whom could be the key to breaking the curse once and for all. In the years that followed, I lost all desire to offer my children to him as sacrifices. But
あの放送があって、リアムという名前が聞こえたときは、本当に驚いた。
during that announcement, I was completely taken by surprise to hear the name Liam.
私が城に置いてきてしまった可愛いあの子は、
My sweet, precious child who was left behind at the castle
私のようになぶり殺しにされたって知らされていたから。
was mercilessly killed, just like I was. At least that's what I had heard.
それがまさか、
But by some miracle,
こんな近くで生きていてくれたなんて。
he had lived and was so close to me. Mother was drenched in blood, but she crouched down and embraced a hut with all her might. Mother. Salome 3. Ooh, this is long. All right. Her true identity is Christine Revenpoor, the former queen of Arpachel. After she was assassinated by the royal family, Sheen revived her with a different appearance. She went on to establish the Society of Exorcists, but was murdered yet again. She took the name Salome and founded an orphanage to work with Sheen against the curse. She was the Queen Christine Dahat had longed for and spent all these years trying to bring back to life. If she had actually been alive all along, having revived as a reliver in secret, all the sacrifices from Dahat's experiments and research,
すべて無駄だったということになるね。
all those lives were lost in vain. Dahat finally raised his head as he lay in his mother's arms.
あなたが僕の母様。どうしてそんな全然違う姿に。
You are my mother, but why? You don't look like her.
姿の異なるリライバーの作成。
A reliver with a different appearance.
あんな研究をどうしてシアンさんが開発したのか疑問だったけど。
I was wondering why Sheen developed it only to use it once.
あなたをかくまうために。
It was all for you. Mother nodded as tears rolled down her cheeks.
ごめんなさい、リアム。あなたはこんな姿になるまで私を探してくれていたのに。
I'm sorry, Liam. You were looking for me so long and went through so much.
すぐに見つけてあげられなくてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry I couldn't find you sooner. I'm so
記
sorry.
憶の欠損のせいであなたの顔をどうしても思い出せなくなってしまったの。
Because of my memory loss, I could no longer remember your precious face.
ああ、それで
I see.
ずっと求めていた遺伝子が
The whole
こんな
time,
近くにあったなんて。
the genes I was looking for were so close to me. In all these years that Sheen and Mother knew each other.
定期的なバックアップのために手紙のやり取りをしてたのか。
That's why they kept exchanging letters so she could keep getting her backups done.
ほんと、どこまでも食えないですよね。あの人は。
He knows how to work around every situation. The hot-held mother with little strength remaining in his
大
arms.
変だったんですね。たくさん殺されて、その度にまた
It must have been
リ
so
ライバー
hard.
になり蘇って、
Killed so many times, each time reviving as a reliver.
もっと早く僕があなたを見つけることが
If only I could have.
できてれば、
If only I had been able to find you much sooner. The Hot's voice was filled with
そ
sorrow.
んなにたくさんリライバーになったなら、
You've already
僕へ
forgotten
の
your
愛
love
な
for
んて
me.
忘れちゃいましたよね。
You've already forgotten your love for me. Now that you're a reviver, right?
今のあなたにとっての僕は許されない罪を犯した。ただの
Are the bombs still going
自
off?
分が裁くべ
I'm
き
just
犯
curious.
罪
I'm
に
just curious. Sorry. To you, I'm only a criminal who has committed unforgivable sins, a person to be judged.
そんなことはない。あなたは間違いなく私の可愛い息子リアムよ。
That's not true. You will always be my adorable love son,
あな
Liam.
たへの感情は確かに薄れてしまったけれど、記憶がそうだって叫んでる。
More and more of my emotions are lost with each revival, but the memories of in my heart remembers. Okay, great. I'm being told there's food that's going to be ready soon. More and more of my emotions are lost with each revival, but the memory in my heart remembers.
だから今ここで一度死んでリライバーとしてまた生まれ変わりましょう。
Why don't you go to sleep and when you wake up, you'll be a reliver
あ
again?
なたの犯した罪は決して許されるものじゃないけれど、
The sins you've committed cannot be forgiven,
母
but
様が一緒に背負ってあげる。またこれからいくらでも私はあなたを
I don't even care for this
愛せる
moment.
わ。
This has been the moment. Mother will take on those sins for you. From now on, I'll be able to give you all the love in the world. Hearing her words, Tahat
で
smiled,
も
but
結局あなたはこそこそ隠れていただけで、いつの間にかリライバーの利便性に溺れ、
you were
呪いを
just
研
hiding
究
in
しなくなってい
secret
た
all
んでし
along.
ょ。
The convenience of becoming a reliver stopped you from researching the curse.
裁かれるのはそちらの方だ。お前のような気軽に死んで生き返る女は、僕が求めていた母様じゃない。
You are the one to be judged. A woman who dies and revives so easily isn't the mother I've been looking for all these years.
一度死んで、なんて言葉。あの人は間違っても使う。
You said I should
もの
die
か。
and revive again. She would never say that. With that, Dahat took his last breath before dying in Mother's arms, but
そう。僕が敬愛した女王はたった今、この国の死に毒され死んだ。
the beloved queen I looked up to was poisoned by the curse of this
己
country.
が信念を忘れ、民を律する使命を放棄し、のうのうと国を放置した罰として、
She forgot her resolve and turned her back on her mission to save the people, leaving things in the hands of those
シスター
fools.
サロメ、お前の罪も僕が裁こう。
Sister Salome, I will pass judgment on you as well. A red flower bloomed from Mother's throat. Behind me, a single figure burst out from one of the cultured tanks. Another Dahat stabbed her throat with a sharp knife as she held the other Dahat in her arms.
Maru!
They all screamed, "Mom!" Hey! That's weird, right? Mother collapsed to the floor and was still, before I could even feel sorrow. The new Dahat grabbed my hand as I rushed forward with the other two.
すみませんね。僕も大概、息汚いみたいだ。
I'm so sorry. I guess I'm living a filthy life too.
正真正銘。これが最後の悪あがき。信念を捨てた女王と、僕を打ち破った宿敵への嫌がらせを兼ねた。ねえ!
This is really my last resort, my way of causing trouble to the nemesis who beat me and the queen who forgot her mission. The clone quickly tossed me into one of the tanks with the doors. The door closed and Dahat quickly began to activate the screen and tap against it.
Yamero!
Oh no, Leah! They both came running towards me and Adolphe punched Dahat, who was still putting up a fight. Ankou was trying his best to open the door, but it was no use.
何のつもりだったと女王、マムが見つかったのなら、こいつを実験に巻き込む理由はねえだろ
What are you doing, Dahat? There's no need to drag Leah into your mess if you've already found the Queen Mother.
今すぐ装置を停止して、こいつを解放しろ
Unlock this tank and let her out now.
無理です、無理無理。
No, no can do. Not a chance. Dahat laughed madly as Adolphe grabbed him by the collar.
処理が終わるまでは完全ロックと設定しておきましたから。
I set it to be fully locked down until the process is complete.
処理の最中に下手に装置をいじったり、蓋を破壊したりなんかしたら、瞬く間に彼女が死んじゃいますよ。
Be careful, because she'll die if you try to fidget with the settings or force the tank open.
自分でも投薬以外、何の処理をしたか全くわからないので、おとなしく結果を見届けるしかありません。
I added some chemicals, but I'm not sure what the results will be either. Looks like we're going to have to wait and see. Suddenly... Adpole, you had one job. The tank filled with a strange liquid that I could breathe in. The temperature of the liquid suddenly rose. I could hear voices calling my name from outside the tank, but I was in no state to respond. My eyes, my ears, my mouth, and even the pores of my skin were absorbing the liquid. The power of the Lycros Norigi that slept in my body slowly mutated into a different flower. The pain made my throat burn. It hurts. It's hot. What's happening? My genes, my cells, my body was being tainted with something heavy like mud. Let me give a psycho 3 knuckles to the head. God, I love this game. I know! Slowly I heard the familiar sound of burning skin. Ha! With a scream, I became a completely new existence. The tank broke and I collapsed onto the floor with the liquid. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even faint. When I realized that I was still alive, I put a hand to my chest in relief. Leah.
その姿は
What is going on? I could hear Adolphe and Ankou's confused voices. Huh? The first thing I saw when I was freed from the unidentifiable pain was... No. What is this? My skin had taken the color of the Lycros Norigi, as if they had bloomed all over my body. Ah! Suddenly a sharp pain surged through my chest, making me double over. Before Leah's genes mutated... Adolphe once again grabbed Dahat by the collar, but this time slammed him hard against the
何が
tank.
どうなっている？こいつに一体何をした？
What the hell's going on? What did you do to her? Dahat choked from the immense pressure as he opened a screen of light. He confirmed the results of the random input he made earlier.
わお、すごい。彼女の希少な遺伝子が突然変異で悪質化
It's
しちゃってる。
amazing. It looks like her rare genes have become even more rare.
今までどちらかというと、毒素の排出に特化していたのが、
Her body used to emit toxins into the air before, but
反転し、空中に気化している毒素を今までの数十倍以上の勢いで吸い込んでるっぽいですよ。
it looks like her traits reversed, and now it's absorbing all the toxins from the air at an alarming rate. What? Dahat's response was innocent but cruel. After hearing Dahat's response as if he had just found a new toy, Adolphe and Ankou's expressions immediately exchanged. These physical traits allowed her to tolerate trace amounts of toxins in her body. It didn't mean she was impervious to the curse. The fact that she was now absorbing an incredible amount of toxins meant
私の血で特効薬を作れ！
use my blood to make an antidote. As Adolphe came to the worst conclusion possible, Ankou quickly closed in on Dahat.
はい？
Excuse me?
呪い、この毒素に有効な特効薬だ！
Making an antidote to fight the toxins.
アンク？
Ankou? An antidote to fight death's curse? Adolphe's questioning gaze was of no concern to
私はそ
Ankou.
れを作るため数百年毒素を溜め込んだリコリスノワージュを摂取し続けてきたんだ。
This is the very reason I've been consuming those toxic licorice naorijis for hundreds of years.
だから私の肉体には抗体ができているはず。
My body should have the proper antibodies to fight the
完
curse.
璧ではなくてもそれに近い状態で。
It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to work.
抗体があれば何でもできるってわけじゃん。特効薬にも作り方があるわけで。
Antibodies alone won't do much now. There are steps that need to be taken, and
私が知っている！私が教える！
I know how to make it. I'll show
この
you.
男が真実にたどり着いたことでようやく全てを語れるようになったんだ。
Now that he's discovered the truth, I can finally talk about everything. Both his crimson eyes and Dahat's curious ones turned to Adolphe. Before he could say
抗体から
anything,
特効薬さえ作れればこいつが溜め込んだ毒素そのものを無効化できるんだろう。
we can nullify the toxins stored in her body if we can create the antidote using my antibodies. Ankou was finally able to explain the method through which he planned on turning her into a normal human girl. Dahat responded in a dismayed
それな
manner.
らわざわざ彼女の能力に頼らなくても呪い自体を無効化できたんですね。
So we never had to rely on her to nullify the curse? Adolphe didn't really understand what was going on. He didn't know that she only had to suffer for the time being until they could create the antidote using Ankou's blood. Once done, the universal mutation would disappear and Leah could be saved. It would also lead the way to bringing about a complete end to the curse. Leah also heard what was discussed and they began to feel hope again. The same hope that was in Ankou's heart.
でも、
But
今から作ったって、もう効きませんよ。
it won't work even if we make one.
は？
But their hopes were completely
だっ
dashed.
て彼女の変異した遺伝子が、取り込んだ毒素を体内で別物に変換しちゃいましたもん。
Her genes mutated and are now altering the airborne toxins into something other toxin that's poisoning her. Which was why using Ankou's antibodies wouldn't make any difference. They was only able to fight the toxins from the soil. They would have no effect on the new toxin forming inside her.
新たな抗体を作り直したいなら、彼女の血肉を丸ごと食べるぐらいのことはしないと。
If we want an effective antidote, you'll need to do something along the lines of consuming her flesh and blood.
なら
If
この
so,
まま何もできなければこいつはどうなる？
what will happen to her if she's left alone like this?
見ての通り、変換した毒素に肌ごと全身を汚染され、
As you can see, her body will be fully tainted by the altered toxins in her bodies, and Ankou wanted to stop him from saying more. Don't his eyes look yellow there? Not red? His heart cried out silently, knowing there was no hope left. The licorice pattern on her skin was proof that the toxins were consuming her body. So cute again. Her organs would soon shut down. In the end, there would be nothing left of her. Her body would be burned through with the licorice pattern.
この世で最も無残な姿になって
So yes,
死にますよ。
she's gonna die a gruesome and horrible death. A death sentence with no salvation. The two of them finally realized the truth they wanted to deny and fell to their knees next to Leah. It was all right. Nothing worse would happen. Just as they tried to find a silver lining, from below their eyes, the sound of despair growled. Leah groaned with pain, and Adolphe quickly moved to support her. The mark of the licorice was blooming across Leah's skin. The tainting from the inside out could not be stopped. Her heartbeat seemed to shake the air. The image of the flower that Ankou's ally and Adolphe's friend had worked to protect bloomed proudly across her body as proof of the altered toxins consuming her body. Leah,
ダメだ。腕をかきむしるんじゃない。傷口からも毒素が吸い込まれる。
don't scratch your arms, you'll absorb more toxins from the wound. Leah cried out desperately for help. A new licorice bloomed on top of her tongue and inside her mouth. Adolphe was stunned by the alarming speed of the contamination.
どけ。今すぐ私の血を。
Let me give her my blood.
頼む。
Do it! It's probably not going to work, but... Hey, we get a CG! Ankou picked up the arrow from the floor and pierced his arm without hesitation. He dripped his blood into her open mouth.
本当に効かないのか。
It isn't working.
違う。効かないなんてことはありえない。全部そいつのデタラメだ。
It has to work. He's just lying to us. Oh, it's looking like it's working.
量。そうだ。今はまだ量が足りないだけで。
More. That's right. She just needs more of my
もっと
blood.
大量に血を、抗体を飲ませれば。
She needs to take in my antibodies.
大丈夫だ。きっと助かる。
It'll be fine. I'm sure we can save her.
助かるはずなんだ。
She has to be saved.
絶対に。
She has to.
俺はずっと
All this time.
そのために生き延びてきたのだから。
This is the very reason I stayed alive all this time.
なあ。
Leah.
ほら。お前のために用意した抗体だぞ。
The antibodies I prepared for your sake.
なのに。
Why?
なんで
It didn't stop. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Only seconds had passed. Leah's entire body was consumed by the mutated licorices. She had hardly breathed now, and her body twitched with spasms until she lay as motionless as a corpse. She couldn't be saved. She was in such a terrible state that everyone knew that her fate awaited her.
リコリスのお姫様らしい。綺麗な死に様ですね。
A beautiful death
きっと彼女も
befitting the
喜んで
licorice
ますよ。
princess. I'm sure she's happy right now. Liam Revpour. Ankou leapt at Dahat with unbridled rage. But before he could get to Dahat, someone impaled Dahat's chest. Bum bum bum.
Mom?
Mother.
ごめんなさい。アドルフ。
Sorry, Adolphe.
子を叱るのは親の仕事。 あなたにも譲れない。
She said, I'm sorry to Adolphe. Ankou is the one running at her. Scolding a child is a parent's job. This is something I cannot let you handle.
この子は私に任せて、大事な妹のそばに寄り添ってあげなさい。
Leave him to me. You stay there and watch over your little
あ
sister.
なたたちはあの子のお兄さんなんだから。
After all, that's a big brother's
あな
job.
たたちの親になれて幸せだったわ。私のもとに流れ
I'm so
着いて
happy
きてくれて
I was able to be your parent.
ありがとう。
Thank you for finding your way to me,
マム、
Mother.
あんたは。
You.
ごめんなさいね。あなたのことに気づかず、ひどいことを言って。
I'm sorry I said horrible things to you, not seeing you as you were. When my mother pierced my heart, my eyes were filled with hatred as I glared at her.
まだ生きてたのか。誇りを捨てた身で今さら何を。
You're still alive? How dare you, especially after you lost your pride. I didn't have a spare body, so this was my last retaliation. In my plans to become a normal human, I had no intention of making more clones of myself, but I couldn't accept this as my end. Having a normal human like Adolphe kill me was fine, but for this woman to judge me... I was about to curse her for trampling on my dreams when suddenly...
ごめんね。ごめんなさいね。
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
確かにあなたの言う通りだった。
Liam, you're absolutely right. The one behind me whispered in tears.
最初に助かった時は、あなたとの思い出を胸に。
When I was initially spared from death, I still had memories of you in my heart.
一瞬を、一秒を、大事に生きていたはずなのに。
Each second, each moment, I thought I lived my life in earnest,
い
but
つの間にか、死んでも次があるからなんて、考えに甘えて。
before I knew it, I started to think that I still had another chance even if I died.
オーティに殺された時も、またかなんて考えしか浮かんでこなかった。
When I was killed by Orti, only the words again came to mind. She confessed her sins in a whisper.
自分のことはどうでもよくて、私に母としての気持ちをもう一度。
I didn't care about myself anymore. All I wanted to do was protect those who brought back my love as a mother.
新しい家族の命さえ大事にすれば、それでいいと。
I wanted to take care of my new family, that's all I wanted. I cursed her in my mind for making excuses, but the woman continued. I felt her fingers on my head. I realized that she was stroking my hair with her blood-stained fingers.
かわいい。
So cute.
私の息子はなんて可愛く、誇り高く。
My son is still so cute. I'm proud of you for growing up. She spoke in a voice of a genuine happiness. It was difficult to imagine this was coming from a foolish woman who had just been betrayed by her son. I could hear the smile in her voice.
今の私にあなたを愛してるだなんていう資格はないけれど。
I'm sure I don't have the right to say that I love you.
こんな素敵な息子に国を滅ぼすことを躊躇しないほど思われていたなんて。
To think such a wonderful son thought so much about me to the point that he would destroy this country.
前の私が羨ましくて
So envious of my old
羨ま
self.
しい
Her breath was shallow. She did her best to speak through the blood that rose again in her throat.
私も
I,
あと今のまま
the hot you I wish,
母になりたかった
I could be your mother again. She died with a sad smile on her face. Her limp body weighed heavily on me. I always saw her as strong and brave, but now she was small and frail enough that even I could carry her.
最後の最後に
At the very
あ
end,
なたは女王ではなく開き直ってサロメとしていくのか。
you did not die as the queen. You chose to depart as Salome.
僕はクリスティーヌを見習って王族らしいもっと立派な最後になるよ。
It's a lot.
セリフだって用意してたのに。
I prepared my last words so that they could be as dignified as the royal queen Christine's. She said she had wished she was my mother now.
そんなこと言われたら
Look at what you've
た
done.
だの親子として一緒に死ぬしかないじゃないか。
Now look, now I have to die with you so that we can be mother and son again. I embraced her lifeless body with shaking arms. I did everything I possibly could. The last king of Arpachel, Liam Revere Pure, would accept defeat and death, but
こんな形で
I didn't want you to hug me like this. My voice was trembling. I never imagined my final words would be so pathetic. Then again, it was a relief to let go of the burden of worrying about this country's or its future. She got her wish, right? The entire royal family dead. The feelings I felt were what I imagined normal humans experienced in the end. I would regretfully leave behind the last unfulfilled wish I had in this
ナディ
world.
ア、僕の最初で最後の
Nadia,
お
my
友
first
達
and last friend.
リアムではなくダハトが初めて自分の意志で手にした
The treasure I sought
宝
for
物。
the first time, not as Liam, but as Tahat.
約束破って
I'm sorry to break our
君の生
promise.
きるこれからのアルペシェールが少しでも
I pray that Arpachel will
優
become
し
a
い国に
kind country where you can live your
なりま
life
すよ。
until the end. Dun 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 na 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 na.
ダハトくん
Tahat. This is like, at this point, the chapter that never ends. Oh god, it's been 2 more hours. Tahat had taken his last breath at peace with his mother. Ankou compared his gentle expression with Leah's as she faced a horrible death.
叫んだ。
Damn it.
叫んだってめえ
Damn it all, you bastard! He took out a dagger from his clothes and stabbed the dead body from all sides.
こいつを苦しめこんな姿にしておきながら
You made Leah suffer and turned her into this.
何を一人勝手に満足して死んでやがんだ
Yet you have the gall to die with satisfaction? Aw man, Tahat.
お前のせいで
It's all your fault.
お前さえ生まれなければ
Only you were never born. A weak grip, Leah somehow maintained her sanity and gently tugged on Adolphe's clothes as if to say, the review who hated Adolphe was like, whoever wrote this really loves Adolphe and made his route so long. So I wouldn't say that they love ad pull. I feel like the last route is always the longest because it's an amalgamation of all of the storylines kind of being pulled together. It's why there's so many things that really didn't have anything to do with Adolphe happening in this. But, and I've said this time and time again when I play Otome games, I do not need to be there was one I was playing where every single line was like, someone would say a word to her like, let's go, and then she'd go, let's go, and he'd be like, yeah, let's go, and I'm like, please don't do this. Please don't waste my life like this. Stop, Ankou. Say Adolphe, do it. Adolphe got Leah's message and slowly laid her body onto the floor with care. Oh my god, I hate that too. Yeah, it drives me crazy. Like, and then like when they're repeating themselves constantly. Like the fact that she's always depressed about how she is, like every single story. I get it. Stop, Ankou. He's dead already. He grabbed Ankou by both arms and pulled him away, just as she wished. His voice cracking. Let me go. Why are you so calm about what's happening? Leah might die because of this bastard. Well, Leah just told me to stop you. But even bringing up Leah's name wasn't able to quell Ankou's rage. He forced himself out of Adolphe's hold and quickly raised his weapon to strike Dahat again. Stop this already. He couldn't draw out his sword, but Adolphe quickly put his hand into his inner pocket and... I said stop. Interesting. Trying to see. I had like a message pop up, but I don't see anything related, so whatever. Alright. He used what ease returned to him to stop Ankou's strike from reaching Dahat's body. They both have the same sword. Did we need this? You guys have your own one. Whoa. Huh? She literally called him Adolphe and said, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. Bro. Two of them. Ankou, having caught Adolphe off guard, focused his dagger back onto its target. If only. If only I were stronger, I could have actually saved her this time. With Adolphe covering Dahat, Ankou's dagger came down near Adolphe's heart. The dagger didn't hit him in the heart, but he pulled out the dagger, letting a massive amount of blood flow from Adolphe's chest as his cells rushed to heal the wound. Adolphe fell into the floor in agony. Adolphe! He tried to call for Leah, but his voice was too weak and he could hardly move a finger. What is happening? Ankou then looked down at the girl who was slowly succumbing to the toxins in her body. If I can't save you. He rested Adolphe's bloody dagger on top of Leah as she continued to suffer. He gently lifted her into his arms and slowly made his way to the entrance. Ankou! Where are you taking her? It's none of your business, weakling. Also, how do you go from like this sexy guy with super long hair and then previously you were just this guy with really ugly hair? Anyways, the one who had toyed with his fate to keep watch was being swayed by the death looming over Leah and disappeared from sight with her. I could hear the sound of footsteps crunching up Upon the flowers of misfortune, I was unable to move as Ankou carried me in his arms until we reached his destination. The very field of Lycris Noreji where I was born. Confirming that no one else was around, Ankou slowly lowered himself with me still in his arms. He then took the dagger that he had rested upon me earlier and brought the blade closer to himself. The next moment, my vision blurred as a certain sight played out in front of me. He mercifully stabbed himself in the neck over and over again, but with each stab, smoke rose from his wound to heal the injury.
やはりこれぐらいの傷じゃ死ねないか。
I guess I can't kill myself through something as simple as this.
最後ぐらいお前との思い出が詰まったもので死にたかったんだが。
I thought I could die here with memories of being with you, but it's no use. I was too weak to tell him to stop.
一体何が
What went
ダ
wrong
メ
this
だっ
time?
たんだろうな。俺がお前の運命を無理やりねじ曲げたから。
Is it me? Is it because I twisted your fate by force?
また別の絶望へと誘ってしまったのか。
Is that why I've been led down another path of despair?
だとしたら他にどうすればよかったんだ。
He looks like Adpole because he is Adpole. I told you. I guessed this super early, didn't I? Look at me. What else could I have done? Leah, what? I did it. He lamented something I didn't understand. Ankou embraced me in his arms as he shook. I hate this game. You do not. We'll get Sheen's salvation ending tomorrow. It'll be fine. I'm just trying to get through this chapter, and I just feel like I'm never going to. Ankou embraced me in his arms as he shook.
俺はただお前を救い、
50 love, 50 hate right
幸福
now.
な人生を送る姿を見届けたくて。
Hate is just love turned cold, so I just wanted to save you and see you live a life of happiness.
それだけの思いでこの時に戻ってきたというのに。
That's the only reason I returned to this time.
どうしてまた目の前でお前を失わなきゃならない。
So why do I have to see you die in front of me again? He cried with all his might. The watchman of death, who kept a calm and nonchalant demeanor all this time, shook with sorrow for the impending death of a girl like me. Why was Ankou so sad? I tried to pick up fragments from what he said, but he was trying to save my life from burning out. He held me as if to protect me. The strength in his arms and the kindness he showed reminded me of someone. Someone I knew very well. Just stop already. Ankou, why are you being so cruel to Adolphe? And Adolphe, blah 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 blah.
それはこいつがあまりにも身勝手だから。
Because he's just thinking about himself. Oh, there it is, that little jump. Did she just, like, I already had the revelation. I know. What's next? When they both screamed mother? Come on.
いいか。もう二度とそんなこと考え、あの探検はお守り。もう、あそこ。
I am not I'm not doing any of the flashbacks. He's gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. Ankou is still the love of my life. I don't care if he was Adolphe. They're unrelated to me. I know. But here's the thing. This is Adolphe 100+ years in the future. I understood now. I finally realized the Watchman of Death, the person who watched over me like another older brother, his real name was Adolphe. Say it. Leah. Adolphe. Yeah.
お前にその名で呼ばれるのは数百年ぶりだな。
It's been hundreds of years since you've called me by that name.
ずっとお前に会いたかったんだ。
I wanted to see you again for so long, Leah. Really? So you're really... And I'm dead now. Dear God, I have killed so many. I'm not doing this again. Ankou. That was the beginning of my despair. I didn't make it in time. Why'd this happen? I won't accept it. I will kill them all. The small country of Arpachel was surrounded by the sea and fields of black licorice. Those born here were said to live under the dreaded curse of death, who had ruled over the land since ancient times. The longest that one could live was 18 years old. Born in such... It's 23, but she died at 18. I just read... What? Born in such a twisted country, she was looked down upon as death. My beloved Lee was blamed for all the strange deaths that occurred. She ended up dying in her youth at 18 using the dagger she once gave me. Unable to endure the despair of losing her, I lived like a hollow shell of my former self. My identity was uncovered. They found out I lived longer than 18 years, so it's 23. Who broke this? Who broke the translations? Unless this is a different universe. Does this look like a different building? I'm so confused. Is this a weird world where everything repeats? See, now he has to wait like another 300 years to try and save her again? I'm so confused. They captured and used me as a test subject at the Institute. The person who captured me was the gift of God, and according to what he said, as someone from the outside world, my chromosomes were very different from those. He conducted experiments on them. He then had a theory that the identity of Death's curse was akin to a genetic disorder. Using that theory and his research resulted in a foundation. He used my flesh and blood to see if he could create a cure. Just thinking about the experiment Sheen conducted on me makes me want to vomit. But as a result,
なんだ、傷口が勝手に塞がって。
My wounds are
シ
closing.
アンプロビオーズ、お前、俺の体に何を
The
しや
hell did you do to
これ
me?
じゃまるで化け物。
I'm like a monster now.
そうだ。お前はその比喩の通り。
My brain shut down at this point. Snap out of it! We're still not done! I wasn't even gonna try and finish this today, but then I was like, oh, you know what? We made progress. And now it's 10 hours later. It's exactly as you described.
条件を満たさない限り死ぬことが不可能な。
Unless certain criteria are met, you are unable to die.
永遠を生きる不老不死の化け物になった。
In other words, you're an immortal monster that can live for eternity. Apparently, my cells were able to divide at a rapid rate, forcing me to heal myself. 10 hours of me losing my shit. And you've been here the whole time. Thank you. I actually appreciate you being here the whole time. It means a lot to me. After 103 years had passed, the reason behind the cure was still a mystery, and the people continued their lives relying upon Reliver technology. A medicine was created from my blood to extend the lifespan of those in Arpachel, and soon the country was open to the world. But they still conducted their torturous experiments on my body as a test subject when one day...
Adolphe! 無事! ヒューゴも一緒に来てるから、一緒に逃げよう!
Adolphe, you alright? Hugo's here with me, so let's get you out of here. After Yves became a Reliver and cured the burns on his face, he and his partner Hugo arrived to rescue me. His partner? No? No? Okay. Then they decided to hide me at Quarun. It was then that I was finally able to visit Leah sleeping in her grave in Yves' garden.
あいつは
His hair's the same! How dare you? He's been a test subject for 100 years. Change
本
something.
当に俺が
She
脳
really
の
died.
不死の化け物になっている間、ずっとここに一人で眠ってたのか。
She was sleeping all alone while I lived all these years as some undead
アドル
monster.
フ、
Adolphe. Just as I muttered words of regret, I noticed some flowers I had never seen before growing around her grave. They were ominous flowers that looked like flames burning under the night
この
sky.
花を見るのは初めて。この国では、俺の庭か海辺近くのうちの墓の周りでしか咲いてないもんね。
This is the first time you've seen these. They only bloom in my garden and around my family's grave near the
綺
ocean.
麗でしょ。リコリスって言うんだよ。
Pretty, aren't they? They're called licorice.
遠い昔、俺のご先祖様が、この国で初めて咲かせることができて以来、代々守り育ててきたんだ。
Long ago, an ancestor of mine made them bloom here, and since then, it's been family tradition to protect and nurture them. Eve spoke about it like it was a hobby, but his family's story also mentioned that the flowers should never be plucked. Some of Eve's ancestors tried to get rid of them, saying that they didn't fit the scenery, but those who did apparently died. At first, I thought they were horrible flowers. But hearing Eve's explain their deaths in detail reminded me of the misfortune surrounding Leah. I explained so to Eves, and searching his place, finding a diary written by his ancestor which stated, the lycras were originally either red or white in color. These flowers possess an allopath. They absorbed harmful compounds from the soil and transformed into the black flowers they were today. It dawned on me, maybe that harmful component that was the source of this country's curse is the reason that she was called Death. The possibility in mind, I went to see Sheen at the risk of being captured again in order to ask for his help. After analyzing the lycris, as well as the book on botany that Eves had with him, I learned that the toxins in the country were the source of the curse, and that the lycris ability had a significant effect. Leah's blood was analyzed to research There's similarities, and the result was she was scientifically proven to be death. Her spreading misfortune was actually a trait that replicated the ability of the Lycrases. I also discovered that many of the incidents that occurred were caused by the royal family who sought to gain eternal youth in life. But that information came a little too late.
このリコリスが国中に咲き誇っていれば。
So if these licorice were grown across the country,
あいつは死神なんて呼ばれず、普通の人間として生きることができたんじゃないか。
could Leah have been able to live as the normal human without being called death? It was soon afterwards that I got in contact with a certain man, a reliver from the Clyde family known for their translations, was imprisoned by avoiding sentences for his crime. The man named Camille shared some knowledge with me. A story about miraculous technology that was being researched outside of their country, allowing people to leap through time. Of course, I could hardly believe in such a thing, but if this technology existed, if I used it, I could potentially see Leah again. With a sliver of hope, I decided to go out and look for this miracle. I brought along some lycra bulbs that Eves prepared. I then stole knowledge of the medicine that was created with my flesh and blood. Once ready, I escaped the Institute to leave the country. Eves agreed to help me with my newfound mission. Together, we left the country with the lycra bulbs that we thought would be the key to saving Leah, but Eves was impaled by multiple swords.
大切な彼女助けたいんだろう。なら俺のことなんて構わないで。
You want to save her, then leave me and
向こ
go.
うの俺によろしく。また親友になってくれたら嬉しいな。
Give my regards to the other me, will you? I hope we can become friends again. He rescued me from Shin Brophy, then killed him so that I could search for the way to go back in time unimpeded. He boldly stood against the man known as God and sacrificed his own life to send his friend out on his journey. It was the noble end of a hero's life. And that's why Ankou feels like he's so noble. What if Leah had reunited with Eves, with his unbending fortitude much sooner? What if they were destined to be together? Maybe then she would have held on to hope and chose to live instead of die. Yeah, maybe. Oh. I continued my journey with the regret in my heart, along with a grudge and hatred for Shin Brophy. In the end, I finally found myself in another land where I discovered and stole the premature miracle to jump into the past. Using Eves as a precious sacrifice, I finally found myself back in time long before Leah was born. It was Arpachel 500 years before the period of time I came from.
ここが大昔のアルペシエル。
So this is how Arpachel used to
今
look.
から俺がこの国にリコリスを植えれば、
If I can start growing these licorice
きっ
now,
とあいつを救えるはずだ。待ってろ。
I'm sure I'll be able to save her. Just wait, Leah. I planted the lycra bulbs given to me by my dear friend all across Arpachel. Years, decades, hundreds of years, so long that the memories I had of my friends, my foster mother, and Leah were beginning to fade. My form slowly changed as my cells continued to divide.
すっかり元の面影がなくなっちまったな。
looked like a completely different person. Even if I did get to see her again.
俺がアドルフだなんて絶対に気づかないだろうな。
I bet she won't be able to recognize me as Adolphe. The Lycris Noriges that I grew were slowly absorbing the toxins from the soil. The flowers surrounded the island on all sides, becoming a symbol of the curse in this country. After hundreds of years, I was able to extend the lifespan of the people here from 18 to 23 years. Okay, there we go. But it wasn't enough. It didn't get rid of the curse of death that would plunge her into the depths of the misfortune. Hundreds of years passed until it was 80 years before our current time, even after Sheen Brophy was born.
どうしてだ。これだけリコリスを増やしたのに、土壌の毒素が完全に消えない。
After so many lycrises, why haven't the toxins completely disappeared?
他にまだ何か条件があるのか。リコリスについての知識をこの時代で持ってるやつは。
Is there some other condition? The person who has knowledge of the lycrises in this age is
第一の漂流者、イブの先祖。
the first drifter, Eve's
リコリス
ancestor.
の花を持ち込んだ本人に聞けば何か。
Maybe I can find more about the lycrises from the person who brought us the book. The drifter had escaped the hands of Sheen's grandfather and hid himself and his family in a desolated area. I somehow found him and asked for his guidance. He wore unusual attire and had shiny black hair and a childlike face with the slightest hint of Eve's. The drifter was surprised to hear about my situation, but he had himself wondered why the flowers from his homeland looked so different in the foreign land. So he believed my story and imparted his knowledge to me. But
リコリス、彼岸花について君は何か誤解しているようだ。
it seems you have misunderstood the properties of the lycris, the
あ
higanbana.
の花の性質はあくまで土壌の成分を溜め込むことであり、毒を打ち消すわけではない。
The flowers are only able to absorb compounds from the soil, but do not possess the ability to neutralize
な
them.
んだと。
根本的な解決をしたいのなら、土壌に潜む毒素に対する特効薬の開発が必要だ。
If you truly wish to find a solution, you will need to develop an antidote that can fight the toxins lurking in the
特
soil.
効薬。
Antidote.
そんな。なら、俺が今までやってきたことは
So what you're saying is that
全部
everything I've
無
done,
駄だったってのか。このままあの時代に戻っても、あいつを救えない。
all of it was for nothing. Even if I return to that time, I can't save Leah. What I had spent centuries doing couldn't save Leah. The truth crushed my
な
soul.
ら、君自身が抗体になってはどうだろうか。
Why don't you develop the antibodies
抗
yourself?
体
The antibodies?
咲き誇るリコリスノワージュを通し、あえて土壌の毒を含むことで、
If you consume these licorice noraji blossoms, you could develop a resistance against the
抗
toxins.
体、毒素へ抵抗する力を自分自身の体で育むのだ。
In essence, you'll be using your own body to nurture the ability to resist them.
当然、数輪の話ではない。これだけ強力な毒素となると、
Of course, a few flowers will not be enough. The toxin is extremely
いや
powerful.
下手をしたら100年近くもの間、君はリコリスノワージュの摂取に集中しなければならないだろう。
Which means that in order to build a resistance, you will need to consume them for years, perhaps even hundreds of years. Whether I could consume enough in time for Leah's birth was 50-50.
だが、呪いの剣がなくとも、リコリスにはもともと強力な毒が宿っている。
Even without the curse, the lycris contain a powerful poison.
そんなものをはめば当然、君はのたうち回り、ろくに動くことができなくなる。
Consuming them will cause you pain so intense that it will temporarily rob you of movement.
それでも君は
Are you still going to?
いいぜ。やってやるさ。
Yes, let's do this.
ここまで来たんだ。あいつを救うためなら、交代にでも何でもなってやるよ。
I've come this far. I'll develop the antibodies myself if it means I can save her. I had no doubt about my decision. Apparently, the drifter was moved by my resolve.
君が命を落としてリコリスをはむ間
As you risk your life to consume the Lycris,
我ら血族が生涯をかけ国中をこの花で埋め尽くしてみせよう
my bloodline and I will devote our lives to growing them across the country in your place. He proposed a contract with me to protect and nurture the flowers, knowing that his bloodline would be blamed.
感謝する。この恩は永遠に忘れない。
I appreciate this. I will never forget your kindness. The drifter laughed, saying not to worry, and proceeded to fabricate a story to be relayed through generations of his bloodline. If the Arpachel royal family found out what we were planning, they would have come to kill us for good. So he helped me prepare clothes to match my otherworldly appearance and support the fairy tale if anyone to lay eyes
も
on
しか
me.
したら私の末裔の誰かがこの真実に気づき
Maybe one of my
君に
descendants
助力する時が来るかもしれない
will learn the truth and behind the story and offer to help you one day. He went on to call me the Watchman of Death, set up the world of Hades, and even taught me how I should speak to play the role. He seemed to be enjoying himself so much that a part of me was concerned by how enthusiastic he was about the whole thing. But I wasn't imaginative enough to come up with a story of my own, so I pretty much let him handle everything.
では契約と友好の証として私から君に新たな名を贈ろう
As proof of our contract and friendship, let me give you a new name.
いささか安直だがアドルフの別名アンクーという名はどうだ
It may be a cliche, but instead of Adolphe, may I suggest the name
ここと
Ankou?
は別の国で死神という意味を持つ名だ神秘的な今の君にふさわしい
It's the name used by the harbinger of death in another country. It'd be very suited for the story.
アンク。
Ankou. Is his eyes still red? I'm curious.
それが俺の
So that's my new
新
name.
しい名前。
I repeated the name over and over again, then gave my thanks to the drifter yet again.
これは呪いではなく約束だ。
This is not a curse, but a
ありが
promise.
とう、友よ。君たちが守るリコリスのワージュを
Thank you, my friend. The Lycris Norigi, your bloodline will protect.
救済の未来につなげてみせると。俺、いや、私はここで誓おう。
I promise that they will be led to salvation in the future. And this now explains why he gave the mask to his friend Yves. From then on, I withdrew even further from the public eye, spending my days consuming the poisonous lycorises. He's having a good time, it looks like. As the drifter said, I suffered an agony over the pain it caused me.
こんな苦痛をあと数十年以上自分から摂取しろというのか。
This much pain, and I have to keep eating them for decades. Oh, what did I do? Hit all the buttons.
上等だ。私は、俺は絶対やり遂げてやる。
Bring it on. I'm gonna do this if it's the last thing I do.
生きているあいつに会えるなら。
I'm doing this to see Leah alive again.
生きているあいつに会うんだ。
I'll see Leah alive again.
生きているあいつに会いたい。
I want to see Leah alive. Leah isn't alive.
まだあいつは生まれてこないのか。
He still isn't born yet.
どうして俺はこんな場所で一人誰にも知られずのたうち回ってる。
Why am I in a place like this suffering so much pain all alone?
どうして。
He's having a day. That's a day for sure.
もう一人は嫌だ。
I don't want to be alone anymore.
このままここで一人痛みに焼かれ続けるぐらいなら。
I have to keep feeling this burning pain out here.
死に逃げたい。
I'd rather die and escape it. But still.
君の
I
生きている姿が
want to see you alive. Even if my memories were lost to insanity, I would never forget the day you killed yourself. Seemingly endless years passed, my mind became more fractured, and I spoke to myself since there was no one else. Finally, that faithful day arrived. "10 hours of losing my shit." I crawled through the field of lycrises to get to you. I heard the voice of a newborn Leah crying desperately from the pain of birth.
と会えたな。
At long last, we meet again. I wanted to reach out to your fragile self, but my antibodies weren't ready. My body was still in severe pain, working to build the resistance I needed, preventing me from moving how I desired. With frustration, I watched you leave. I then continued to consume as many lycrises as possible in order to absorb the toxins. Still, the antibodies were far from ready, though I could feel I had greater resistance to it than decades before. It was more than enough for me to regain the mobility to walk again over the years, and then that faithful moment came. I rushed to the place where my powerless past self had arrived a second too late. So beautiful. Finally.
会いたかった。
How I missed you, Leah.
俺は二度とお前を死なせない。
I will not let you die again. I will absolutely protect you this time. After hundreds of years, I was finally able to reach out and keep you from death. Well, sort of. I mean, she's dying right now, but that's fine. It's me. Hi. It was a long journey of living through suffering, so Ankou was really...
こいつを失った。未来から来た。俺。
It's me, Adolphe, from a future where I lost you. Ankou quietly nodded to himself. Ankou gained the power of immortality after undergoing numerous experiments, then traveled back in time to save the heroine from death. He planted lycris across Arpichel and used them to develop antibodies against toxins. And began to talk about everything from when we were finally reunited. She died like so many times. Dude, that's all she does. It's like a joke. I was planning on telling you what the curse was and how to fight it the moment we met. But let me ask you. Why does my existence bring death?
もちろん知っている。君がの余裕しているからで。
You possess genes of the lycris. There were two of us in the same timeline because another Adolphe existed here. My current form was unable to share any information that was unknown at the time. All I could do was have you drink the incomplete antibodies through my blood, temporarily diluting the effect of her nature. Lol. I was right! In order to break through the interference, I needed to either lead my helpless past self to the truth with her, or he would need to be killed.
"死者が増えすぎて、冥界側というより、この国の担当であるこのままでは輪廻のバランスが崩壊する。そこで散らされる命の策、すなわち人々の私と契約を結んだ上でこの国にお礼として私の力。
I'm not going to read flashbacks, I don't care. Frustrated that I couldn't tell the truth, I quickly decided to offer out the contract. This brought me time to strengthen my antibodies and help uncover the truth so that I could speak. By going after each incident, you would learn about the Arpichel royal family's involvement as well as Capuchin's. I thought if I could get you to learn about the toxins in the Norigi family's book, I would be able to save you.
そう思っていたのに。
I had hope. I never expected that the mastermind behind everything would change entirely.
18の寿命。本来の歴史では生まれるはずのなかった。ダート。リアム・レーブ・ポワール。
Extending the 18-year lifespan resulted in a child who should never have been born. The hot Liam Revapor.
俺が植えたリコリスによって延命したあの意味語のせいで。
That cursed child only existed because I extended people's lifespans by growing the lycorises.
全てが無に返った。なんであんな男を救ってしまったんだ。
It's his fault that everything that was ruined. Why in the world did I save him? Damn. Adolphe. The current Adolphe was at a loss for words after hearing about his tumultuous journey. And now the Adolphe in front of me.
俺はまた救うことができなかった。
I wasn't able to save you again.
もう疲れた。
I'm so tired. He held me in his limp arms as I prepared to die.
このままお前が理不尽な痛みに苦しみ、狂いながら行く姿を見るぐらいなら。
Me to Ankou. If I'm going to have to see you suffer in such agony just so you go insane as you take your last breath.
人間としての姿と尊厳を完全に奪われる前に。
I need to protect your dignity as a human before you lose what is left of you.
どうか俺と共に
Please die with
お
me.
前のいない世界で終われない永遠を生きるなんて。
I can't bear to live in a world without you for all of eternity. He earnestly wished for his long and cruel journey to come to an end with me. But it can't, because he's forever. Oh. Hey, what was that? What was that? Wait, we're in chapter 6. What is that? Why does this say I'm in Act 3? Ankou, Adolphe's wish. He lived through hundreds of years in the past and in the future. I'm fucking tired. Are you tired too? It's gonna be 11 hours soon. I mean, I'm hungry. But I'm fine. I mean, I'm fine, but I'm not fine. I did not expect to stream this long. I thought I'd stop at like 6 or 7. Then I was like, you know what? It's the last chapter. Asia said there's only 6 chapters. I'm gonna go to the 6th chapter and just finish this. And we're past the 6th chapter. It just showed something. It's 12 a.m. It's fair. I usually keep you up till 2 a.m., so you should be used to this by now. Oh my god, my soul. Also, my ears hurt. Just a little bit. Just a little bit from wearing these for so long. For just a little bit. Oh god. I just want this to end so I can, you know, continue the rest later. I want an ending that feels finite. He traveled through time so he could see me again. I did look at the review. It did say something epilogue. She's dying. Just die already. Like, it's been so long. He traveled through time so he could see me again and save me from my fate. He overcame his fear of this unknown technology. Here's the thing. She wouldn't die if he confessed to being in love with her and said something along the lines of, you and me, we're gonna go live out in the woods where no one else can hurt us and you won't hurt anyone and we'll just be happy in the woods together. And instead she felt alone and abandoned and sad and all this death every day around her to the point that she's like, it'd be better if I wasn't here. In Adolphe's eyes, I could see him pleading to me to nod in agreement. Beyond my blurred vision, I could see Adolphe anxiously awaiting my reply. I could feel another flower bloom across my skin from the pain running through my body. I mean, it's okay. Your soul can leave your body. I was sure I would die a ghastly death. My breathing sounded like a growl of a beast. The inside of my throat felt as if it was inflamed and beginning to rot. My groans were dry and raspy. Once the toxins had completely consumed my body, the beautiful lycrases on my skin would cover me from head to toe. When the pain completely crushed the last thought in my mind, would I scream like some hideous beast until my final breath? Now was my chance to die as a human. As if I died now, I could avoid having Adolphe see me die a gruesome death. If he saw me die in such a way, both Adolphe and Adolphe would completely break. Still, I shook my head in response. I swallowed to try and moisten my throat. I need to hurry before I completely lose the ability to speak. Live, because confession. I reply. Promise. No matter how much I suffered, no matter how hideous I become, I couldn't break this promise.
俺の見立てだと、あと5年は確実にかかる。だ。
I'm not doing flashbacks. At least 5 more years.
そんなの。
But
叶ったとして、死ぬよりも辛い思いをすることになるんだぞ。
even if that were possible, you would just suffer through life.
そこまでして、命を捧げる価値が。
Boy, you were
俺にはあるというのか。
400 years old. What are you talking about? No, 600. Oh god. He said 500 years before our time. And he spent 100 years in jail. Yeah, 600 years. Am I really worth that much that you would sacrifice your life?
救うことも守ることも満足にできやしない。
I wasn't able to save you or even protect you.
どこまでも無力な。
I'm a completely
存在なのに。
useless existence. You were worth it. I knew that it would hurt a lot to die without keeping my humanity, and I was very scared. But I was scared to think of not being able to fulfill my promise with Adolphe. A shadowy figure walked towards Ankou as he looked at me with horror.
説得は諦めろ。こいつの頑固さはマム譲りだ。
You're not going to be able to convince her she's as stubborn as mother. Adolphe was standing next to Ankou, holding me in his arms. He crouched to the ground and gently wiped the sweat from my forehead.
本当に頑張れるんだな。
You sure? I nodded.
俺は惚れた女を手にかけるなんてごめんだから。
I have no intention of killing the girl I fell in love
後から
with.
楽になりたいと泣き叫んでも絶対に殺してやらねえぞ。
I wouldn't kill you even if you pleaded for me to end your misery. I nodded and smiled wearily. If I ever ask for such a thing, don't go easy on me. Make sure to scold me, okay?
ああ、任せろ。
He's blushing. Leave it to me. Adolphe stroked my hair one last time before his fingers moved away.
だそうだ。
You heard her.
俺もこいつが望むのなら、どんな絶望にも付き合うつもりでいる。
I'm gonna stick with her through her despair if that's what she wants. Next, Ankou's fingers gently touched my cheek.
おかしいな。
Strange.
お前、こんなに強い女だったか。
I never knew you were this strong.
お前のことだけは、どんな些細なことも忘れていない自信があったのに。
I was confident that I would never forget you, not even the smallest detail. I was inspired by the carefree watchman of death. I left the orphanage, I explored and gained a lot of experience. Maybe that's why I've changed.
そうか。俺が原因か。
I see. So it's my fault.
それは、さすがに盲点だった。
Looks like you got me. After rubbing my cheek as if to praise me, Ankou's fingers moved away. The sorrow in his eyes at my refusal of his offer went away as he blinked his eyes. His eyes no showed resolve. He then looked sharply at Adolphe crouched next to him.
お前が強くなろうが、目の前にいる俺が変わっていなければ意味がない。
Even if Leah is strong now, it won't mean anything unless the me in front of me doesn't change.
お前の意志を優先すると言っておきながら、
You say that you will put her desires above all else.
本音はただの定年で、理由付けや責任をお前に委ねている可能性も大いにあり得る。
You've just given up, and it's possible you're only saying that as an excuse so I can hand her over to you.
だから、こいつが今のお前を託すにふさわしいか。
Just why I'm going to test you to see if you're worthy of her.
上等だ。
Bring it on. I felt myself being gently laid onto a bed of Lycurgus noregis. They then walked together until they reached some distance away from me. The burning heat inside me was blurring my vision, but I could still see them from where I lay. They stopped, then turned to face each other a few paces apart. I could hear the ground rumble from the destruction brought upon Upper Chell by its young king.
自分との戦いか。こんなに意味のない戦いをするのは初めてだ。
Fight against myself, this is the first time I've fought such a meaningless battle.
それは私も同じだよ。
I feel the same way. The two of them brought out their weapons at the same time. He's got a gun? If Ankou's hand was a strange iron device with a cylinder pointed towards Adolphe.
飛び道具か。剣の道は諦めたのか。
A projectile, huh? Did you give up on using a sword?
この姿になる過程で筋肉が失われてしまったんだ。
After living well over a century, I've grown tired.
軽く振る程度なら問題ないが、すぐ重さに耐えきれなくなってしまう。
I can still swing a sword, but the weight is too much for me to wield properly.
貧弱め。
Weakling.
無個性よりはいいだろ
う。Better than having no character at all. This would be the last of the playful banter I enjoyed seeing from them.
時間がない。手短に済ませよう。
She doesn't have much time, so let's make this quick.
わかってる。
Got it. From the horizon in the distance, a strong gust of wind was carried from the direction they once called home. It blew through the lycris that existed for hundreds of years. The petals that had ballooned with one man's love soared into the air. The next moment, two people with the same genes clashed in battle. Something came flying towards me. Ankou probably just showed me mercy by hitting my sword first instead of me. This is my new weapon. Let's see you beat me. I bet he was taunting me in his mind. I could only assume the weapon he was using came from hundreds of years in the future. I faintly remember seeing something in my homeland called a gun that could shoot a metal projectile or bullets one at a time. But I didn't recall ever hearing about a gun that could shoot accurately and in a rapid succession. My cheek, my arm, my leg. The bullets grazed me, sending blood into the air. For some reason, my generative power wasn't able to heal the wound. Bang, bang, bang!
どうした？逃げてばかりでは勝負にならないぞ!
Is that it? You won't win if you keep running away.
やかましい。そんなことは分かってる。
Shut up, you don't need to tell me that. I knew that, but his weapon was too dangerous for me to stand in one place. That I have to swat away all the bullets he shot at me with my sword.
バカ言え。そんな芸当ができるのは先代かリュカ先生ぐらいだ。
The only people who can do that is the boss and Lucas.
そもそも弾を見切ること自体、俺にはできない。
I can't even see the bullets coming towards me clearly. Maybe I can dodge the bullets and get closer if, like Yves would.
そんな器用な真似ができるほど、俺は身軽じゃない。
But I'm not as fast or nimble as he is to do that. Then what could I do? I recalled the boss told me before when he was teaching me how to use a sword. Your talents are not exceptional. The only reason I was finally able to swing a sword was because I was able to grow past 23 years of age. But that was it. Time would take its toll and force me back into my true position as a normal person. I remembered how disgusted I felt when I realized how mediocre I was. Don't give me that look. What I said isn't necessarily a bad thing. Your attack and defense are well balanced, so your strength will lie in endurance. The boss went on to tell me that the endurance was what was needed to lead a group through battle, and named me the best next leader.
Adolphe.
Listen carefully, Adolphe. If you end up having to fight a battle by yourself, I thought he said with yourself. I was like, well, how did he know? Here's what you need to do. Just one thing. Move forward. Move forward. Just keep moving forward. I didn't need an unwavering heart or superhuman strength or deep knowledge to do what a normal person could do. Even if my body is filled with holes by those bullets, as long as I didn't retreat behind the person I was supposed to protect. Look very carefully. How does it feel to look at your own face covered in blood?
最悪だよ。
It's the
と
worst.
ころで俺は前からこんな戦い方ができる男だったかい？
Apart from that, I never knew I was able to fight like this
俺
before.
もお前が引き寄せた修羅場の中で嫌でも鍛えられたんだ。
I was trained in the chaos you caused, whether I wanted to be or not.
なるほど。
I see.
なら変化し成長し合う者たちの未来を
If so, then I need to make way for those who are able to grow and change.
数百年も停滞するだけの男が邪魔するわけにはいかないな。
A man who grows stagnant after hundreds of years shouldn't get in the way of your future. It didn't matter if he possessed immortality. The winner of this meaningless battle was the one who could bend the will of the other. I pulled my head back as far as I could, then butted it straight into Ankou's forehead. He staggered back from the pain and shock. The two exchanged their final blows. Why? Unnecessary. The two of them groaned at the same time, but one of them stood tall, at the other fell with blooming flowers of blood. Ankou, who fell, was bleeding profusely from his shoulder down to his waist. The final bullet did not hit Adolphe's heart, but his side. Unfortunately, the bullet was still inside him, causing him to grimace with pain.
わざと負けたのか。
You purposely lost.
まさか私とお前では勝利の条件が違ったということさ。
Of course not. The conditions of victory differed between me and you. So pointless? Yeah, pretty much. Not understanding what Ankou just said, Adolphe tried to ask for details when Adolphe's heart, which avoided the bullet, suddenly roared like a beast. Adolphe. He held his chest down as if his heart was about to burst through his skin the next moment. His skin bloated for a moment. The wound he sustained began to heal even more quickly than before. The
私が最後に放った銃弾には元いた時代から持ってきた特殊な薬が埋め込まれていてね。
It's coated in a special medicine that I brought from the time I came from.
変異した細胞をさらに無理やり変異させる。
It forces mutated cells to mutate further.
私がこの不死の肉体になる原因となった憎き天才の作った薬だ。
It's a medicine created by the despicable genius who made me what I am now. Wait. Which means the bullet lodged inside Adolphe's body was going
お前
to...
も私と同じ末路をたどることになるかもしれない。
You may end up following the same path as me.
お前は私とは違ってこの薬を打たれる前からすでに不死になりかけていたからな。
Unlike me, you were already in the process of becoming an undead monster before I used this medicine on
も
you.
っと違う結果になる可能性がある。
Which means something different may occur. He went on to say that perhaps Adolphe's genes might transform into something that could help suppress my genes. Ankou then
運
mumbled,
試しだ。
I'm testing your luck.
彼女に寄り添える新たな遺伝子を獲得できるよ
I
う
sincerely
願っ
hope
ている。
that your mutated genes will be able to cure her.
私はもう疲れたから一足先に冥界に行っ て
But
いる
will you
よ。
die? I'm just very tired now. I'll be heading to Hades ahead of you.
お前、
What? Adolphe paused for a moment, then moved away. He returned to me and carried me in his arms and walked back to Ankou. He slowly lowered me so that I could hold Ankou's hand. Ankou, are you alright? You're bleeding badly. You're gonna be okay, right? But Ankou wasn't extending his hand to me. Huh. It's everybody and shooting themselves in the heart and stabbing themselves in the heart and stuff in this. He merely gave me a warm smile, then pointed the gun at his own heart. What? The bullet he had in there was the same one that was causing Adolphe to
こ
change.
の銃弾は私にとってお守りだった。
This bullet is my lucky talisman.
もしも君を救えない運命に直面し、完全に狂ってしまった時に、
If fate led me to a situation where I couldn't save you, or if I went completely mad,
自ら命を絶てるように。
I'd use it to kill myself. I reached out with shaking fingers and held Ankou's open hand. Don't, please. I begged to him like a child. Ankou didn't respond. Adolphe said
お
nothing.
前を失って、お前が生まれてくるまでの間、
Between the time I lost you until you were born
あ
again,
まりにも苦しくて、寂しくて、今まで何度もこの弾を使おうとした
my life was only suffering and solitude. I thought so often of using this on
で
myself.
もその度に思いとどまった。
But each time I would hold back. The
生
reason?
きて希望を手にしたお前の心からの幸せそうな笑顔を
For you to live, to have hope, to smile, to smile happily from the bottom of your heart.
一目でいい。この目で見たかったんだ。
To see it just once with my own eyes, even if it took hundreds of years.
だが、その願いはたった今叶った。
And now my wish has come true.
アドルフへの告白の返事をするために生きると。
You said you wanted to live so that you could reply to Adolphe's confession.
苦しみながらもそう言い切った時のお前の笑顔は
Despite your suffering, when you said those words, you were smiling.
世界で一番幸せそうな
As if you were the happiest person in the
美
world.
しい笑顔だったよ。
It's a beautiful
これで
smile.
もう思い残すこ
Which
と
is
は
why I
な
have
い。
no regrets now. No! The finger that was hooked around the trigger wasn't shaking. Ankou gave me one last gentle smile. Then shot himself in the heart. Ankou had used his body for hundreds of years, and his cells were so worn that they could not withstand the medicine. Ankou fell to the ground, spilling a river of blood from his chest.
ほら、お待ちかねの特効薬の原料だ。
Behold the very components needed to create the antidote.
普通の呪い、毒素には効果があるから。
Can MC die already? I would love for that to happen. I would also love for this to have not been like a random gun battle that turned into this. He brought her out here so she could die, and then he shot himself. I don't know. I feel like maybe if you're going to donate your body to science, don't kill yourself first. It should work against the curse, against the
ア
toxins.
ドルフの変貌した細胞と組み合わせれば、お前の治療にも使えるかもしれないぞ。
Combining my blood with Adolphe's might be enough to cure Leah. Perhaps it is possible. Just as he finished speaking, everything apart from Ankou's blood slowly turned into charcoal and began to crumble away. Ankou.
アンクーのために耐えられるか
Can you endure a bit of pain for Ankou? Yes. Hearing my response, Adolphe used his dagger to cut a bunch of blooming lycrases nearby. He then tied some stems around to make them into a bouquet. Why?
不格好なのは許せ。
Sorry, it's not perfect.
花束なんて今まで一度も作ったことがないんだ。
I've never made a bouquet of flowers before. He shoved the bouquet into Ankou's cold hand.
これは何のつもりだ。
What's the meaning of this?
最後ぐらい静かに死なせてほしいんだが。
It's nearly the end. Why won't you let me die quietly?
寝ぼけてんじゃねえ
It's not time yet.
お前がイブたちに伝えたんだろうがこのリコリス・ノワージュは愛しい女への求婚のために植えた花なんだと
That's not what he said. Actually, that was mistranslated. He even tried to correct that. You're the one who told Eve that your family grew lycras and origi so you could propose to the woman you loved. Let it be his time. He's bleeding from his mouth. No matter how much he was hated or persecuted, our friend...
男の話を信じた俺たちの親友が必死に守り続けてくれた花なんだ
Yeah, but like she's dying and he's dying. Like let people die. Our friend protected these flowers because he had faith in the story passed down because of you.
ただのおとぎ話で終わらせることは絶対に許さね
I'm not going to let it end without becoming true.
漂流者
Drifter.
イブ
Eves.
私の魂の契約者と
My contractor soul.
私のせいで私のために失われた
A dear friend lost because of me. Ankou's eyes welled up with tears. He tightened his grip on the bouquet. Leah.
大切な君へ愚かな死の番人から
My dear princess, I am but a foolish watchman of death.
数百年の思いを込めた
But for hundreds of years, I grew these with my love.
どうか受け取ってほしい
Please, will you accept it? I didn't care how much I would suffer from the toxins being emitted from the bouquet of lycrases. After all, their lives were mutated for me by someone I held dear. They're beautiful. I'm so happy. Thank you, Ankou. My very own watchman of death. I smiled from the bottom of my heart and spoke the name of my precious friend. I think you should have called him Adolphe. Ankou's crimson eyes widened as his heart beat rapidly. She called me by my fake name.
こんなにも嬉しいんだ
Why am I so happy now? I see.
私は
I
自分でも気づかない間に
only notice now.
アンクーという名前を自分のものとして受け入れていたのか
Is the name that belongs to me as my own.
君が何度も何度も
Hearing it again and again.
親愛を込め 嬉しそうにこの名を呼んでくれたから。
Speaking this name with the affection and joy in your heart.
実は、
To be honest,
本音を言うと、
actually
少しばかり、君の声や姿を
forgot your voice and
忘れ
appearance
ていたんだ。
just a little. The memories of my beloved, the very reason I lived, were painted with despair, solitude, and torture. Not being able to remember how Leah looked or sounded made me weep countless times as I grabbed my hair at the roots. I questioned myself numerous
アン
times.
クーとして、君と過ごせば過ごすほど、
The longer I spend with you as Ankou,
色を褪せていた。愛しい記憶が蘇るどころか、
rather than
どんどん別の色に染まっていって、
reviving the lovely faded memories, they were dyed in a different color. I should have felt more despair then.
不思議と嫌ではなかった。
But strangely, I didn't. I see.
数百年ぶりに触れ合った君は、
When I finally touched you after hundreds of years,
私の記憶の中の姿より
you were much more beautiful than in my
と綺
memories.
麗になっていた。
The cells that made up Ankou were slowly falling apart. But as he slowly disintegrated, his last words spoken of his love for me.
正体を悟られないように設定を考えて、
In order to keep my identity hidden, I continued to play a part.
誰だけ恥ずかしくても
You're like, die
演じ
faster,
た。
please. I was emotional for a second, but now I'm just kind of like, man. No matter how embarrassing, I did my best for
死
you.
の番人としての私の一挙一動や振る舞いに
You followed my every word and action as the watchman of death.
驚き、笑い、からかえばすねる少女らしい表情のすべてが
You were surprised, you laughed, you pouted when I teased you, your every
と
expression
ても愛らしくて、
was adorable beyond words.
つい何度もからかってしまった。どうか許してほしい。
At this moment, I will be sad, but I'm so over it. Which was why I kept teasing you whenever I could. Please forgive me. Of course, I enjoyed being with you. He went on to say that I told him I wanted to get rid of the curse for Adolphe. He shyly muttered that he was jealous that I would do so much for Adolphe.
君を守れなかった大嫌いな俺と
I despised the me that was unable
子
to
供
protect
の
you.
ように揉めるだけで楽しそうに笑ってくれる。
But seeing us fight like children only made me laugh happily.
何度だって
So I decided that I'd pick on him.
俺にたくさんの嫌味や皮肉を
I said mean things and
しまった。
pestered myself many, many times.
言われるこっちの身にもなれ。
Think about how I felt on the receiving end.
振り返れば振り返るほど
The more I turned to look at you,
私がアンクーとして過ごす君との日々だけは
the days I spent with you as Ankou
輝いていたな。
shone brighter by the day.
ああ、今の君に出会えてよかった。
Leah, I'm glad I met the current you.
この先にどんなに苦しい未来が待ち構えていようとも
No matter the pain and suffering that awaits you in the future.
絶対に死ぬな。
Please never choose death.
苦しんだ分、より多くの希望と幸福をつかみ取ってやると
Believe that from every heartache,
力強く
a new happiness will
実直に
arise.
前に進め。
Please keep moving forward.
そして数十年後の
Decades from now in
最
your
後の
final
時、
days,
真っ白な髪とシワだらけの顔で
With pure white white hair and a wrinkled
こい
face.
つを見とり。子供に囲まれながら
Take care of each other. Be loved by your children.
普通の人生を行くんだぞ。
Embrace a normal life and a normal end. I will. It was time to part ways with my other brother. Tears began to fill my eyes as I gave him my reply. He was always kind and strong, someone who protected me, someone I loved. I finally understood why I took your hand that day. Somewhere in my heart, I must have known that you were someone important.
そして
And to me.
なんだ
What is it?
私
Me.
告白の返事をもらうのに5年もかけるな。
Don't take more than 5 years to get a reply.
強引にでも迫って返事をもらえ。
Hear it from her now. You have to force her. Shake her. Shake the.
彼女は美しいからも
She's too
たも
beautiful.
たしていると
If you wait any
あ
longer,
っという間にかっさらわれるぞ。
someone will come in and sweep her off her feet.
大きな世話だが肝に銘じておく
Easier said than done, but I'll keep that in mind.
やっと
Finally, the night will end.
絶望と痛みそして孤独だらけの
Despair and pain,
途
complete
方もない
solitude.
旅路だったが
My journey was bleak and endless, but
君にもう一度恋ができて
oh no, don't say
嬉しかっ
things.
た。
I'm so happy I could fall in love with you again.
どうか幸せに
Please be happy.
愛してた。
I loved you. His confession of love in the past tense marked his end. Oh my god, it's Thanos. Anku's body crumbled away, leaving behind his blood and the lycra, the proof of his love over hundreds of years. A gentle wind carried his ashes into the sky. Oh, I took a weird screenshot. Oh man, I just got the light in that one. Interesting. Okay. I'm Googling things. You're still dying? I'm so sorry. We did it. I'm not gonna get the other ending right now because I'm too tired. I will get the other ending and start working on the salvation endings. If this is the right one, she said with a question mark. Tomorrow. Because I was gonna play before I go to work tomorrow. But honestly, it's almost 11 o'clock at night and I'm so... Woo! I'm so... Sleepy, you're sleepy. I mean, whew. I feel betrayed, honestly.
四方を海と黒いリコリスに囲まれた
It's not over.
小国アルペシェール。
The small country of Arpachel is surrounded by the sea and fields of black lycruses.
この国で生まれ育った人間は
The land proposed by death. Those born here were said to live under the dreaded curse of death, who had ruled over the land since ancient
長
times.
くとも23年しか生きることができなかった。
Longest one could live is 23 years.
若き王によって一度この国が崩壊してから
5 years after a certain young king nearly brought about the ruin, everything changed.
ここがかつて死神に見られていた国。アル
This is the country that used to be possessed by
開設
death.
されてから3年だっけ。どこに行っても賑やかだし。
It's been 3 years since it's opened. Look how busy this
少
place
し前
is.
まで短命の呪いに蝕まれていたなんて。嘘
Can't
みたい
believe
ね
these people used to live a short life because of a curse.
なあなあ。ところで、リライバーって本当にいるの
Leah
かな
safe. Pretend this doesn't exist until tomorrow. No, because I like to go to the home screen and go see my photos. I can't stop. This is me now. I am here. I am the Virche Evermore. I am Ankou. I now know what it feels like to live 500 years. Speaking of which, I wonder if there really is such a thing as a
保
reliver.
管していた記憶と感情を全部クローン体に引き
ちょっと
Sounds unlikely to me. I can give them the clone bit, but keeping all their memories?
いるわよ。それもたくさん。
Is that Nadia? Is that my sweet angel? It's true, there are plenty of them. The tourists were taken aback when they heard a young girl with a cane respond to them.
びっくりした。そんな自信たっぷりに言い切るってことは、君自身がリライバーなの？
Startled us. Could that be because you're a reliver?
いいえ、違うわ。私自身は普通の人間。
No, I'm just a normal
でも
human.
私の周りにはリライバーがたくさんいるの。ここですれ違う人たちも、
But
そ
there are
の
a
ほとん
lot
どがリライバーよ。
of relivers around me. Most of the people you see here are relivers.
そうなのかい？どう見ても全員普通の人間にしか見えないけど。
But they all look like normal humans to us.
それはそうよ。
Well, of course.
リライバーはもう特別な生命じゃないから、区別の必要なんてないのだし。
Relivers aren't anything special, so there's no need for them to look any different from the rest of us.
見た目が変化しないとか、心が引き継げないとか、そんな悪い噂も聞いたけど。
But I heard the relivers don't change their appearance and that they lose all their emotions.
そんな怖くて悪い噂はね。
What a scary rumor you heard. Show me Nadia. Show her
私
to
の素
me.
敵なお友達が全部吹き飛ばしてくれちゃった。
My friends did their best to get rid of those rumors for good. Liam Repor exterminated the royal family and sought the same fate for the people. The tragedy was somewhat thoughted, though through over half of the population died from the incident. That means 1,500 people died. But it also brought about the release from the curse that had devoured the country for ages. Reliver technology was no longer needed and thus sealed away. Current relivers were modified so that their emotions could be transferred fully. Using the cells of a normal human, they were updated to be able to age. After the turmoil caused by the royal family, Arpachel emulated other countries and became a democracy. Sheen, the talented scientist who created the vital antibody antidote, became the representative of the new government to lead the people. Then again, he wasn't much of a politician since the bulk of his time was spent pursuing his own interest and whatever caught his attention.
それじゃあ私もそろそろ会場に向かう準備をしないと。
I better get going so I can make it on time.
こんなところにいたのですか、ナディア？
There you are, Nadia. A young man approached her, bearing a strikingly similar appearance.
兄様。
Brother,
あ、ではありません。
don't you off me?
病が治癒に向かい、外へ自由に出られるようになったことに喜ぶ気持
I
ち
know.
は
I
わ
want
か
to
り
see a
ますが、
5-year older Nadia. I want to see an 18-year-old Nadia. I understand how happy you are now that the treatment has gone well enough for you to go
ま
outside,
だ
but
経過観察とリハビリの最中なのですから、あまり一人で外出しないように。
you're still going through the process of physical rehabilitation. You mustn't go outside alone like this.
ごめんなさい。青空の下がこんなに気持ちいいだなんて、少し前までは想像もでき
Lucas
なかった
redeemed
から。
himself. He saved bodies, sort of. I'm sorry. I never knew that being outside under the blue sky felt so nice.
それより兄様はどうしてここに？もしかして病院の帰り？
What brings you here, brother? Are you on the way back from the
ええ、
hospital?
この後は彼の護衛に行く予定です。
Yeah, which is why I'm heading out to guard him now. Nadia's brother, Lucas Proust, we assume he's Sheen's bodyguard, was the mass murderer who had taken many lives and should have been sentenced to death, but at the behest of a genius scientist who was prone to making enemies, Lucas was appointed to be his guard as punishment. In order to someday return to teaching, he also attended counseling lessons until he could heal from the minister's brainwashing.
そう。兄様の治療も順調みたいで安心したわ。
I'm glad to hear that. Everything's going well, brother. He was now being supported by his sister Nadia, who was recovering from her illness thanks to a very genius he was guarding.
そうそう。兄様も彼女のお祝いにはもちろん行くわよね。
Brother, you'll be coming to celebrate to see her, won't you?
いえ、それは遠慮しておきます。
No, actually, I won't be
い
attending.
くら元教え子とはいえ、私のような罪人は彼女たちから一線を引いておくべきでしょう。
She was also your first love, you son of a bitch. She may have been my student, but after what I've done, I shouldn't involve myself in her life anymore.
もう、またそんなこと言って。
There you go again.
確かに兄様は罪深い人かもしれない
I
けれど、
understand you may be a sinner,
彼
but
女を助けた一人でもあるんだから、お礼の気持ちがこもった招待状を無駄にしちゃいけないと思うわ。
you also helped save her life. She sent you her heartfelt invitation, so I don't think you should deny her the chance to thank you.
それはそうですが、
I suppose you're right, but
それでも欠席するって言うなら、私も行かない。
if you're so adamant about not going, then I'm not going either.
兄様の罪には、人質にされてた私にだって責任があるもの。
It's my responsibility too, because I'm the one you did everything for.
わかりました。私も同席しますから、落ち込まないでください。
I understand. I'll attend. Please don't blame yourself, Nadia.
やったわ。約束よ。
She also learned how to manipulate people. Great! It's a promise. I love you, brother. I want a picture of Nadia. Show me Nadia.
兄様も元気に優しく育ってくれたナディアが
Your brother
大
loves
好
you
きで
too.
すよ。
If being such a kind and spirited girl. Oh gosh. Loves you too for being such a kind and spirited girl.
ところで、杖での移動はまだ訓練中でしたね。疲れたなら私が背負っても。
By the way, you're still practicing to walk with that cane, aren't you? If you're tired, I can carry you on my back.
ううん。いいの。
No, I'm fine. Show me Nadia. Nadia looked up at the blue sky after gently refusing her brother's
私、
offer.
自分の力で頑張るわ。
I'm gonna do what I can on my own. Just a CG, just something.
どうしようお兄さん。赤ちゃんがさっきから泣き止まない。もう少しで出発する時間なのに。
What should I do? Your baby's crying up a storm. It's nearly time to
眠
leave.
くてぐずっているのでは？背中を撫でつつ軽く揺らしてみてはどうでしょ
Perhaps from being overtired, maybe I should suggest back pats and slow rocking.
うん。よしよし。いい子。ゆっくり、お眠り。
Nice, baby. Sleep tight, little one.
よかった。寝てくれた。
I'm not saying anything.
泣いてる理由がすぐわかるなんて。
It worked fast
兄
asleep
さんはや
now.
っぱりすごいね。
You're amazing at figuring these things out, brother.
う？マティス坊ちゃん、その兄さんというのはやめませんか？
Master Mathis, I must again ask you to refrain from calling me brother. The Clyde family governed knowledge in many forms. As the baby slept in Mathis's arms, it turned his respectful gaze towards his older
なん
brother.
だかんだで俺はあなたの執事に戻ったわけですから。
We may have gone through many things, but I have since returned to being your butler.
でも、僕の中にある偽りの記憶のことを抜きにしても、
Even if the memories I started out with were
ジャ
fake,
ンは僕にとって執事である以前に
you're more than just a butler to me, Jean.
僕という存在を生み、今まで導いてくれた兄さんでもあるから。
You're a brother who brought me to life and guided me all this time.
あっそ。
Whatever.
あ、また巣に戻った。
Ah, you're back.
おっと、気が緩むとつい。
Ah, do you forgive my rudeness?
いけませんね。天才小説家、マティス大先生の執事ともあろうものが。
I must strive to do better as butler to the talented novelist, the great Mathis Clyde.
先生の名に恥じぬよう、もっと気を引き締めなければ。
I will do better in order to live up to the master's name.
ジャンもその呼び方やめてよ。一冊趣味を兼ねて出しただけなのに。
Don't call me that. I only published a single novel as a hobby. Mathis Clyde was created as a vessel to nurture the growth of false memories. Previously, he could only live a normal life through periodic downloads of memories each night. After the incident, he underwent treatment by Sheen and was now able to live life with minimal periodic maintenances. Sheen would one day find a way to modify the eternal youth Mathis possessed as a homunculus. But until then, he had time to write another book filled with new memories from his experience. He decided that he would write about what happened in a series of incidents. He told a story of despair and salvation.
今の寝言かな。いつ見てもすごく可愛い。
Are you sleep talking?
ほっぺ
You're
な
so
んて
cute.
ふくふくしてる。
Your cheeks are so chubby.
ほら、兄さんも抱っこしてあげて。この子は兄さんが引き取った養子でしょ。
You can hold her, brother. I mean, you did adopt her as your
お
own.
父さんならちゃんと愛してあげないと。
Now that you're a father, you have to shower this child with love.
ああ、いえ、俺はちょっと。養子といっても、シアン様に罪滅ぼしとして強引に手続きされたわけで。
Maybe not. I did take her in, but it was only because Sheen forced me to adopt her as punishment for my
こ
crimes.
の子のこと可愛く思えない？
But isn't she just adorable?
そういうわけでは。
What I mean is...
ただ、俺は仮釈放中の身ですし、何よりその子の母親を。
I am being monitored on a reduced sentence, and I'm the reason she's without a mother. Wait, this is supposed to be 5 years later, isn't it? This kid should be at least 5. I'm so confused. Jean had sought a heavier punishment for his crimes. But similar to someone else, Sheen gave him a certain level of freedom under the condition that he supported and served the Institute. Of course, the work he was tasked with at the Institute was so hellish that he often felt the death penalty would have been more merciful.
そういう後悔も含めた上で、この子を愛してみろっていう罪滅ぼしなんじゃないかな。
I think showering her with love is a way for you to show repentance and atone for your sins.
ほら、親子写真を撮ってあげるから、そこのカメラ貸して。
I'll take a picture of you with her, so hand me the camera.
綺麗に撮れたら、ロザリーさんの、あの暖かい日差しが当たるお墓に、備えに行こうよ。
We can show the picture to Rosalie when we go visit her warm, sunny grave. That's fine for Jean, I guess.
僕も、後で会いに行く彼女に、二人の写真を撮ってくるって、
I
約
also
束しちゃった
promised
か
a
ら。
certain someone that I'd take a picture of you two to show her later.
わかったよ。どっちにしろこのカメラは向こうで使いまくるつもりだったしな。
Fine, I was planning on using the camera when we went there anyways.
うまく撮れた。二人とも素敵な笑顔で写ってる。
It's a perfect shot. Look at you two smiling.
ん
Wait a sec.
どうされました坊
What
ち
is
ゃ
it,
ん。
Master?
このカメラって、研究所に返さなくていいの？
Don't you have to return this camera to
す
the
ごく貴
Institute?
重なものなんだよね。
It's really valuable, isn't it?
お
Knowing that he added yet another crime to the list, Jean went pale at the thought of what was in store for him later. His butler, flustered expression made Mathis chuckle with a happy smile. Rolling your eyes? They're having a happy life. Are they dating now?
これで旅支度完了っと。予定通り、来週には出発できるかな。
Alright, ready to go. Looks like I can leave next week as planned.
なあ、本気で極東、漂流者の故郷まで一人旅するつもりなのかよ。
Are you seriously going to go to that faraway country in the east to see the drifters' homeland?
うん、もちろん。始祖様の位牌の一部を故郷に送り届けてあげたいから。
Yeah, of course. I want to take a portion of my ancestors' ashes back to his homeland. Seeing Yves pack his bag full of items, his partner gave an expression of mixed feelings. Yves Noriji, the guardian of the Lycris Norijis, who was key in lifting the curse of death, was also involved in the completion of the antidote. His attachments towards eating was so strong that he had been eating Lycris bulbs for a long time. His body developed the antibodies needed to augment the blood from a certain man in order to create an antidote. With his blood, the antidote was finally complete. Even better, the unique burn marks on his face slowly thinned through the effects of the antidote, leaving them as normal scars. Oh my god, was it because he was eating them the whole time like an idiot? Now that his burns were nearly gone, he decided to leave his homeland to fulfill his ancestral's wish to return home.
だからしばらくクルーンはヒューゴに任せることになっちゃうけど。
I'm gonna have to leave Karoon to you for a while, Hugo.
やっぱ、俺も行くわ。
Yeah, I'm going with you.
Huh?
お人吉のお前一人じゃ、騙されて無一文にされた末にのたれ死にしそうだからな。
Knowing how easy it is to deceive you, I bet you'd end up being tricked out of all your money and left to die somewhere.
いいの？全然知らない土地に行くんだよ。危険だってあるかもしれない。
Are you sure? I'm going to a place we don't know. It could be really dangerous.
足りめえだ、イブ。俺はお前の相棒だぞ。
Of course I'm sure. You're my partner, right?
異国だろうが冥界だろうが、どこにでも付き合ってやるよ。
I'll go wherever you go, whether it's some foreign country or Hades itself.
ありがとう。心強いよ。
Thanks, that's really reassuring.
嬉しいな。ヒューゴがそばにいてくれるなら、賑やかな旅になるね。
I can't wait. I bet traveling there with you is going to be a lot of fun.
そうだ。しばらく店を開けるなら、この肥満魚どうする？なんだかんだで結構長く世話してるよな。
You said it, but what about that fat fish of yours? You've had it so long, I don't think you want to leave it alone in the shop.
今日料理して食べちゃおうか。それとも、この後向かうパー
I'm
ティーに持って
saving
い
that
く？
fish. I will save you. How about we cook it for dinner, or maybe we can bring it to the party?
それだけはやめろ。
Anything but that.
つか5年も飼ってんなら少しぐらいは愛着持ってやれよ。震えてんじゃねえか、かわいそうに。
You've had this fish for 5 years. At least have some attachment to it. It's shaking, the poor thing.
でも、フグ美味しい。フグ食べたいって、マティスに訳してもらった始祖様の日記にも書いてあったし。
But I read in the diary Mathis translated that my ancestor said pufferfish was tasty and he wanted to eat some.
お前といい、漂流者の国出身の人間って、食い意地張ったやつばっかなのか？
You and the drifter, it's like everyone from that place is a glutton or something. Yves, I'll punch you.
しっかりしろよ、この島の守護者殿。うっかり旅先で変なもん食って死んだりしたら笑えねえからな。
But seriously, you're the island's guardian. It's no laughing matter if you eat something strange and croak during our travels.
もうノワージュ家の使命はないよ。
But the Noriji family's mission is complete
こ
now.
の島のリコリスは、みんなで一緒に育ててるんだからね。名ばかりの管理人さ。
Much of a guardian anymore now that everyone's taking care of the Lycrises.
リコリスの化身である彼女にだって、ちゃんと、騎士様がついてるしね。
Besides, the Lycris princess already has her knight in shining armor, right? To be honest. Boo! I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel we were destined to be together in some way. There was a part of me that was drawn to Leah's kindness and earnesty, but there was a new secret that I would take with me to the grave. He loved her and I freaking knew it. Anyways, after him, Sheen escaped from the meeting again. Someone calls bodyguard. Lucas, he's the only one that can detain Sheen. What did I say? I said it too. I literally said Eves is her canon soulmate. And I said it. You weren't alone. They're the ones on the cut. He's the one who offers her flowers in a burning building. Like, that is love. We need him to look through the backlogs of papers and my head. All these poor people.
まったく。墓参りぐらいゆっくりさせろ。
Unbelievable. They're not even giving me time to pay my
今日は
respects.
予定があると伝えておいたというのに、議会をねじ込んでくるとは。
I already told them that I had plans, and yet they were brazen enough to schedule yet another meeting. The genius scientist Sheen Brophy, who freed the country from the curse, was standing with a bottle of wine in hand. He's still just showing his butt off the same way.
鎖国を解除した途端、政治だの法整備だの、研究所の日々が懐かしい。
As soon as I opened the country, they buried me in politics and legislation. I miss my days at the institute.
今更だが、有望な跡継ぎを失ったな。それから、戦友の女も。
I know it's too late for regret, but I lost a promising successor and a woman who was indeed my
もっ
comrade.
と俺が、子に踏み込んでやれば、あの結末は避けられたのか。
Maybe I could have avoided their demise if I had focused my research on retaining personalities.
だがまあ、こうして親子揃って同じ墓に入れたんだ。
Then again, they're both together now as mother and son in the same grave.
せいぜい冥界では好きなだけ、普通の親子喧嘩をしていろ。
You two have as many quarrels as you want in Hades like any normal
自
family.
覚はないだろうが、お前ら面倒な性格で裏表激しいところ、そっくりだ。
You may not have noticed, but you two are just like each other in your extreme two-sided personalities. Shihan, aha, yeah, you can't even say his name right. Just kidding. Just think of science, but without the C or the second E. Sheen poured the wine he randomly chose over the grave where the two were slept. Yes, Asia. I'm tired too. I'm so tired. I thought this was over. He then took out a letter from his pocket, a letter requesting his presence in another country to collaborate in research on time travel. If Sheen's participated, it was very likely that the technology could be realized within a few years, but Sheen didn't read the letter and simply tore the plea sent under the guise of collaboration. Without the guidance of the genius beloved by God, time travel would likely fade into mere fantasy. But that was fine. Sheen existed in another timeline where he used Adolphe as a test subject and killed Eves. And still, that Sheen could not find a way to get rid of the curse with their sacrifice. No time travel! But... He could not accept another existence of himself foolish enough to accomplish nothing. He knew he would never tread that same path.
さて、そろそろ行くか。
Now then I should be going.
お前の息子と娘の新たなる始まり。柄ではないが、一応年長者として見届けてやらねばな。
I'm off to see your son and daughter start a new beginning. It's out of character for me, but it's my duty as the oldest. Fortunately, he decided to pursue a new research topic, genetic disorders, which has no shortage of cases to explore. If he was indeed a god, he would be selfish and arrogant. As long as his work saved those who suffered in despair, who would judge him? Following the new emotions in his modified heart, the man who became a god set out on a path that would lead him to even greater heights. Should we do it? Is the wedding starting now? Can I just do the
こ
wedding?
の国は死神に見入られていた。
This land has been possessed by
この
death.
国は死に勝利した国である。
This land has triumphed over death. As the people chose to fight the curse, they began to live together with hope. The death that scornfully watched the humans being toyed with by death. Did I see that wrong? Look at the white licorices! Oh my god! Was now watching the beautiful white licorice reminiscence of a wedding dress. Girl wore black to her wedding. She's after my heart. I really don't like this picture. That it's lovely, them whatever, but like this is weird looking. She doesn't look like herself. Another beautiful bloom this year. I spoke to him standing next to me as we both gazed at the pure white field of licorices.
ここからの景色なら、あいつらも満足するだろう。
I'm sure it's because they're enjoying the view. 5 years had passed. Sheen developed an antidote to the toxins using the antibodies left by Ankou as well as Eve's blood. He then distributed the antidote across the country in the form of a mist and finally released the land from the curse of death. Perhaps the toxins began being purged from the country took effect. The black licorices began to return to their original colors. Most of them were now either red or white. And we were now I can't read anymore. We were now No, this is wrong, right? This is wrong. It's not me. And where we were now was one such field where the change had a drastic effect. And where we were now, oh my god, I can't do it anymore. It's already been 5 years since then. It's already been 5 years since Ankou left me. That day, that time, that moment, I was supposed to die a horrible death within hours of the toxins mutating my body, but I was alive and well now. It was all thanks to the bullet coated with the medicine that Ankou shot into Adolphe. The bullet caused Adolphe's cells to mutate again, and he gained the ability to create the antibodies that could fight poison and disease at a rapid speed. He immediately drank some of my blood and developed antibodies in his blood, which he then gave to me to drink. Vampires. His antibodies were strong enough to allow me to live through my mutation, but it only stopped the contamination from spreading, so I had to live 4 long years in pain with the risk of dying at any time. By now, I was standing here next to him as a normal human, all because Adolphe, who continued to drink my blood, bearing the suffering that came with it until he could cure me completely. So similar to Ankou, who used his own flesh and blood to prepare an antidote just for me. With the last dose, my powers as death, a trait I shared with the licorices, vanished for good, along with the toxins that remained. Wow. Since then, with the help of Sheen and the others we knew, I began formal medical treatments and, upon safely reaching 23 years of age and confirming that the most of my skin had returned to normal, we invited those who were involved in the incident to a party today to celebrate my full recovery. Oh, it's not a wedding? It was only a year ago that I was practically a corpse. So this all feels really strange. Adolphe's body also returned to that of his normal human after his abnormal cells division stopped. The Watchman of Death must have known this ending from the very beginning.
おい、懐かしむのはいいが、肝心の話を忘れてないか?
It's nice to reminisce about the past, but I hope you haven't forgotten the most important thing. Forgot what? It's been 5 years, my girl. It's time for you to answer my question. Adolphe looked at me with a frown on his face. But his frown quickly changed as he returned to his bold
ち
expression.
ょうど5年前、俺がしたお前への告白の返事だ。
I'm talking about the confession I made to you when I was 25. I'm now 30. It's time. You're right. I'm sorry. You were waiting for my reply?
当たり前だろ。あれ
Of
か
course
ら
I
積
was.
極的になって、散々お前に迫っては口説いてきたってのに。
I've been more aggressive since then to get us to the next
ま
stage.
さか本当に5年経っても返事がないなんて、誰が予想できる？
Who could have guessed that I wouldn't hear your reply for 5 whole years? It sounded like 4 of those years she was in a hospital bed. The best I could do was apologize or rather laugh it
もっ
off.
と急げと言われたってのに、アンクーの墓にどんな顔を向ければいい？
And Ankou told me to hurry too. I'm not sure what to say to him when I go to his grave. Now that you mention it, you've gone to Ankou's grave a lot. Ankou was no longer him, but had become something like a separated twin. MC say yes already.
それで、返事は？まさかあと5年時間をくれとか言い出さないよな。
We tired, girl. Come on. What's your reply? Don't tell me you want to wait another 5 years. My body went tense as Adolphe took a step closer. Well, I'm sorry. As Adolphe went pale, I immediately realized I chose the wrong time to make my apology. I mean, no, it's not what you think. I meant that I'm sorry I didn't reply to you sooner. Adolphe, you seem a little jumpy.
惚れた女と恋人同士になれるかがかかってるんだぞ。
Dude, if you really did not understand by 5 years that she likes you back, this is a you problem. I'm waiting to hear whether the woman I'm in love with loves me too.
男なら誰でも怯えるに決まってる。
After this long, who wouldn't be jumpy?
それに、お前、俺がもう30歳を目前にしているのを忘れたか？
Oh, don't say sentences like that. I'm more than 30. Don't say that. What does that mean? What does that mean, Adolphe? Have you forgotten I'm already 30 years old?
これだけ片思いが続いてれば、眼中にないんじゃねえかと焦るし。
Oh, if you had feelings, okay, that's fine. Dude, you had feelings for her for 600 years in another life. You should probably just, like, calm down. If you have feelings for anyone this long, you'd be anxious that it's been one-sided all this time, too. I suppose you're right. I did make you wait 5 years already. I looked up at Adolphe's face and noticed that he had definitely matured since then. Adolphe, MC, hurry up! He was still Adolphe, but somehow he also didn't feel like the same Adolphe. I must not have been paying much attention to those little changes while I was focused on recovering. I feel like I lost so much time. Adolphe probably was, well, if you think about the old you lost almost a quarter of your life to being sick. Adolphe probably saw me thinking negatively and said,
どうしても男として意識できないなら、またもう一度口説き直すが、どうす？
If you seriously can't see me as a man, I guess that means I had to keep trying. Of all the things he could say. I love you, Adolphe. There, I said it. His mouth was open in surprise at my sudden response. I began to laugh like a child, being able to tease him again after such a long time. I love you very much.
兄としてか。
As your brother? Please don't say that. No, as a man. You're friggin'... His face turned red in an instant. I got my fist up and I'm saying, hurry up! I hate Adolphe. What? They're in love! To be honest, I did want to tell my feelings much sooner, but you know, even though you can't see the marks with my clothes on, there's still traces of the toxin on my skin. The brother part, yeah, I can't. That part's bad. Which was why I didn't feel like I was the same girl you fell in love with. And I was too terrified to ask.
そうだったのか。
I see. Adolphe quietly listened to me explain the source of my
あ
anxiety.
の事件と毒素の汚染に耐え切ったお前には、
You went through a lot back then and even survived the
もう
toxins.
怖いものなんて存在しないだろうと。
Which is why I thought you wouldn't be afraid of anything anymore. Of course, I still feel afraid. I was so timid that there was more things that scared me than didn't. For example, a future where I couldn't be with Adolphe. That's my confession to you. So if your feelings for me haven't changed, Adolphe, will you?
前は。
You got a ring, girl? You doing the proposals here?
どれだけ成長しても、妙に悲観的なのは変わらない
What's
な。
going on with this dress she's wearing? It looks like your negativity still hasn't changed over the
けど、
years.
そういうことなら、もう我慢する必要はないな。
If that's the case, then I guess there's no need for me to hold back right now. Huh? Oh wow, they got a whole new CG for that one. Before I could ask my question, Adolphe sealed my lips with a kiss. Just endgame, please. She said her answer, damn it. Oh, I felt like it just kept going. Wait, I can't see your hand's covering her earring. You're ruining this. My body froze in surprise, but Adolphe's strength and warmth. This one they spent time on. Look at these friggin' hands. Like, those are intense hands. His heartbeat full of life. I wanted to feel everything about him with my whole body. Burn the hands. I'm so sorry. I decided to surrender myself to his desire. A few seconds later, we parted from each other with a sigh. Adolphe, I'm happy to know that we both feel the same way, but aren't things changing too quickly?
激しくしてんだよ。
It's been 5 fucking years, and you had your first kiss. He confessed to you 5 years ago. I want things to
何
change.
せ俺は、二人分の愛を背負ってる身だ。
I've been carrying the love of 2
触れ合いじゃ、
people,
物
so
足り
just
ない。
embracing you isn't enough.
自分で言うのもなんだが、そこらの男の愛とは重さが違う。
Whether you believe me or not, the love I feel for you is greater than that of a normal man. Well, in one version of your reality, you spent 600 years waiting for her to confess she liked you, so...
体の傷やあざのことも気にするな。
Don't worry about any marks or scars on your body.
その程度で俺がお前のことを嫌うわけがない。その過去の証ごと愛してやる。
Do you seriously think that would make me love you less? I'll love you and the proof of your past together. I'll love you and the proof of your past together.
それでもまだ不安だって
I
言
don't
う
know
な
what that
ら、
means. And if you're still
5
anxious,
年前に告げた言葉を今ここで
I'll tell you the same words I told you 5 years ago.
お前が好きだ。
I love you, Leah.
俺とあいつの2人分。
There's me and him.
数百年と7年の長い片恋を経てもなお、
7 years and several hundred years of waiting for
この
love.
感情は増すばかりでとどまることを知らない。
These feelings are still growing and there's no end in
呪
sight.
いと23の年月を超え、思いが通じ合った今。
Now that our feelings have come together after the curse and 23
ど
years,
んなお前も
I love you no matter what. I love you too. Finally, I gave him a proper response, an honest response to his sincere confession of love from 5 years ago. My response was an I'm sorry, but thank you, Adolphe. I love you the same way. I promise to be the first and last to love you with all my heart. Dead, 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 dead. Something that looks like a cute emoji, and then I don't know what the blonde is doing, but it's something. Knife, 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 knife. Okay, I got that one. I promise to be the first and last love you will have in your heart. Adolphe thanked me in response and kissed you again.
このリコリスの花園にふさわしい花嫁衣装も着せてやるからな。
Someday I'll dress you in a bridal gown as beautiful as this lycra's field, and I'll do everything I can to make you happy.
その言葉を聞けてよかった。
I'm glad to hear those words
死ぬま
from
で。
you.
いや、死んでもお前は俺だけの死神だからな。
Until I die, even after I die, you will forever be my death. I just love that. Let it be over. And
これで
finally, the curse has met its demise by force. We were no longer held in place by false immortality. A lonely eternal journey through despair had reached its end at last, and
自死を願う不幸な死神の物語
game,
は
we get it. The tragic death who once
終焉
gave
だな。
up on life no longer existed. Woo! It's been a long day. Act 2 salvation routes have been unlocked for Eves, Lucas, Mathis, and Sheen. Wait.
手をつないで笑い合って一緒に年を重ねて普通の人生を歩いていこう。
Holding hands, laughing together, and growing old together. Let's both live a normal life together.
お前を世
The
界
love
で
of two
一
people.
番
I will
幸せ
make
な女
sure
にしてみせる。
you're the happiest woman
長
in the
き
world.
旅路の果てにたどり着いた笑顔はとても美しかった。
The smile that greeted me at the end of a long journey was beautiful beyond
もう
words.
一度恋がで
I
き
was
て
able to save your heart at
本
last.
当に良かったよ。
I'm so glad I could love you once more. Dude, Ankou, you are the only thing I care about in this game. And I don't care if your name had a different name in a different world. Alright, wait. Hola. Okay. Okay, interesting. I don't think those two correlate, but that's fine. Interesting. Wait, did I get that other shot now from this one? No, I'm still missing the other one from the crying in a field. Weird. I'm missing 2 photos. No, 3. If anyone asks if I'm fine. Ugh. Okay, we're missing 3 photos for this man. Dead. That's my answer. Interesting. I don't know if there's an ending where you end up with Ankou. Like, Adolphe is an Ankou, right? They're 2 different people. She even established that when she said, "Thank you, Ankou." And he's like, "What, my fake name?" Like, he even knew. He knows. We got all the side photos. Now we're able to get the good endings for these losers. And the bad ending. We're gonna do that next time. I can't. We're gonna have more bad endings for the losers. That's why he deserves more. Loser. I'm not sure. Who did I call a loser? Sorry, I call everybody losers out of habit. I'm sleepy. Does this even show me? Don't be rude to my husband. First off, in one reality, your husband was a murderer. Okay? I mean, at least Lucas was brainwashed. Sheen just thought he was doing the right thing. Okay, this is probably quite literally where the bad choices get to the other side. Oh my god. There's so much. Oh my stars. You agree with his actions, Leah. Oh, okay. First off. I agree. He did things in the name of science to save people's lives. But some people did things because they were brainwashed, and you don't forgive them usually. Adolphe did nothing wrong, by the way. I can't believe you. I don't feel like Adolphe was a bad guy in his line. His story, he had some moments. But like, aside from that, oh, you're so done. I am done. I feel like my hair looks really greasy, and I feel like it didn't start off this way. Bye, Asia. Bye. Because I'm gonna stop now because I'm sleepy. Yeah, so I'm gonna play again tomorrow morning before I go to work. I don't think I'll get through all the salvations. Thank you for joining the stream and being here for 12 hours. Still had Audible. His storyline wasn't bad. I was so prepared to think his storyline was bad because someone said it was bad. Like, it's long, which is so tedious. But like, overall, it was fine. I'm just disappointed because I wanted to date Ankou. He doesn't have to be the devil, but like, what the heck? I personally hate him. I don't know why you hate him so much. He wasn't my least favorite. Mathis is my least favorite. And that's only because I don't like childlike personalities. They creep me out. He's too innocent, and it gives me the creeps. It gives me the creeps. I feel like how we feel about Capuchin hitting on Nadia. Like, that's how I feel with Mathis. Like, I'm inappropriately aged to be talking to him. Adolphe is your least favorite? He's not that bad. I honestly think his story is fine. Again, it was just really long. But that was supposed to be the big finale, and that was why it was so long. But it was like rehashing all the stuff we had already seen. Whew, it was a bit much. It was a bit much, if I'm being real. But yes, we have gotten through that part, and we'll get more endings tomorrow, because that's all we're doing tomorrow. Yay, it's endings, and then I go to work, and if I haven't finished it, we'll finish it on Thursday. Yay, we're gonna be done with this, and then we can play other Atomi games. Yay. You don't care for him. Well, thank you all for joining me today. I might break this up into 2 posts, because 12 hours is a bit much to upload for one video, especially since this one split at the very beginning. Part of me is not caring about the first 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes just might not be posted. I don't even... My heart at this point is kind of done. But thank you so much for joining me. If you're checking this out on YouTube, I stream on Twitch and then upload on YouTube afterwards, so you can see my newer stuff on Twitch. And if you're watching this on Twitch and you'd like to see my older VODs, you can see them all on YouTube. I upload everything I stream on there. Thank you so much for watching. Let us know down below if you're watching who you like the most. I don't know. Like, how do you feel? Who did you love? And then we'll get the good endings tomorrow, because they were locked, because this game was evil. Well, thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely night. Get some sleep, Asia. I know it's like 1 a.m. for you right now. Go to sleep. Bye.